of seats. General Durham, I appreciate your advice, and I realize I have never served in the military. But if you question my commitment to bringing President Warren's killers to justice again, I won't fire you. I'll rip out your fucking heart." Durham looked stunned, having never seen Hannister show any emotion whatsoever, least of all a penchant for violence. He slowly nodded, and Hannister said, "I will pretend you never said those words, and I will expect absolute loyalty and the same unvarnished truth you gave President Warren. Is that understood?" "Yes, sir, Hannister cut him off with the wave of a hand. Returning to his usual calm, analytical self, he said, "Water under the bridge. What do you recommend now? What's Russia doing?" "They're staging on the border of Belarus, at least 2 divisions with others mobilizing. The death of the president has caused a pause in their plans, but they're on the verge of invading. Nothing we can do about that, and they know it. They're going in." "What's Belarus saying?" Beth said, "They're vacillating. One minute they denounce the Russian posturing over the supposed terrorist attack at their air base. The next minute they're talking about the close ties with the Russian people and insinuating they'll invite them in. President Warren's death has caused chaos. They're not sure what to do." "Because they see us as a threat?" "Yes." General Durham said, "It's irrelevant what they see. Russia is the threat, and Putin is playing us like a fiddle, sir. I'm telling you, there is no walking this back. No matter what we do, Russia is going in. They'll just change the language of why. Whether it's a terrorist attack against their interest or shoring up an ally against our provocation, Putin is getting what he wants." "So what do you recommend we do?" "Show strength. Show him we mean business. Show our NATO allies that we're serious." "But that's a fine line. If we project too much strength, we get exactly what we don't want, total war." "Sir, Putin killed our president. Putin engineered this. We're just reacting. And we can do exactly like he envisioned we would, giving him a fait accompli, or we can stop him." "And what if he didn't?" "Didn't what?" "Didn't kill Peyton Warren. What if he's sitting in his country right now freaking out over the death? What if he's only reacting to us?" General Durham sat back and rubbed his face, then said, "Sir, we can only use the evidence we have, and it's pretty conclusive. I don't want to go to war any more than you do. But I think I need to make clear what's at stake here. A complete restructuring of the world order. We don't push now, and Putin will use that opportunity to invade the Baltics. At that point, he'll have triggered a NATO response which we will no longer control. You worry about World War III, but sitting and doing nothing will guarantee it." Hannister closed his eyes and leaned back, the vibration of the helicopter soothing. Everyone else waited for a response. When one wasn't forthcoming, Alexander Palmer said, "Sir?" Hannister opened his eyes. Okay, let's make a statement, but the statement is predicated on the death of our president." General Durham nodded and said, "What do you want?" "You said you had enough forces to hold, right? Enough to show we mean business?" "Yes, sir." "Get them to the crash site. No more tentative in-and-out stuff with only a few vehicles. Roll in with all the firepower we need. The reason will be body recovery, finding the men and women we couldn't from the first incursion. Also, drive forward to the launch site with whatever we need. Tell the world that we're just trying to figure out what happened. We show we mean business, and it's all under the cloak of humanitarian reasons. No use of NATO at all." Durham nodded and said, "Do we?" "Do we what?" "Do we mean business? If someone tries to stop us, do we back off or press forward?" Hannister considered what the chairman had asked, realizing it was easier to utter the words than to actually put someone in danger. "Can we press forward without jeopardizing lives? I'm sorry for the question. I honestly don't know." "Sir, the use of force will always jeopardize lives. But if we do it right, the lives won't be on our side. If Russia stays out, we can deal with anything. If they decide to intervene..." He left the rest unsaid. Hannister turned to his newly minted acting Secretary of State and said, "Beth, notify them. Tell Russia we're going in and nobody is to stop us. Warn them." Looking slightly ill, she nodded. Hannister turned to Alexander Palmer and said, "Is this right? Are we doing right?" Palmer said, "I can't see how anyone could fault you for that decision." Hannister barked a false laugh, then said, "Nobody will fault me today. But history might very well tomorrow, if we still have someone recording it." And so the horses were led to the stall, confident in the sprint they were about to run, happy to be let free on a course that was dictated by rails built by adults in the international community. They thought it would be a straight race around the track, flexing their muscles and pulling at the bit with little risk, not realizing that the dirt they were about to chew had no rails dictating the path. Others were hell-bent on destroying them, and one man's machinations would allow the horses to run free, out of control of their riders, bringing with them a destruction unseen in the history of the earth. As Marine One sat down onto the White House grounds, a single person held the key, and he didn't even realize it. Kurt Hale sat in front of his office computer, reading a message from a man he no longer controlled. A warrior that nobody in the upper echelons of the government trusted, but one who Kurt believed in without question. Pike Logan had sent him a back-channel message outside of the normal task force communication, directly to him, and it was simple. "Don't do anything stupid. What's going on over here is not what it seems. Give me time. Report later." Kurt rubbed his eyes, the lack of sleep making his eyelids feel like sandpaper. He shut down the computer, wondering what Pike had found.
Chapter 39. Even in the summer, the early morning air in Bratislava was crisp, around 55 degrees, which made hiding our weapons that much easier, because of the jackets we wore to ward off the chill. We'd been in place behind a giant church called St. Martin's Cathedral since 8 a.m., and while the sun was up, the church itself blocked the rays, leaving us in the cold shadow. After an extensive reconnaissance, we'd decided that this was the route the armored car would take, as the back of the church held a little courtyard with an exit onto a 4-lane highway that crossed the Danube, the river less than 200 meters away. From the Diamond Wholesaler, there were only a few routes out of the narrow cobblestone city center, and most took you deeper in before letting you exit. One route was shorter, but it ended up at the promenade with the underground garage, which meant more spaghetti roads before getting to the bridge that crossed the Danube. The driver of the car would not want to traverse all that. He'd want to get out of the channelized lanes and onto a high-speed avenue of approach as soon as possible, which meant he'd go north of Venturska, then west on Propostka, a very narrow lane barely wide enough for a car to pass, before heading south again toward the church on Kapitolska, basically making a short box to get out to the 4-lane. He'd turn off of Kapitolska into this courtyard, then drive right through, or so he thought. We had a tiny force to deal with the issue of stopping a veritable tank, which had required no small amount of pre-planning. I needed every man because we had very little time to accomplish the tasks involved, and they were formidable. One, we had to stop the vehicle, and it was built specifically to keep moving, with bulletproof glass, an armored engine, run-flat tires, and enough torque to climb out of a sinkhole. Two, once we stopped, we had to penetrate the carriage. The bulletproof glass and door armor would protect the two driving, but our concern was the two men in the back. We had to get them to voluntarily open the doors, or it would take us blowtorches and over 30 minutes to hack our way in. Which brought up point 3. We had little time to do all this and escape without compromise. We couldn't waste a second. We had to hit, get them to give up, then flee on our mopeds before the inevitable police response. Mossad had provided the method of stopping the vehicle in the form of small limpet mines mated to a magnet, something they'd perfected in their elimination of Iran's nuclear scientists. They were designed to separate the tire from the wheel and render the run flats useless. With Knuckles' information and a short trip to a hardware store and a gas station, we had what we needed to penetrate the carriage. All we required now was to have early warning for the assault, and this was where we ran into trouble. We simply didn't have enough manpower to spare someone at the Diamond Wholesaler for a trigger to alert both a tire team, then the assault force. Or so I'd thought. Then I'd learned what Shoshana's comment of magic to Jennifer meant. The Mossad had beat out Task Force R&D yet again. Apparently, there was such a thing as a selfie drone, where the user wore a tracking device on a wrist, and the drone followed just above, getting video. Biking, kayaking, snowboarding, you could get a Michael Bay-like view just by launching the drone in the air, and then doing whatever activity you planned. Once launched, the drone would follow you like an obedient beagle. The Mossad had taken the concept and refined it, and Aaron had emplaced it last night on their reconnaissance. Our target had a drone sitting on the roof, waiting to be alerted. Just a little over a hand's width in size and mated to a tracking device. It would hover out of view of the rear mirrors and give us a literal real-time show as it drove forward. Better than any stationary man guessing at approach. The problem was that it could be launched only once, which required eyes on to see the vehicle actually show up. At 9:05, Knuckles had called, saying the vehicle was in place, and begun walking back toward us on the path the vehicle would take, returning in time to help with the assault. Shoshana and Jennifer were on the narrow lane of Proposhka, standing by with what I called their little sticky bombs. For our part, Aaron and I were getting a little cold in the shadow of the church, 2 cylinders from the hardware store next to us, waiting on the endgame. I felt the adrenaline kick in with Knuckles' call, but I knew we had some time. They still had to load the vehicle, and that would take at least 10 minutes. Aaron said, "I hope this thing works. Maybe we should have left Knuckles." "What the hell?" I said, "We need him. 1 man on each side, 1 in the front to control the cab. We can't take down this vehicle with only 2. It's why I agreed after hearing about the drone. What's got you spooked now? The drone is activated by motion. I've sent it the instructions, so the next motion will cause it to launch, but sometimes the motion isn't jarring enough. The vehicle can leave and it doesn't realize it's moving." "Jesus, are you serious?" He played with the tablet and said, "No, just me venting. It'll work out." He smiled and said, "You know how it is, always worrying at the last minute." I did. I said, "Okay, if the vehicle shows up without warning, we just let it go, fall back and reassess." He said, "I don't think that'll happen. It'll pass Jennifer and Shoshana, and even if they can't emplace the tire disruptors, we'll know." I said, "True, but we'll have no way of stopping it. Shoshana will figure that out, trust me." He was probably right, which brought up another question, because I was dying to know. I asked, "What happened after I left last night?" He said, "What do you mean?" Like I was asking if he'd had trouble with his mattress. "What do you mean, what do I mean? What happened with Shoshana?" He became flustered and said, "Nothing. I'm not sure what you're asking. We planned the mission." As if none of the awkwardness of last night had occurred, I said, Okay, got it." He said, "Got what? I'm telling the truth. We talked about contingencies, then went to bed." "Together?" He started to work the tablet and said, "Got motion, birds in the air." I thought that was possibly the worst time ever for a mission to start, but leaned over, seeing the feed. The drone was right above the roof of the car, tracking it like a long shot from a heist movie. The vehicle turned onto Venturska, moving north. It was following our predicted path, and we were in play. I alerted the tire team. Knuckles came into the courtyard saying, "Girls are set. No pedestrian traffic, good to go." I said, "Let's hope your plan works out." He said, "It will. Nobody wants to be burned alive protecting someone else's money." I tossed him the detonator for the sticky bomb, saying, "Aaron, you got the call. You have control." Staring at the screen, he said, "Got it. Car is making the turn onto Proposhka." We both leaned into the screen, seeing the small lane almost bulbous with the fisheye lens. The car advanced, and I saw Shoshana and Jennifer walk up the middle of the street, then break apart, going left and right, ostensibly giving the lumbering beast of a vehicle access on the narrow lane. The cab drew abreast, and both knelt down, slapping the magnets onto the slow-rolling wheels. Point of no return. The armored behemoth turned onto Kapitolska, and was approximately 30 seconds away. I glanced around the courtyard, seeing the traffic on the 4-lane thoroughfare, and a couple walking down the sidewalk. They'd be out of view of the kill zone before the target entered. We were good. I pulled out my balaclava and said, "Time to play robber." Knuckles and Aaron did the same, cloaking their faces in black nylon. Knuckles withdrew a Browning high power from his back waistband and held it low by his legs. I reached for the cylinder to my right, a pesticide sprayer we'd purchased at a hardware store, now pumped full of unleaded gasoline. Aaron rose and set the tablet aside, saying, 10 seconds. He picked up his own pesticide sprayer. I saw the vehicle nose into the courtyard, moving at about 10 miles an hour. The driver saw our covered heads and hit the gas, but the weight of the armor prevented a rapid response. It huffed, a puff of smoke coming from the tailpipe, then lurched forward, racing for the exit. Knuckles hit the detonator, and 2 pops erupted, sounding no louder than the backfire of a car. I saw the front wheel on my side shred, and the entire front end sink into the pavement, the tires now useless and the car driving on the rims. Sparks flew, and Knuckles stepped to the front of the vehicle, brandishing his pistol. The vehicle ground to a stop. Knuckles pointed the weapon at the driver, and he raised his arms, then realized he was protected by glass that no pistol could penetrate. He locked the doors and began talking into a radio, alerting the police and starting our clock. Aaron and I raced out, him on the near side and me on the far. The vehicle was built with 3 weapons ports on each side, 2 low and 1 high, nothing more than little tubes that would allow a person on the inside to jam a rifle barrel through it and begin firing, like an old archer's slit in medieval castles. From Aaron's reconnaissance, we knew they had no assault weapons to use, only pistols. But the model they'd purchased had the weapons ports, which meant we could introduce something to the inside. I jammed the nozzle of my pesticide sprayer into the high port and pressed the lever, jetting the inside with pure gasoline. Aaron did the same on the far side. I heard the men cursing and screaming on the inside, but kept the lever depressed. When the air in the canister ran low, I pulled it out, pumped it up again, then repeated the spraying, getting more cursing. When my tank was expended, I ran around to Aaron's side. "You done?" "Yeah, 2 loads. I looked up the street, seeing Shoshana and Jennifer pulling security, blocking the road to prevent anyone from entering. I said, "Showtime. Let's hope they don't push us." I walked around to the front, seeing Knuckles standing stoically with his pistol raised, the cars behind him on the 4-lane road obliviously passing by. I went to the cab and tapped on the window. The driver jumped, then looked at me. I said, "Tell the men in the back to open up." Chapter 40. The driver shook his head, his eyes wide with fear. I said, "Yes, do it, please. Ask them what they're smelling." He spoke into a hand mic, gesturing wildly in a manner the men in the back couldn't see. He listened to them scream about something, then turned back to me, saying nothing. I held up an extended reach lighter, like you'd use to start a charcoal grill. I squeezed the trigger, letting the flame leap out. I said, "The door is going to be opened by the explosion of the gas vapor in the back. Unfortunately, your men will also be roasted. They can't stop it. All I have to do is stick this into a weapon port and press the trigger. The doors open and your men die. That was complete bullshit, of course, with the exception of his men roasting. If it were possible, his eyes grew wider. I said, 10 seconds starting now. He yelled into the outside radio channel, trying hard to get help, but the universe was not on his side. I said, time's up, and turned away, praying. He switched channels to the back and began screaming at them. I walked out of sight, Knuckles taking a position to the rear. Nothing happened. I jammed in the extended lighter, letting them see the promise of death. The locks on the doors began popping, the men inside screaming at us to stop. The doors swung open. I ran around to the back, seeing Knuckles putting 2 men on the ground, his weapon held at the ready. He ripped off a key ring and tossed it to me, and I jumped into the back. Aaron followed, and we went through the keys until we hit the one unlocking the chests. Inside were gold items worth millions of dollars. Rings, watches, necklaces, bracelets, coins, you name it. But no Torah. Aaron jumped up from the second chest and said, "Where is the Torah?" Kneeling down, digging through the first chest, I just shook my head. He screamed outside, "Where is the Torah?" The men on the ground looked at him, confused. He leapt down and slapped the closest in the face. "The Torah, where is it?" The man clearly had no idea. I heard the first whiff of a siren on the air and said, "We need to go." "No." He turned to the man and repeated the question. He got the same response. I said, "We need to go." Without waiting on the answer, I jumped out, calling Jennifer on the radio. "Coco, Exville, dry hole." She said, "Dry hole?" Shoshana started moving toward me. I said, "Carrie, get your ass out of here." Jennifer grabbed her arm, and they went to the mopeds they'd stashed. I turned back to the car and said, "Aaron." He nodded. Knuckles was already on his mighty steed, looking ridiculous, waiting on me. To Aaron, I said, "Sorry, man. It's not here, and these guys don't know anything about it. They're just hired transport. We need to regroup. Drop the note and let's go." Aaron nodded again, still struggling with the fact that we were leaving empty-handed. He stalked over to the man on the ground and laid an envelope on his back, then leaned into his ear, whispering, "You are delivering the last vestiges of dead men. The man you work for is stealing the heritage of those murdered by Nazis. Something I would think you would understand in this city." The contents of the envelope described exactly what was contained in the chest, preventing the armored car from delivering its goods once the police arrived, and hopefully causing absolute chaos on the follow-on investigation. I mean, really, who hits an armored car and then leaves the juicy proceeds behind? We kicked the mopeds into gear and threaded our way out, retracing the steps the armored car had taken, then splitting up into ones and twos, using exits that were blocked to cars, running out of the rat maze of streets. An hour later, we were back in the hotel. The rental mopeds turned in. I entered the lobby alone and called Jennifer, saying, "Who are we waiting on?" "You. Everyone else is here." "In the lounge?" "Yup. Come on up." "Okay, on the way." I started to hang up and heard, "Pike, you still there?" "Yeah, what's up?" "Shoshana is acting weird. She was asking me all kinds of questions while we waited on the truck. I don't know what's going on with her." "She talked to me. I'll tell you about it later." "Okay, just wanted to give you a warning." "About what?" "I think she slept with Aaron." Great. Can't wait to see this shit show in action, I thought. I exited on the business lounge floor, told the lady at the desk my room number, Jennifer's number, then wound to the back, finding the team sitting on the same couches we'd used to plan the mission. Shoshana was curled up next to Aaron like a cat. Aaron was studiously ignoring her, typing on a laptop. Jennifer and Knuckles were across from them, on another couch. Jennifer smiled at me, flicked her eyes at Shoshana, then raised her eyebrows as if to say, "What's going on with her?" I looked at the seating. I had the choice of sitting next to Shoshana or squeezing in beside Jennifer. Wasn't much of a decision. I sat down, pushing Jennifer aside, and she pinched my hip with her hand, her curiosity about Shoshana getting the better of her. For his part, Knuckles just handed me a Stella, saying, "Win some, lose some." He could care less what was going on with the Israelis. To Aaron, I said, So, what's the story? He looked up from the computer and Shoshana uncoiled, just like a cat stretching, then leaned back, putting her weight on Aaron. He glared at her and shifted left, then said, Mossad thinks Mikhail has the Torah. From what we've gleaned, we think it's his payment for the mission. I said, that's not the story I'm talking about. He said, what do you mean? Shoshana looked at me, eyes bright, and said, are you making fun of me, like Knuckles does with Jennifer? And it became clear. She wanted the attention. She wanted the feeling of being normal, not realizing that Knuckles making fun of my relationship with Jennifer was about as far from the ordinary world as possible. People in normal careers didn't have an issue with a simple relationship between a man and a woman. But she had never seen it. Then it hit home why she could even claim that status. Jennifer was right. I said, holy shit, you guys are... Shoshana waited on me to say it. I couldn't. Jennifer had her hand to her mouth. Aaron said, can we talk about the damn mission? Shoshana said, you sound just like Pike. I've heard that 100 times whenever anyone brings up Jennifer. She was happy as a clam, pretending that she'd become some twisted alternate universe version of Jennifer and I. He glared at her, and Knuckles said, this is borderline schizophrenic. Shoshana, you have some mean skills, but you are without a doubt the craziest person I've ever operated with. And the real Shoshana finally returned, the dark angel flaring out at his attempt to puncture her fantasy. She locked eyes with Knuckles, the fake relaxation gone, as if it were nothing more than a veneer of paint, her face now reflecting a penchant for violence that was all too real. She hissed, you know nothing about me, but if you'd like to learn, I'm willing to teach you. I held up my hands and said, whoa, come on. She leaned back into Aaron and said, get a hold of your teammate, he needs to learn some manners. I locked eyes with her and said, okay, everyone take a break. No more talking about shit that has nothing to do with the mission. Her eyes on mine, she nodded slightly, letting the moment pass. I said, Aaron, what do you have? Nothing more than I told you. Mossad thinks Mikhail has a buyer in Vienna for the Torah, but we don't know where he is, or more important, where the Torah is. So we're done here? Time to go home and call it? Looks that way. For the Torah mission, at least. I'd really like to shove that thing up his ass. I saw Shoshana squeeze his hand, and knew it had nothing to do with her newfound attempts at a relationship. She despised Mikhail with a visceral hatred of a level that I had only seen once before, when it was me doing the hating. It was molten and dangerous, and she deserved to lance that boil, much like I had done. I said, well, you want to chase him? We're still available. Aaron glanced at Shoshana, then at me. I said, what? Shoshana said, I want you to find the Torah. I want you and Jennifer to help me destroy that thing that possesses it. She flickered her head at Knuckles and said, maybe even with the man-whore. But I won't ask you to do it. The Torah must wait. But maybe Mikhail won't have to. Why? Aaron said, I received the translation from Mossad. They charged nothing and are screaming for why I asked for it. Because? Because it's not good. Shoshana thinks you're right, and so does the Mossad. Someone's pushing the United States and Russia into a war, and Mikhail is at the center of it. I said, you're kidding me. Shoshana said, no, he's not. You felt it, and it's true. You have the gift. Jesus, not this again. What exactly does it say? Too much to talk about. I'll give it to you. But when I do, you've got to protect how you received it. When you read it, you'll see that war is about to erupt in Europe. I said, I can do that, but I have to send it forward. You know that. I do, and so does the Mossad. It scared them. They can't do anything but... But what? They've insinuated that we should help. I said nothing, and he rapidly continued. It's your call, of course, but if the mighty United States could use our skills, we're here. Why? Because a world war in Europe is definitely against Israeli interests. Nothing more. I looked at Shoshana and she said, "Because we believe in you, dummy. You helped us, and we want to help you." Aaron went out of his way to get approval. Don't try to read into this. I broke into a grin, liking the statement, liking Shoshana turning back into Shoshana. I knew she was the one who had convinced Aaron, and it made all the difference. She was the Pumpkin King, even if she wouldn't admit it. But I saw my chance to tweak her finally. I said, "Really? Did all this become clear before or after you closed the door to Aaron's room?" I wasn't sure what to expect, but what I got would have rated as the last thing on the list. The fake emotion vanished. The pretense of projecting a relationship disappeared like smoke. She put her hand on Aaron's, projecting a sincerity as clean as new-fallen snow. She said, "No, Nephilim. You are my brother, nothing more. You are not my touchstone." Jennifer nodded her head in approval and said, "Maybe we don't need to talk after all."
Chapter 41. President Hannister said, "Okay, Kurt, you got us here early. We only have 15 minutes before the rest of the national security folks arrive. What's up?" Kurt said, "I'd rather wait until the Secretary of Defense gets here, so I don't have to repeat myself." Kerry Bostwick, the director of the CIA, pointed at Alexander Palmer and said, "National Security Advisor, SecDef, being the President, if I didn't know any better, I'd say you're bringing back the principles of the Oversight Council. All that's missing is the Secretary of State." Kurt said, "He's dead, and that's exactly what I'm doing. I have some information, but it's task force. I need to get it in front of folks red on before the rest get here." Palmer said, "The Oversight Council is defunct right now. Terrorism has taken a back seat to the problems in Europe." He turned to the president and said, "Sir, we don't have time for political games here. Kurt's obviously trying to get his unit back in play." Then the full measure of what Kirk had said sank in. Palmer said, "And what the hell do you mean you have task force information? They're supposed to be inactive as well." Kurt said, "It's not purely task force, but it has everything to do with what's going on in Europe." Before anyone could ask another question, Secretary of Defense Mark Oglethorpe entered the Oval Office. He said, "What's a fire? I've got an assault into Fortress Europe to deal with." President Hannister said, "Kurt?" Kurt laid a slim manila folder on the table and said, "This is a report from the Mossad, gleaned by Pike Logan. Bottom line, a Russian Jew named Simon Migunov is manipulating events to force a war between Russia and NATO." The group of men were speechless. President Hannister found his voice first. "You mean an individual man is about to cause World War III, not Russia? How?" "A little of both, actually. Mossad believes the Belarus attack was instigated by Putin, using Simon as a cutout. Their assessment is he wanted to take Belarus as a fait accompli, but then President Warren was killed. According to the intercepts Pike got, the same team was responsible for both, and they believe they're working for Putin, but they're not. At least not anymore. And they have another attack planned, location unknown." "Why?" "Simon's the head of a huge organized crime syndicate. He's also on our top 10 FBI list. He was in jail for over a year based on the whim of Putin. We think he's using Putin's own assets to get him overthrown or destroyed. Maybe it's self-preservation, maybe a vendetta. Maybe he's just crazy. We don't know why, but it's real." Kerry had the file in his hand and had read the first sheet. "This transcript doesn't say any of that. It's one guy bitching about killing the president and how he was told it was NATO aircraft. and the other guy saying he did good and Putin would be proud. The first guy is agitated, wanting out of the whole thing. The second convinces him to continue, and I quote, "for the motherland." Everything here shows it to be in Putin's hands. He set the page down and said, "Where is Mossad getting what you say?" Kurt said, "Actually, it's Pike. Read the second transcript. That's a man named Mikhail, an ex-Mossad operative talking to Simon. It's compelling, and it's straight from Pike Logan." Kerry did so, then said, "Jesus." Alexander Palmer took the pages, scanned them, and said, "There's no smoking gun here." President Hannister said, "Kerry, what do you see?" Kerry took the pages back and said, "One paragraph, Mikhail to Simon. I don't know about that. The firestorm you're stirring up may protect you from Putin, but it won't from the devastation of another world war. You should take a look at the pictures of Warsaw from the 40s, then try to figure out where you'd spend your gold in that destruction." He looked up and said, "Mikhail is not happy with the path they're taking, and it's clearly not the path Putin wants." "It's not Putin's doing," Hannister said. "But why? Why on earth would they want a war?" Kerry said, "Because of the next sentence from Simon. Let me worry about that. The Americans will quit if there is a coup. I know them. They aren't the Nazis." "Simon wants a coup, and he's using us to get it." Palmer said, "This is ridiculous. Let's take it to NATO and get everyone to stand down. We're about to go to war over nothing." The SecDef said, "We can't just take it to NATO. They're going nuts right now. Yeah, we have a big chair at the table, but Putin is moving into Belarus as we speak. Poland is mobilizing because of it, and the NATO Rapid Reaction Force is deploying, a brigade under the command of Spain. We can't tell them to stand down. The threat is real, and we're bound to support them." President Hannister said, "Russia is going into Belarus? When did that happen?" "Sir, it's starting now. The president of Belarus chose sides. He picked Putin. He's invited him in. My guess is he'll start stacking up against the border of Lithuania and Poland, protecting his ability to get to the Kaliningrad Oblast and the Black Sea, and isolate the Baltic states. He's preparing for a fight. Jesus Christ." Nobody said anything for a moment. Kurt took the silence as an opening. "Sir, if you read the transcript, it shows they have another attack planned. Whoever these guys are, they're following someone else's lead and are going to do what they're told. Right now, we're on a tripwire, and if that attack occurs, we're going to lose the ability to stop the forward momentum. We're going to war." Hannister said, "Putin is already moving. He's moving because he's posturing. He doesn't want a war any more than we do. Only Simon wants the war. Putin's just getting ready for the punch, like a guy holding an arm over his face. We can't give anyone a reason to throw that punch." Palmer said, "Sir, we need to call off the show of strength. This is getting out of control. We don't want to force in there. If someone else lights the fuse, they'll be surrounded and massacred." Hannister said, "Where do we stand with that?" Oglethorpe said, "Sir, we can stop the assault, but we already have men on the ground. We conducted a halo operation both at the airfield and the crash site. Pathfinder teams are on the ground right now, and their exfil platform is the follow-on force." Hannister looked stricken. He said, "You only briefed me about this 6 hours ago. It's already in motion?" "Sir, it was in motion once you gave me the word to execute." Kurt exhaled and said, "So we're committed." Palmer said, "Wait, what's the plan? I thought you guys were going to drive in. This wasn't supposed to happen for another day, with our ability to pull out at any time." A simple show of force. Chapter 42. Mark Oglethorpe said, "No. I was given the mission to secure the crash site, and my team decided the easiest way was to project force directly to the area. Driving and waiting to get shot at was not the optimum solution." "What does that mean?" Oglethorpe turned to Palmer and said, "It means I briefed the President of the United States. Sorry if you were getting a latte." Palmer turned to Hannister and said, "Sir, I can't help you if you don't include me." Oglethorpe said, "He included you in the conversation on Marine One when the decision was made." Hannister said, "The Joint Chiefs had little time. Mark asked for a special session. He needed to get things moving, and they briefed me because I had to get the State Department to notify the Russians. I had no idea it would happen this quickly." Palmer said, "You mean he briefed you on a plan that was already in motion? Getting permission after the fact?" He turned to the Secretary of Defense and said, "Did you really use his lack of experience to get what you wanted? No way could you get someone on the ground that quickly after you got permission." Oglethorpe leaned into Palmer and said, "I had my orders, and you agreed to them. I was just getting final approval for the plan. And yes, it was already in motion." "So what's Russia going to do when NATO invades the Ukraine? Did you think of that?" Oglethorpe said, "It's not about NATO. It's all about the crash site. Humanitarian show of force, remember? No ally fingerprints are on it at all. It's purely American, as the Commander-in-Chief ordered. NATO is aware, but not involved at all. And the Russians are being alerted that we're coming." Kurt saw the fracture occurring in the command team of the United States. Hannister was unused to the power he wielded, and it was showing. Kurt knew he had to short-circuit the schism before it devolved into personality clashes. "Sir, you gave the command. We need to see it through." Who was, he looked at Palmer, and who wasn't read onto the plan is irrelevant now. Let's deal with the facts. Churlishly, Palmer said, "Okay, what are the facts?" Oglethorpe said, "After analysis, securing the launch site for the missiles was deemed irrelevant. The launcher is gone, as are the bodies. That left the crash site. Trying to get armor there would telegraph our intentions and only allow the enemy to prepare if they so desired. We decided a vertical envelopment was the way to go." Palmer said, "What the hell does that mean?" Kurt smiled, nodding at the Secretary of Defense. "Airborne operation." "That's pretty ballsy." Palmer said, "You're parachuting in? Why?" "We can't sustain a force that far from friendly lines. We needed a lodgment. We found an airfield near Severodonetsk. It's been in and out of Ukrainian hands, but was close enough to the crash site to allow us to use it as a lily pad for further operations." "So you're going to seize the airfield? And then what?" "Simultaneously, we're going to seize the crash site. 2 battalions of the 82nd Airborne are preparing to jump right now, but they only have light arms. Our orders were to make a statement, but not get anyone killed. So that requires firepower, which will be coming from the airfield 20 kilometers away instead of 2,000. The Rangers' 1st Battalion will seize the airfield. The 1st Stryker Brigade, 4th Infantry Division, will flow in and reinforce the 82nd. And the heavy armor from the Marines' Black Sea Rotational Force will arrive overland in 24 hours in case anyone wants to test us." Hannister addressed the Secretary of Defense. "Given this new information, should we hold off?" Oglethorpe said, "Sir, as I have said, I have Pathfinder teams on the ground right now. They dropped out of an aircraft from 30,000 feet. The only way back to us is with their feet. They can do it, but you're risking them being compromised on the move and paraded on television." They'll be just as big of a catalyst as anything else. Palmer said, "So you've committed us to a course of action we can't extract from? What were you thinking?" Kurt had heard enough. "He's executing United States policy with the least projected casualties as ordered by the Commander-in-Chief. I wasn't there, but I believe you were." Palmer said nothing. Kurt continued, "Sir, what's happening at the crash site is fine. But we're putting our guys in a fire sack if something else triggers a fight. It was a good decision at the time, when we were dealing with just Russia. But now we're not." Hannister looked slightly lost. Okay. I have to convene a national security meeting in 5 minutes. What do I say? What's the recommendation?" Palmer said, "Call it off before we're further committed." Oglethorpe bristled, but Kurt beat him to the punch. "We're already committed. Do you think the team on the ground's life is less valuable than the ones flowing in? Jesus! Listen to yourself." He turned to the president and said, "You can't shut down the operation now, nor should you. That decision was correct. We need to show American resolve. This thing is in motion, and we need to manage it. Running now, based on what we know, will do nothing, because Putin doesn't have the same information. He'll see weakness, and so will our allies, especially after you've informed him we were coming." Palmer said, "We're about to put thousands of soldiers in the heart of Russian defenses. We go to war because someone else triggers, and they're all dead. You want that?" "No, of course not. We just need to mitigate the risk." Hannister, grasping at any hope he could, said, "How? What can I possibly do? We have nothing but a report of an attack." Kurt said, "We have more than that. We have Pike Logan." Palmer's eyes popped open, and he raised a hand, about to go on a tirade. Kurt cut him off. "I asked for you men for a reason. The Oversight Council is defunct, but you were all members. Pike found the thread of the attack, and Pike could stop it. Let the task force loose. Let me execute what it was designed for." Hannister said nothing, looking at his circle of advisors, waiting on an opinion. Carey said, "Given the options, it certainly couldn't hurt. We go to war. I doubt anyone's going to give a shit about that lunatic running around." Oglethorpe smiled and winked at Kurt. He said, "That lunatic usually ends up fixing things. My assault force is in the air. My vote is, let him loose." Hannister said, "What do you need?" "I need the task force reinstated. I need command authority to execute an Omega operation. I need the ability to help you." President Hannister said, "You have it." Kurt smiled and said, "Thank you, sir. Gotta go. I have some work to do." Kurt turned to leave, but Oglethorpe caught his arm. "I wasn't kidding about the force in the air. They'll hit the ground in less than 2 hours, and Palmer's right. They can handle anything thrown at them from the rebel side. But if Russia sees them as a threat, if something triggers a fight, they're all dead." Kurt let a wolf smile slip out and said, "I understand. I wasn't kidding about Pike either. You do what you do best. Leave the rest to him." Chapter 43. The MC-130 Combat Talon's Nap of the Earth flight was making Private First Class Joe Meglin airsick, but he would literally rather kill himself than admit it to anyone. The flight wasn't that long, and he was sure he could hold his stomach in check until they landed. The interior was blacked out, the only illumination coming from pinprick LEDs, giving just enough light for him to barely make out the men to his left and right. He rolled his head around, taking deep breaths, and saw movement across the hull of the aircraft. where he knew the battalion command team was seated. Something was up. The word traveled left and right from their position, flowing out like ripples in a pond. He wondered what rock had been thrown to stir up the ripples. The loadmaster crouched next to the last man on their side, then came over to his side, shouting in his squad leader's ear. The squad leader nodded and leaned into Joe. "Runway's fouled. We're jumping 500 feet. The words didn't make sense at first, because that wasn't the plan. Jumping was just a contingency that he'd been told had little chance of happening, even as he was rigging up into his parachute. The airport was supposed to be in Ukrainian hands, friendly hands. If the runway was fouled, didn't that mean... The squad leader smacked his Mitch helmet and said, "Pass it down, dumbass. We don't have a lot of time." He did so, his earlier air sickness completely forgotten as his sphincter tightened into a knot. A second thought entered his head. He was on the runway clearing team. If the runway was fouled, he was going to work, and he had no idea what that meant. While an airfield seizure sounded pretty much like any other assault, it wasn't. Like a hostage rescue mission, it was an orchestra of violence, with specific objectives that had to be accomplished in a minimum amount of time. The RCT, his platoon, was a unique element that trained and practiced to ensure that the runway was serviceable within 30 minutes of the first parachute splitting the sky. While others jumped out with the job of clearing objectives or securing key points, his task was arguably the most critical. All the other efforts meant nothing if the planes couldn't land. If he failed, they'll have just attacked and held a worthless piece of terrain. Any infantry unit could do that. Successfully seizing an airfield entailed the airfield functioning when you were done. Everyone in his squad and platoon had practiced the RCT procedures over and over, the command throwing every conceivable contingency at them. Bulldozers, railroad ties, Chevy station wagons, random debris, you name it. The team could hotwire just about anything in existence. And if they couldn't, they knew how to disable the clutch to push obstacles out of the way by brute force. Joe Meglin knew none of this. He'd finished Ranger assessment and selection only 3 weeks prior, just in time for a deployment to Afghanistan. That was what his platoon had focused on, and now he was about to jump into the Black Night over Europe and execute a maneuver he'd never rehearsed. He was jerked out of his thoughts by the right side troop door opening, the wind blasting into the hold, the night sky huge and close. His platoon sergeant began conducting safety checks of the frame, acting as the primary jump master, and it hit home. We're going to jump. The time passed swiftly, and before he knew it, the 6-minute call was made, then the command to get ready. The familiar orders for the airborne operation bringing a sense of normalcy and calm. This was something he knew about. The command for outboard personnel was given, and he staggered upright under the load of his parachute and over 100 pounds of gear slung between his legs. The other commands followed, a monotony of calls until the final one, each like a comforting shout-out from a familiar friend. Meglin following along with every other shooter on the plane. A familiar blanket reminding him he was just one bit on the cog of the finest light infantry force on God's green earth. Hook up. Check static lines. Check equipment. Sound off for equipment check. The man to his rear slapped his thigh, screaming, "Okay!" And he did the same to his squad leader. The squad leader relayed to the jump master, and they waited on the 1-minute warning. His squad leader turned back, knowing Meglin was adrift. He shouted, "Just find the rally point, then listen to whoever's there. Monkey see, monkey do. It's easy. We'll handle the hard stuff." Meglin nodded, relieved, then shouted, "Will this count as a combat jump?" His squad leader laughed and turned around without answering, disappointing Meglin. In his mind, if he was jumping into the unknown, he deserved credit for it. And, while no ranger would ever admit it, Every one of them coveted the small mustard stain on their jump wings, signifying a combat jump. This operation was a little half and half, though. No declaration of hostilities, and no firm knowledge if anything below were actually hostile. The 1-minute warning came and went, then the jumpmaster gave the final electrifying command. "Stand in the door!" And the snake of jumpers shuffled forward. Meglin second in the stick, mashed together like cattle in a car, his squad leader facing the open maw of the night. Meglin kept his eyes glued to the red light above the door, willing it to go green. This was the worst for him, the waiting, the adrenaline coursing through his body, making him feel like he was going to explode. Come on, come on, come on! And it did. He saw the light turn green, then heard, "Go!" and his squad leader disappeared into the night. He slapped his static line at the jumpmaster and forcefully exited, feeling the wind tear into him, counting out loud, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000. His groin was snatched upward, his canopy blossoming over his head, the silence now deafening. He barely had time to check his airspace for other jumpers before he saw the ground rushing up. He dropped his ruck on its lowering line a second before it hit, then slammed into the ground, performing a pathetic landing fall. He rapidly shucked his chute and put his M4 into operation, lowering his night observation goggles and scanning for the hordes of enemy he expected to find. He saw nothing but parachutes landing all around, and Air Force combat controllers zipping left and right on mini-bikes that had been parachuted in, each with a predetermined mission that belied the chaos. He de-rigged his ruck, threw it on his back, and began jogging to the rally point, located at the juncture where the taxiway met the actual runway. He arrived to find his squad leader had beaten him there, and was relieved he wouldn't be working with a team he didn't even know. 4 other members of the squad approached at the same time, and the squad leader said, "C Company and the command group have linked up with Ukrainian military in the terminal. They're coordinating for help in clearing the tarmac, but we're not waiting. Let's go, straight down the runway. We're eating into our 30. From there, it became almost boring. As he had no specific skills to apply, he pulled security while the others hot-wired the vehicles, sabotaging the runway, watching them drive away before leapfrogging to the next obstacle. Occasionally, he was ordered to help push a baggage cart out of the landing path, but it was feeling routine, like an exercise. And then he heard the sound of guns in the distance. 300 meters away on the northern corner, someone was shooting. He heard the thump of a 203 grenade, saw tracers arcing into the sky. Then the AC-130 Spectre gunship lit up the night, appearing exactly like a hose spraying fire on the ground. The 20-millimeter Gatling cannon began its destruction, cycling 6,000 rounds a minute. The 1 in 6 tracers looked like a continuous stream, the rounds coming out so fast that the human eye couldn't separate them. The pummeling began, and a giant fuel-air explosion at the receiving end whited out Meglin's NODs. The entire squad froze what they were doing, looking in the distance. Jesus Christ, what the fuck was that? Chapter 44. Meglin waited for his headset to explode, but no reporting came through. Whoever was fighting wasn't a part of his element, and they weren't on his net. The squad leader listened for a moment, having the privileged rank to hear both the internal and command net. He said, "Roger all, still clearing," then said to his team, "Come on, the longer we fuck around, the longer it'll take to get some firepower in here." They raced down the runway toward the last airport tractor, a baggage cart hooked behind it and straddling the tarmac. Meglin's team leader said, "What's happening?" "Somebody tried to penetrate the perimeter with a technical. B Company smoked them." They reached the tractor and the squad leader said, "Meglin, a vehicle may have flanked them, avoiding a fight. There's too much motion around here for the AC to pinpoint friendly from enemy. Keep your eyes out. But for fuck's sake, discriminate. Last thing we need is for you to smoke a bunch of Ukrainian military coming out to help." Meglin nodded, thinking, "How will I tell the difference?" He took a knee and faced down the tarmac toward the north. The chaos still swirled, parachutes falling from the sky, everything painted an eerie green in his NODs. He caught movement dimly 100 meters away. It was a truck racing down the tarmac toward them. He shouted, "Contact! Vehicle inbound!" One of his teammates looked up and said, "It's the Ukrainians. Hold your fire." "Why are their headlights off?" His squad leader, furiously working to hotwire the tractor, failed to hear the discussion. He cursed at the man above him. "Get the damn light on here." Meglin watched the truck approach, coming close enough to see camouflage uniforms in the cab. He kept his weapon on them, but waved his offhand, trying to get them to see him with the lack of night vision. Trying to show he was friendly, he shouted, "It's still approaching." Working on the stranded vehicle, nobody heard him. The tractor finally fired up, and the squad leader rose from under the footwell just as the pickup truck came within 30 feet. Meglin saw two people rise from the bed, bringing rifles to bear over the cab, aimed at his team. Later, he would say it seemed to happen in slow motion, and that he was sure he wouldn't be quick enough. But he was. He rose, his entire world coalescing on the green dot in his sight. He saw the men in the cab screaming, their muzzles beginning to flash, then felt the rounds popping by his head. He ignored it all, focusing on the little green dot, the center of his world. He began firing controlled pairs, just as he'd been drilled in RASP. 1, 2, shift. 1, 2, shift to the driver. 1, 2, shift to the passenger. 1, 2. He scanned for another target and found none. The vehicle rolled past them, one man hanging over the side, his fingers still in the trigger guard, the AK-47 dragging along the ground. Meglin tracked the truck with his rifle as it went past, looking for another threat and letting out his pent-up breath. The quiet returned, and the squad leader started reporting the contact, telling the command team to get a friend or foe signal on the Ukrainians. They searched the truck, moving it off the tarmac, confirming it wasn't the Ukrainian military, and confirming Meglin's skills. They returned to the tractor, the squad leader putting it into gear, saying, "Good shooting." Nothing more, but it meant the world to Meglin. Meglin nodded, and the tractor rolled past him off the runway, the squad leader shouting as it rolled by, "Looks like you got your combat jump." They returned to the rally point, and the word had already spread. Meglin had killed 4 men with 4 controlled pairs, never missing, even as the men were shooting at him from a moving platform. It should have been something to revel in, but the airborne assault was continuing, and he had a job to do, with his squad leader shouting at him to get off his ass and pick up security. He did so, and the platoon leader called runway clear. The first of the Ranger follow-on force landed, a C-17 full of motocross bikes and RSOVs, a Mad Max-looking vehicle based on the Land Rover and bristling with guns. They drove off, reinforcing the perimeter, and the assault continued, with wave after wave landing. They'd made their 30 minutes. An hour later, the first C-17 with the strikers from the 4th ID arrived, the 8-wheeled armored vehicles rolling off the ramp and into the night. The chaos subsided, and the airfield took on the characteristics of a peaceful one, with aircraft after aircraft landing and disgorging its cargo. The 1st Stryker Company rallied up their armored vehicles and headed off into the night to link up with the 82nd Airborne. Meglin had no idea how that jump had gone, but assumed it was on track, as nobody appeared to be flustered. He sat in the dark, covering his sector, thinking about the men he'd killed. Happy that he had done so, but thinking nonetheless. Killing a man will do that. He watched the armor rolling off one aircraft after another, and felt no further fear. If all they had were pickups with AKs, the enemy didn't stand a chance. He gave not a thought to the divisions of tanks and artillery a mere 45 kilometers away, across the Russian border. But they were thinking about him. Chapter 45. Mikhail entered the spacious home to find Simon in the living room, 2 of his 5 bodyguards/manservants bringing luggage from the upstairs bedroom. "You're leaving?" "Of course. I'd be an idiot to remain." "My man won't talk. He's already on the run. I have him in a safe house where the police won't find him." "You sure of that? He'll give up his entire business for you? Or will he turn you in, playing the unsuspecting friend who was just helping out?" "He won't turn me in, and even if he does, it won't lead to you." "Did he know what was in the crate? Did you tell him?" "No, of course not. He thought he was helping with an official Mossad matter. He doesn't know I no longer work for them. He'll keep quiet for the state of Israel. But now he's learned it was gold from victims of the Holocaust, something the state of Israel would never hide." "What's his history? Do you even know?" Mikhail hesitated, the thought having never occurred to him. Simon continued, "What if he lost family during that time? What if he was personally affected? Is he sitting at that safe house wondering if his grandmother's wedding ring was in that crate? How long will he choose you over that?" Mikhail nodded, saying, "Good point. I'll take care of it." Simon said, "Money won't work for this. He might be a Jewish diamond merchant, but this will transcend anything money can buy." "I said I'd take care of it. I won't be using money." Simon nodded and said, "Don't leave any evidence on the body." Mikhail said, "Unlike him, you forget where I used to work." Simon smiled and said, "Any way to get other valuables from his building? At least get something out of this disaster?" "No, I'm not going anywhere near that place ever again." "So you are the only one who makes money out of this?" "Don't go there. The Torah was agreed upon before any of this happened. It's simply my fee." "Yes, I paid you for a service, and that service didn't occur." "Don't blame me for the loss. What else did you want? The Israeli team had an armored car. If they were willing to do that, they would have been willing to do anything. I still can't believe they didn't take the crate themselves. It matters little that they left it alone. My gold is still lost." "True, but don't forget, I'm the one headed to Poland to meet up with your uranium source. I'm the one setting those night wolves' nut jobs loose." "Yes, that is certainly worth something." "How much can you get for the Torah?" "I'm not sure. I have a buyer in Vienna, but we're still negotiating." "Maybe 50,000 euros, maybe more." Simon walked to the front door, saying, "A lot of money I'm paying for getting so little in return." His security held open the door, and they walked into the front portico, the security man loading his luggage into a black Mercedes. Mikhail said, "You're getting your damn war. You're getting Putin overthrown." "I'd say the Torah is a damn bargain for all that," Simon said. "I believe I deserve a little refund. A small insurance payout, if you will." Mikhail said, "I suppose that's not a request, is it?" Simon shook his head. "What if I refuse to meet your contact instead?" "Then I'd politely ask for the Torah right now. But you don't want to do that, do you?" The implied threat hung in the air, neither man voicing it. Mikhail sighed and held up his hands. Okay, look, the Torah is in Vienna. I don't have it here. I couldn't hand it over even if I wanted. We can haggle over the refund later. I'll call you when I get there and retrieve it. Conveniently, Vienna is exactly where I'm headed. I told you I'll handle the diamond merchant. You don't have to leave now." "Oh, yes, I do. Have you seen what the United States is doing?" I need a buffer country between me and the fault line. I saw, but they're just recovering their dead. Right now, yes. But they won't be in a few days, will they? No, I suppose not. When you go, I want you to take some security with you. He pointed at two of his men, saying, Pavel and Adam will travel with you. Why? Let's just say I don't trust my contact as much as I should. He wants the money, but he's also connected to the Russian machine. Great. Anything goes wrong with that meeting, and it'll lower your refund. Simon laughed and said, I understand, but I don't doubt your skills. When do you leave? Tonight, taking a late train. I have to see a diamond merchant first. Simon said, Be sure and tell him I said hello.
Chapter 46. Sitting in the same spot I'd been in a day before, I saw the front door open and keyed my mic. Get ready, they're coming out. Jennifer came over the radio. Drone's airborne. Be there in 4 seconds. I watched my screen, trying to see if I could find the UAV in the air above the entrance. I could not. Off the radio, I said, Those things are pretty good. Shoshana said, Yes, better than the junk from your agency. I laughed and said, Yeah, I have to admit, you guys have been on top of that lately. For early warning, we'd parked a car with a simple lipstick camera hidden in the dash down the road from the front entrance of Simone's place. Then had staged Jennifer and Aaron at their same location from earlier, ready to launch the drone. The lip-reading software wasn't that critical this time, because all we were doing was building a target package, but it couldn't hurt to use it. I hoped to hit the place either late tonight or tomorrow. We had the floor plan of the target thanks to the Mossad, but we needed to see the security. A floor plan couldn't kill us. Shoshana said, I shouldn't be driving on the mission. You need me inside. Staring at the lipstick camera feed, I said, Someone's got to drive the vehicle. I have a team coming in. People I've worked with for a long time. Aaron is doing nothing but pulling security as well. Don't get all insulted here. Your team hasn't studied the floor plan. Your team hasn't even set foot on the continent yet. They'll be here soon enough. This target isn't designated a hostile force. I can't afford someone killing in there just because they want to. So you don't trust me. I said, Aaron doesn't trust you. Let it go. I told you I wouldn't kill again. I can disable anyone in that place without killing. I'm who you need. Yeah. I love the new Shoshana right up until the old one shows up. You find Mikhail inside and he's dead. I'm not stupid. She got a funny look on her face and said, I wouldn't kill him. I said, What did he do to you? She said, Nothing. I don't want to talk about it. Come on, I'm your brother, remember? Nobody else is here. What happened? I saw sadness on her face, a deep, deep cut. She said, He was the master, I was the slave. He nearly destroyed me. What the hell does that mean, I thought. She reminded me of a child soldier getting reintegrated back into society after the horrific acts he'd been forced to do. She needed a psychiatrist, not my analysis. I said, Okay, well, I only want the Pumpkin King when I ask, not when your emotion gets the better of you. She smiled and said, I told you I'm not the Pumpkin King. I'll never be that. Man, she can get under my skin, I thought. I said, Yes, you will. If I ask for the Pumpkin King, I expect to get it. Do you understand what I'm saying? I can't have this peacenik shit here. She looked as if she were depressed at my words. Sad for me. I exploded. Look, I don't know what the hell is going on with you, but I need your skills. I'm going to ask, and you'd better produce. Otherwise, you two strap hangers can get on the first plane back to Israel. Is that understood? She said nothing. I said, Is that understood? She said, Yes, Nephilim. If you need me, I will be there. I exhaled and said, What is going on with you? She said, Nothing. Or maybe everything. God almighty, I thought. In retrospect, I should have cut her then and there, but fate interrupted as it always did. Jennifer came through our radio saying, "We have a problem. Simone's leaving the building with suitcases. Talking on the front porch. I'll give you the feed as soon as it's done. But my bet is an assault will not happen tonight." Shit, I thought. I'd sent the original transcript from our surveillance to Kurt a day ago, not expecting much, and I'll be damned if my boss hadn't opened up the world to me. I knew what the message said, but had little hope with the way politics worked in America, that it would have made a blip on the radar given the situation in Ukraine right now. I should have realized that even our dysfunctional government could discern the connections every once in a while. The United States had launched a bold airborne operation to recover the dead from Air Force One, and in doing so, had put thousands of men within striking range of the Great Russian Bear. NATO was going haywire, with rapid reaction forces deploying to Poland, and because of it, Belarus had invited in Russian forces, who were currently streaming to the border near Kaliningrad. The Baltic states were trembling in their boots, scared to death that nobody in NATO was strong enough to prevent a takeover, should Russia so choose. It had become a dangerous world that only needed one little spark. Simone and Mikhail were hell-bent on providing it, for reasons still unknown, and I'd been given unusual leeway to disrupt whatever they were plotting. The remnants of the Oversight Council had agreed to give me blanket Omega authority, something that had never before happened. Ordinarily, I had to specifically detail what I intended to do before I got approval to execute. This time, the only caveat was no DOA authority, which simply meant I couldn't just kill both of them with a sniper rifle. I asked for 3 things. 1, the rest of my team. 2, the Rockstar bird with a complete package. And 3, the initiation of Task Force reachback assets, such as our Computer Network Operations Cell and Intelligence Fusion Center. Kurt had readily agreed, but told me only 2 of my men were available. Apparently the third, Brett Thorpe, a CIA paramilitary officer, had already been deployed to Europe with the CIA. They'd wasted no time with the task force stand-down and had sucked him right up. The other 2, Retro and Veep, were flying over on a specially configured Gulfstream G650, just like the Rockstars flew. While the aircraft looked normal enough, packed inside it were a myriad of different intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance capabilities, along with a complete small arms arsenal hidden in its walls. The Mossad kit had been pretty good, but I was looking forward to flinging our capabilities in Shoshana's face, especially since, beyond knives, Shoshana and Aaron had no lethal tools, and the weapons in the Rockstar bird would solve that problem. Finally, Kurt was spinning up the reachback assets, recalling the hackers and intel geeks who'd been shelved along with everyone else in the task force. But I had nothing for them at the moment. My plan had been to capture both men in the target house, either tonight or tomorrow, but it looked like that operation had just hit a snag. Nothing was ever easy. I keyed the radio saying, "You got them on tape? Are they talking?" "Roger, they're chatting on the front portico. I'll shoot you what I have as soon as I can." I watched our feed from the camera hidden in the parked car, seeing the discussion playing out. About a minute later, the 2 shook hands. Simone moved to the black Mercedes that held the luggage, followed by 2 security men. Mikhail waited until Simone was seated before going to the Volkswagen he'd arrived in. Only now, he also had 2 security men. The final bodyguard walked back to the house. I said, "Okay, Coco, Aaron, pick up on Simone. Carrie and I will be right behind you. Knuckles, you provide backup with the camera car when it's clear to approach it. Let Mikhail go." I didn't want to force our luck with Mikhail after our surveillance the previous day. We were more than likely good, but Simone was the ringleader. If we bagged him, we could definitely cause some damage to whatever they'd planned. Jennifer came back. "Pike, I've got the transcript. He's headed to Vienna. You want to track him all the way there? I don't know if he's driving, flying, or what, but we aren't going to locate a bed down here." Well, crap, I thought. Conducting surveillance on him all the way to a different country was a non-starter. No way could we accomplish that with the small team we had. We'd be compromised for sure. "What's Mikhail doing?" "Apparently talking to a diamond merchant, probably the one who held the crate. then taking a train late tonight. Appears he's going to Vienna as well. I asked Shoshana, how many train stations here in Bratislava? Only one, so we can interdict him later, I thought. I got back on the radio. Okay, let them go. Here's the plan. Knuckles and I will stake out the train station, then pick up Mikhail tonight. Coco, Carrie, and Aaron will conduct a B&E on the house, break in and search it for anything related to either the attack or those two knuckleheads. For now, head back to the hotel once they're both clear, and we'll do some detailed planning.
Chapter 47. Mikhail exited the cab, moving slowly to the rear for his luggage, giving him time to survey the entrance to the Bratislava train station. He saw nothing out of the ordinary, the harsh fluorescent light providing plenty of illumination in the night. People coming and going, dragging luggage or buying snacks and coffee at an outdoor kiosk. Nobody paying him any mind. He opened the trunk and handed out carry-on rollers to his new security, telling them to go purchase tickets to Warsaw. He watched them drag the rollerboards inside, paid the cab, then followed. The train station was surprisingly compact, given that it was the only way to catch a train out of the capital of Slovakia. One entrance lobby with a big digital board dictating the next departures, and a single stairwell leading down to the platforms, with hallways left and right to a small snack shop or offices for the various train lines. He looked at the board, saw the time for his train and his decoy, then met the two security men at the ticket counter. "Got first class?" "No. All they had left were 2 sleepers and coach." Mikhail held up the first-class ticket he'd purchased earlier, shook his head, and said, "Too bad. Get ready to sleep with your suitcase. Let's go to the platform." Pavel said, "The train doesn't leave for an hour. Let's go get chow." Mikhail said, "No. There's a reason I want to wait on the platform. I want people to see us." Pavel looked confused, but picked up his suitcase. They went down the stairs, walking under the platforms, until they reached the 5th one. Mikhail started going up, and Pavel said, "Wrong one, boss. Warsaw is platform 6. "I know. This one is going to Austria in 30 minutes. We'll hang out here until it leaves, then pop over to the Warsaw train." "Why?" "Just a precaution. Something that's allowed me to live as long as I have." Mikhail saw Pavel grimace at his partner and didn't fault him. He had no knowledge of tradecraft, no skill at evading anyone. His whole worldview was predicated by a closed fist, something he was well versed in, and something Mikhail would leverage if he had to. He stopped at a bench, placed his rollerboard against it, and sat down, waiting, as he had plenty of times in the past. Most tradecraft involved nothing more than waiting. He thought about the upcoming meeting, tossing around how he would employ his 2 security men. According to Simon, both of them had served in the Russian FSB, the inheritors of the defunct KGB, but neither showed any skill at tradecraft, although they'd shown plenty of skill at pure violence. Earlier, when Mikhail needed to confirm that the diamond merchant had not told the authorities anything, the 2 security men had proven up to the task, surgically taking apart the poor man piece by piece, and showing no qualms about it at all. They were efficient and unemotional, the best combination. But they held little concern for what could happen to them if someone were planning against them. Convinced their strength in the moment would prevent any catastrophe. Mikhail knew better. The team that had hit the armored car was still out there, still tracking, and he understood their skills, having once been a member of an organization that did the exact same thing. The death of the diamond merchant bothered him not at all. It had been grisly, but necessary. just like the deaths he'd caused in the name of a state. Necessary. If he had to take such actions in the future, he would. But it would be better to slip the net with tradecraft rather than violence.
Knuckles said, "So you think she's an issue?" "I don't know," I answered. "This guy Mikhail is bringing out bad things, and she's dealing with it. But she's most definitely not on her A-game." "What, like PTSD?" I hesitated, picking my words carefully. PTSD had a clinical definition that was pretty broad, but meant something specific to men who'd seen combat. "Yeah, I think so. But it's more along the lines of a battered wife or something like that. It's combat-related, but not because of what she's seen or done. It was something that was done to her, against her will." Knuckles nodded and said, "Your call, I trust your judgment. You think she can hack this? I'm with you. Might be the best thing for her. Get her over the hump." "I appreciate it. I just wanted to make you aware. I think she's good for specific tasks, but she can't be involved in any takedown of Mikhail. You know that transcript also talked about the Torah? You think they're really in this to help us?" Before I could respond, we saw a cab pull up and sagged in our seats like a couple of kids hiding from the cops. The passenger door opened and I said, "That's him." Knuckles relayed via cell to the hotel, putting it on speaker and saying, "Target acquired." Aaron came back. "Good to go. We have a couple of hours before we penetrate. Let us know where he's headed and we'll meet you there." I said, "Don't get compromised in there. Find what you can and get out." Jennifer came on. "Pike, we got it. You already approved the plan." Which was true, but it didn't mean I wasn't worried. I glanced out the window, seeing the three men disappear inside. I said, "Okay, we're on the move. Call you in a second." We exited and walked up to the entrance like we were catching a train. I'd worried about following Simone to a different country using automobiles, but in this case, we knew Mikhail was using the rail system. Boarding the same one wouldn't look odd. We could track him for the duration as simple passengers, and when he got off, so would we. Once inside, I paused, glanced at the big board as if I were looking for a train, but really giving Knuckles a chance to clear the area with his eyes. He said, "We're good, they're gone." "What's leaving next?" "Train to Vienna. That's where Simone went. Makes sense. Come on, let's check." We took a right from the board and went into the little snack shop, finding a table near the window. I went to the counter to get a couple of Cokes, letting Knuckles find a seat. By the time I'd returned, he'd located our targets. He stood and said, "Track 5, the train to Vienna. We should get our tickets. It leaves in a few minutes." It took less than 2 minutes to book seats. The ticket counter deserted. We went underground, walked down the tunnel, then exited on platform 5. Going up the stairs, I said, "If they're still standing, just board. Don't pay them any attention." Just as we reached the top, he said, "Do I look like an amateur?" We entered the train, studiously ignoring the party of 3. I moved to the back, taking a seat where I could see them on the platform. We waited, and the time ticked down. 1 minute before we were to leave, they stood up but didn't board. What the hell, I thought. Our train lurched forward. The schedule for departure met, and I saw them go back down the stairs, dragging their luggage with them. They popped out next to a train on platform 6, and I leapt up, slapping my hands to the window, knowing immediately what Mikhail had done. As we pulled away, gathering speed, I'd strained to see the station on the digital display next to the train they were boarding. Warsaw Centralna, leaving at 11 p.m., 30 minutes from now. Chapter 48. We slowly pulled away, and I knew I'd just fallen for the easiest trick in the book, making me feel like a fool. Nothing I could do about it now. Leaping out onto the tracks would only highlight our stupidity. Might as well hold up a neon sign reading, "Okay, you got us," as we jumped. Typical Knuckles, he watched the platforms recede in the distance and said, "Aren't we supposed to be on that train?" I said, "Did you see the station?" "Yeah. Warsaw Central or something like that." Call the task force, get the intel shop working. Figure out where that is and figure out how long it'll take to get there. I called Aaron, really not wanting to admit what had happened. He answered on the second ring. I said, Mikhail pulled a duck on us. We're on a train to Vienna, but he's boarding one that leaves in about 25 minutes to a place called Warszawa Centralna. That's the main train station in Warsaw, Poland. I don't have enough time to get to the station before he rolls. Knuckles said, They're saying Warsaw. I put my hand over the mouthpiece and said, Reroute the Rockstar bird. Get them moving to Warsaw instead of here. I returned to the phone. Okay, change of plans. No more B&E. Meet us at the first place this train stops. I don't know where that is, but you can figure it out. Bring everyone with you. We'll haul ass on the roads and meet Mikhail at the far end. What if he doesn't get off on the far end? What do you mean? That's the train he's on. He used tradecraft on you just to board. What makes you think he won't with his destination? Shit, I thought. He was right. He said, hang on. 5 seconds later, he said, I found the train on the net. The first stop is Kute, about 45 minutes away. I can get there before it arrives. And do what? Insert Jennifer and Shoshana. Then I can run back to you, pick you up, and leapfrog again. We can then just track the train by vehicle, using them as early warning if he leaves it. I liked the plan, with the exception of one thing. I said, no Shoshana. He said, Pike, I wouldn't advise a singleton on this. 2 heads are better than 1, and Shoshana is smart. Inserting Jennifer alone is placing her in danger. Putting Shoshana on that train is asking for danger. You go with Jennifer. Yes, that would be best. But we're on a very tight timeline. I know the highways. I know where your train is stopping and how to get there right now. I know where Kutta is and what roads to take. When I was on Samson, I worked this area enough that it's like the back of my hand. Before I got Shoshana, she spent most of her time in the occupied territories and the Middle East. Over there, I rely on her for navigation. Here, she relies on me. If Shoshana drives, she's going to be using a GPS, which may not get her there in time. Mikhail knows her on sight. Look, that's a problem either way. Quite possibly he knows Jennifer as well. But he's in a sleeper car, I promise. He only travels first class. I was going to place them in the back in the cattle section. All they need to do is keep eyes on who exits the train at the various stops. Most everyone will be taking the train to Warsaw. So the extra stops will be people boarding, not exiting. If he leaves, we'll know it just by watching the platform. Meanwhile, you and I will be shadowing the train. When he exits, we pick up the follow. So my choices are to put her on the train for a long look or use her in a vehicle for a short tether. Is that what you're saying? Yes. Except you 3 will be screaming at a GPS to give you directions. What if she goes nuts? She won't. She won't get close enough to do that. I said, is she standing there? Yes. Put her on. The phone fumbled and I heard, yes, Nephilim. You ready for this? Of course. Okay, listen, closely. No Pumpkin King unless I ask, you understand? No running into the funnel of fire if you see Mikhail. She laughed, putting me at ease. She said, I'll have Coco with me. Don't worry, she won't let me go berserk. Then you guys get moving. You've got a train to catch. Chapter 49. The small train station, more what I'd call a train stop, was deserted at this time of night. So when I saw headlights flash, I stood up. Sure enough, I saw Aaron behind the wheel of a minivan. We'd only been on the train for 20 minutes before we got off, just on the other side of the Danube, now in Austria. I said, "That's what we're going to speed up and down the roads in?" He smiled and said, "Train's only doing about 100 kilometers an hour, and it's stopping a lot. We can do at least 150 in this, and I'll blend in better on the open road. It looks like a service van. Besides, I'm carrying everyone's luggage. I took the passenger seat and Knuckles piled into the back. Aaron wheeled out, riding on surface streets, jigging left, then right, until he hit a 4-lane freeway running parallel to the tracks. I said, "That's it? You're going to run a freeway right next to the tracks? You really think we couldn't figure that out?" He laughed and said, "It'll separate after Kutyn. We'll have to take a different freeway to reach Otrokovica in the Czech Republic. That's the train's next major stop." Knuckles said, "How'd the insertion go?" "Fine, as far as I could tell. I didn't wait around. The train is spending 20 minutes there. Jennifer called after she boarded, saying they had seats that provided visibility outside the train, and the car was pretty much empty. Lights are off to let people sleep. They're okay. She said she'd call when they left." I nodded and said, "How long to get there?" "At speed about 30 minutes to Kutyn. Then another hour to Otrokovica. Hour and 45 minutes max." He had the train schedule up on his tablet, and after looking at it, I said, "That's going to be close." "Yeah, I know. But the train's making 2 stops in between Kutyn and there. I had to take a risk that he wouldn't get off at them, because it's practically nothing more than a concrete slab. Nothing at either stop, and both are still in Slovakia. He's at least crossing the border, or why else take a train?" I tended to agree with him, but it was still going to be close. My phone rang, Jennifer on the other end. "Pike, we just left the station. No issue so far. He didn't get off here. I'll call at each stop one way or the other." I said, "Sounds good. How's Carrie doing?" "Fine. She's bugging me with questions as usual." "Don't give out any secrets." She laughed and said, "I won't," then hung up. We drove in silence for 40 minutes, past Kutyn, then past another small station. I said, "Was that the one the train was supposed to stop at?" Aaron said, "Too dark to tell. Must not have been. They didn't call." I dialed Jennifer's number. It rang for an eternity. Then someone answered. I heard nothing but breathing. I said, "Jennifer?" And the phone went dead. I dialed Shoshana's number, with it going to voicemail. Aaron saw my face and understood that something terrible had happened. I tamped down the human urge to start freaking out, saying to Knuckles, "Keep trying, Jennifer." He heard my voice unnaturally calm and realized we had a situation. To Aaron, I asked, "Did they take in earbuds?" "Yeah, but we don't have the range to use them." "Catch the train before we have to split off the tracks. Get me near that fucker."
Mikhail cracked the window shade of his sleeping car, seeing the train slide into Kuti. He shut it again, then heard a knock on his door. He opened it, seeing Pavel outside. Speaking Russian, Pavel said, "Hey, boss, we never got any dinner. I sent Adam into the station for a sandwich. You want anything?" "What do they have?" Pavel dialed his phone, spoke for a moment, then said, "A bunch of different sandwiches and rolls. He's sending a picture. You can pick what you want from that." The phone dinged, showing a slanted photo of the display case, wraps, subs, and other sandwiches within. Mikhail zoomed in to pick a meal, then froze. Pavel said, "What's wrong?" Mikhail manipulated the screen, dragging it left and zooming in even farther. He held the phone up to Pavel and said, "What do you see?" Pavel stared, confused, valiantly trying to see what the fuss was about. He said, "You want a salami?" Mikhail snarled. "You see the woman in the background? The one at the ticket counter?" "Yes, so?" "She's a fucking Israeli assassin. She's here to kill you. I don't know how they found us, but the Israeli team is here." Pavel looked at Mikhail as if he were losing it. "Hey, she's just buying a ticket. Are you sure?" Mikhail grabbed his ear and twisted, forcing his face into the phone. "You fucking neophyte. She is a killer. I know because I worked with her. I know because I trained her." He let go and said, "Adam stays. Watch what they do. If he has to miss us leaving, he does so. He stays. If they board, we deal with it." Pavel rubbed his ear, shocked at the ferocity. He said, "Okay, okay." Chapter 50. Jennifer took a seat in the back of the last car, Shoshana sitting next to the window and Jennifer on the aisle. They sorted themselves out, then sat in silence until it grew too long. Shoshana said, "Pike doesn't believe in me." Jennifer said, "Yes, he does. He just needs you to execute what he wants." "Is that how you work with him? You do what he says?" Jennifer considered, then said, "Yes and no. Pike is a little different. He wants you to follow his orders until he wants you to forget them. I've learned to just do what I think is right. He'll always follow that, without fail." Shoshana took that in and said, "So you can do whatever you want in your relationship?" Jennifer turned to her and said, "Shoshana, the relationship has nothing to do with the mission. Can't you see that?" Shoshana said, "There is nothing but the mission. How do you separate it?" Jennifer shook her head and said, "I think you need to really look at what you want. When you say the mission, that's not a relationship. You deserve more than that. The job is not your life." Jennifer saw her brain working, actually considering the words like they were something new. She said, "How can it not be? That's what we do." The train started to move, and Jennifer said, "Time for an update." She pulled out her phone, glad to get away from the conversation, dialing Pike. When she was done, she looked back at Shoshana, saying, "They're on the move. Easy day. All we have to do is make sure Mikhail doesn't leave." Shoshana said, "If it came down to it, would you kill for Pike?" Jennifer had no idea where the question was going. She said, "No, I wouldn't kill for Pike, but I'd kill, and I have. There's a difference, and Pike is usually right, and so is Aaron. Why do you keep bringing this up?" Shoshana glanced out the window and said, "I kill because I'm told to. I was never asked if it was right or wrong. I'm good at it, better than most." Jennifer said, "But you don't have to. It's your choice." Shoshana slid her eyes away and said, "It's easy to say that, much harder to live it." Jennifer had no answer for that, wondering how on earth anyone could even believe that killing simply because someone ordered it was a normal thing, as Shoshana seemed to, like it was the natural circle of life. Shoshana said, "I'm through killing." Jennifer started to answer when the door to their car opened and a beefy man walked in. He looked vaguely familiar. Jennifer tightened up, pretending to work a Sudoku puzzle, allowing the man to pass without acknowledging him. Another man came through the door, and she thought she recognized him as well. She lowered her eyes, and Shoshana said, "Those are the two from the video." Jennifer said, "Let them go. Let them walk past us." Shoshana tensed her body and said, "They aren't here coincidentally. There's no one else in the car, and nothing behind us. No, don't. Let them go. They don't know who we are. They've never seen us." The first man walked down the aisle, ignoring them both. He reached their row, and Jennifer saw she'd made a mistake with her command. He pulled out a small pistol and jammed it into Jennifer's chest. He said,
You two are invited to first class. There is a man who wants to meet you. Jennifer stiffened, waiting on Shoshana to explode. The second man leaned over the row in front of them, small pistol in hand, and said, "Mikhail said to tell you hello. He's looking forward to talking." Everything Shoshana had said about killing faded away. For the first time since she'd known her, Jennifer saw fear on Shoshana's face.
Mikhail waited in his cabin, going back and forth about how he would handle the confrontation. He knew he needed to understand exactly what the Mossad had learned about him, and, most important, how they'd found him. But part of him wanted to spend time with Shoshana. She was the prize. He had broken her once, and she'd somehow rebounded, destroying his career. She had always been a flower he could never have, someone who had defied him. He now had a second chance. He'd felt the familiar warmth in his groin the moment he'd seen her digital image, part fear and part lust. He despised her, a hatred born of fear of what she was capable of. But he could destroy that fear if he had her, and now he did. He heard a knock and opened the door. The first thing he saw was Shoshana, obediently walking in front of his security. He studied her face, waiting on the satisfaction of the moment when she recognized him. He got it. She saw him and began to tremble. Chapter 51. The man pushed the barrel against Jennifer's back, forcing her into the sleeping cabin behind Shoshana. She was shoved into a chair. Shoshana remained standing in front of the man they knew as Mikhail. Jennifer swiftly analyzed the small cabin, looking for the out. Looking for the seam she could exploit, confident that with Shoshana she could persevere. The men with guns had no idea of the violence she and Shoshana could perpetrate, choosing to treat them like weak women, which was a mistake. The first security man threw a bag on the table containing the contents of what they'd found on Jennifer and Shoshana. Mikhail reached inside and poked around, eventually pulling out Jennifer's cell phone. Jennifer glanced at Shoshana, trying to communicate with her eyes, and was shocked at what she saw. Shoshana was a shell of herself. Guided to the bed, she sat down without resistance. Mikhail set the phone on the counter, pointed at Jennifer, and said, "Secure her." The train began to slow, and the man glanced at him. He said, "It's the 3-minute stop. Don't worry about it." He approached Shoshana, and she recoiled. He leaned into her face and licked her cheek like a cat, saying, "Oh, how I've missed you." The two men pulled out wire coat hangers from the closet, and in short order had wired Jennifer's legs together, then bound her hands at the wrist. By the time they were done, the train was moving again. Jennifer gave one feeble attempt at innocence, saying, "Why are you doing this?" Mikhail glanced at her, then spoke in Yiddish. Jennifer looked confused, and Mikhail smacked Shoshana on the side of the head, hammering her on the ear and slamming her head into the wall, punishing her for Jennifer's perceived insolence. Jennifer alone saw her earbud fly out. Shoshana rolled upright, still frozen in fear, taking the blow as if it were what was expected in life. Mikhail asked Jennifer another question in Yiddish. She once again looked confused, and it broke through. In English, Mikhail said, "You're not Mossad. Interesting. Very interesting. We'll get to the bottom of that, I assure you. I don't know you like I do Shoshana, but I will. Biblically, if you want." He smiled at his joke and said, "That can be fun, or it can be painful. It all depends on you." A phone started buzzing, and Jennifer realized it was hers, lying next to the bag on the counter. Mikhail went to it and picked it up. He let it ring a couple more times, deciding, then answered, saying nothing. He listened for a second, then hung up. A minute later, the other phone in the bag began ringing. He ignored it. Jennifer gave up feigning innocence, trying intimidation instead. She said, "We have a team tracking us. Harming us would not be wise." He laughed and said, "Tracking you on a moving train? Yes, I'm sure they are, but all they have is a cell phone. What I need to know is how you found me, and how much you know about my plans. I will learn that soon." He turned to Shoshana and leaned into her. She recoiled, and he held her head in his hands. Unlike Jennifer, her own arms and legs were free, but she showed no willingness to use them. He kissed her lips and said, "I've missed you so much. Remember the fun we had between missions?" She nodded hesitantly. He slid his hands up from her cheeks and gripped her hair hard, pulling until a gasp escaped her lips. He said, "This will be nothing like that." He released her and said something in Russian to the men. He left with one, leaving the other in the room holding a small Walther PPK pistol, the man glowering at Jennifer from under thick eyebrows. Jennifer fervently stared at Shoshana, trying to get her attention and failing. Shoshana was mentally shattered. Mikhail had left her unbound, and yet she did nothing but rock back and forth, her eyes unfocused. Jennifer looked at the man on the chair, wondering how she could get to him. The thought was ridiculous, with her hands and ankles wrapped in wire. Shoshana was the only chance. She said, "Shoshana, you all right?" Shoshana glanced at her in an offhand, glazed way. She repeated, "Shoshana?" The man in the chair leaned forward, putting a finger to his lips. Jennifer realized he didn't speak English. How that would help, she was unsure. She knew they had only minutes before the other two men returned, which meant one shot to get Shoshana back. She shouted, "Shoshana!" Shoshana jerked at her name, and the man in the chair leaned forward, lightly smacking Jennifer in the face, saying, "Niet." The roughness of the man brought home her lack of choices, the fear now closing in like the debilitating cloak that Shoshana wore. Way out. Gotta be a way out. Always a way out. Think. Her earbud crackled, and she thought it was from the slap. Then she heard her mentor. The way out. "Carrie, Coco. Carrie, Coco. This is Pike. You copy?" She was electrified at the words, but couldn't respond. It came through again. "Carrie, Coco. Carrie, Coco. This is Pike. Come back." She did, glancing at the guard. She mumbled as if she were just talking to herself. "Pike, Coco. We're in deep shit. Need help. Now." The man looked at her, and she realized her first assessment had been correct. He didn't understand English. She kept her head bowed, mumbling. He let her go. Pike came back, speaking as calmly as if he was ordering a pizza, which meant he understood how bad things had become. "Need info. What's going on?" "We've been captured. I'm bound. Mikhail is coming back any second. He's going to torture us for information." She heard nothing, then, "Tell him everything. Don't hold back. Give it all to him. Fuck the mission. Where's Shoshana?" "She's here. Mikhail hit her in the head. Her earbud is gone." "Tell her the same thing. Buy time. Tell them whatever they want to know." "Pike, I don't think that'll be enough." "Can you escape? Did they put regular handcuffs on you, something you can pick?" "No, I'm wrapped up in clothes hangers." "Shoshana?" "She's free." "What? Say again?" The guard leaned into Jennifer and tapped her on the head with the barrel of his weapon, saying again, "Niet." She moaned, then muttered something as if she were as subdued as Shoshana. He leaned back, satisfied. She said into the radio, "Pike, she's lost it. She's done. She took one look at Mikhail and shut down. She's no help. She heard, "What are you saying? Are you talking about Shoshana?" "Pike, it's like Cougar in Top Gun. She's catatonic. I need you here. She's no fucking help. Get your ass here." She heard the worst words she could imagine. "I can't get there. I'm tracking the train right now, but there's no way for me to board." She was like an astronaut in a space capsule, hurtling out of control to Earth, death on the horizon, knowing there was nothing Mission Control could do to prevent it. She felt the tears in her eyes and hated them. She said, "Pike, he's going to kill us." She heard nothing, knowing Pike was tearing himself apart at his inability to do anything. Then he came back with a different tone. "Jennifer, we're about to have to turn off. The road is going to leave the tracks, and we're going to lose radio comms. Tell Shoshana something from me. Tell her loudly. Shout it." "What?" "Tell her Nephilim wants to see the Pumpkin King. Tell her she is the Pumpkin King. Tell her she holds her own destiny." "What the hell are you saying?" "Just do it. Tell her." The radio broke contact and the door opened. She had no idea what Pike meant by his words, and was now on the verge of becoming catatonic herself. Mikhail entered alone, saying, "I think we've figured out how to handle this once we're through with our interrogation." He moved to Shoshana and said, "But before we start with the rough stuff, let's do what we used to enjoy." He turned so his belt was in front of her and said, "Remember?" Resigned, Shoshana began working the buckle. To Jennifer, it was surreal, like she was watching a show outside of her body, seeing the strongest woman she'd ever known succumb over nothing more than a given command. Chapter 52. Shoshana continued obediently, and Jennifer realized she wasn't going to fight. The thought brought a blast of panic. She jerked her wire bonds sharply, trying to break them open, screaming for help. When that failed, she leapt out of her chair, falling on the ground and writhing toward the door. The Russian guarding her slapped her in the face, then pulled her upright, sitting her back in the chair. He leaned forward, and she regained her view, seeing Shoshana looking at her with pity. Jennifer bored into her eyes and said, "Nephilim talked to me on the radio." She got a response, a flicker. Jennifer continued, "He told me to tell you he wants the Pumpkin King. He wants it right now." The Russian slapped Jennifer in the face hard enough to knock her out of the chair. Shoshana continued working the buckle. On the ground, Jennifer felt the blood in her mouth, spit it out, and said, "Shoshana, Nephilim said you are the Pumpkin King." There was no discernible difference in the room, none that the men could see. But the world they were in shifted on its axis. Jennifer recognized it, mystified as to why, but knowing she'd finally reached her. A twisted smile spread across Shoshana's face, and the dark angel appeared. Shoshana changing in front of her eyes. A cloak of death enveloped her, and she set about doing what few on earth could. With her right hand inside Mikhail's pants, she viciously squeezed. Mikhail screamed and flailed at her arms. She released her grip and went at him, all elbows and sharp edges in the confining space, battering his head over and over. Mikhail fell backward, and the Russian security man rose, bringing his weapon to bear. Shoshana slapped the pistol aside and hammered him in the temple. He ignored the blow, wrapping her up in his arms and bringing her to the ground. Mikhail stumbled out of the room, hunched over, his pants around his thighs, slamming the door behind him. The Russian rolled on top of Shoshana, trying to bring his weapon into play. Her entire body contained within his embrace, she whipped her head forward, hammering him between his eyes with the hard mallet of her forehead. then tore into his nose with their teeth savagely ripping. The Russian wailed and pounded her with the butt of his pistol. Jennifer flopped over the both of them, grabbing the pistol between her bound hands. She fell backward, using her weight, and the pistol came free. She rolled over, trying for a shot without killing Shoshana. She shouted, "Shoshana, fall off!" The Russian realized what was about to occur and bear-hugged Shoshana, crushing her spine with his enormous strength. Shoshana grunted loudly, reached up with her thumbs, and plunged them into the man's eyes. He screamed and released her, bringing his hands up to his destroyed orbs. She curled her fingers at the first joint and speared his throat, crushing his larynx. He collapsed on the floor, writhing in pain. His lungs screamed for air, but his larynx swelled with the shattering blow, cutting off his oxygen. He began wheezing until he could no longer even do that. In seconds, he was dead. Breathing heavily, Shoshana looked up at Jennifer, a savage smile on her face, a trickle of blood running out of the corner of her mouth. She said, "I am the Pumpkin King." Seeing the man's destroyed face, his nose hanging by gristle, both eyes leaking fluid, Jennifer said, "I have no idea what that means. I'm just glad I didn't ask for something greater than fruit royalty." "Lock the door," Shoshana did, right before someone rattled it to get in. Jennifer said, "We need to get the hell out of here." Both of them jumped as someone on the other side began shooting into the lock. Jennifer fired 3 rounds through the door, ceasing the attempt at entry. Jennifer said, "Help me with these." Shoshana went to work on the makeshift binds, saying, "He'll be back. Should we hunt him or run?" Jennifer broke the wiring to her hands and said, "Run!" Shoshana separated the ankle bonds and said, "We should kill him right now." Jennifer saw the Dark Angel still there, the hatred. She said, "There's one more Russian out there with a gun. I say we take this as a win." Shoshana looked up at her, and the Dark Angel receded. "Okay, Coco, you saved my life tonight, and I will save yours." She turned to the window, and bullets began slamming through the door. Jennifer leapt on the bed, getting out of the line of fire. Shoshana did the same, rolling underneath the bunk. Jennifer fired 3 more rounds through the door, and the weapon locked open, the magazine empty. The shooting stopped from the other side. Shoshana rolled out and grabbed the window's emergency exit lever, flipping it up and flinging the glass into the night. The air rushed in, the noise of the train exploding inside the small enclosure. Shoshana said, "You first." Jennifer said, "Search that body, get anything you can," then exited out into the night. She clambered up the side of the train, using the window ledge, bolts, and seams to get to the top, the wind whipping at her, trying hard to peel her away. She pulled herself to the roof and looked below, waiting on Shoshana, the clanking noise of the wheels pounding in her ears. Shoshana appeared, clambering out the window. She was halfway to the roof when the second Russian's head popped out. He looked up, then brought his arm through, a pistol in his hand. Jennifer shouted, and Shoshana kicked, knocking the weapon into the darkness. Shoshana climbed as fast as she could, and the man followed. Shoshana made it to the top, and the man grabbed her leg. Jennifer jerked Shoshana's arms in an insane game of tug-of-war, breaking her free. They rolled on the roof of the train, the wind threatening to whip them off, the car rocking back and forth. The man made it to the top and stood up, yelling something in Russian. Shoshana and Jennifer scrambled away. He followed, trying to run, but was reduced to a shuffle by the motion of the train. Shoshana stood up, and the man waved her forward, like a prize fighter taunting an opponent. Shoshana let loose a banshee wail and dove right at him. She hit him in the middle of the gut, knocking him backward. His eyes flew wide in shock, his arms flailing for contact to prevent the inevitable. They both hit the top of the train within inches of the edge. He slipped over the side, holding on with one hand. Shoshana remained on top. She pounded his hand, then peeled the fingers back, and he fell screaming under the wheels. The train kept barreling along, the wind still whistling over them. Shoshana eventually rolled over, sliding to the middle of the car. Jennifer bear-crawled to her, wrapping her in her arms. Jennifer looked into her eyes and said, "You okay?" Shoshana hugged her back and said, "Never better, never." Jennifer laughed and said, "What about Mikhail?" Shoshana said, "He's no threat. I saw his soul, saw him for what he is. He's afraid." Shoshana let slip a smile of pure venom. "Afraid of me. And because of it, he's a dead man." The train rocked forward for a few moments, then Jennifer said, "Now what?" Shoshana held out a cell phone she'd pulled from the man she'd killed in the cabin. She said, "Now? Now it's time for Nephilim to earn his pay. The Pumpkin King can only do so much." Chapter 53. Mikhail waited in the passageway, hearing the overloud clanking of wheels coming from the open window in the cabin, but no other noise. He felt the train slowing into the second 3-minute stop. He nudged the door open with his pistol, seeing a foot on the floor. He swung the bullet-riddled door wide. The first thing he saw was the destroyed face of Pavel, the blood congealing underneath his hair. He swept the tiny cabin with his pistol and found it empty. He went to the window and looked out, wondering if the two females had simply jumped for their lives. But if they did that, where is Adam? He dialed Adam's number, but the phone simply rang out, going to voicemail. Mikhail looked at Pavel and realized Adam was dead as well. Shoshana. He wondered if it had been as violent. He had made a major mistake with her. He'd lost his professionalism, letting his personal feelings dictate the mission. He had assumed he still had control over her. And he had. Then something had changed. He caught his reflection in the mirror, seeing the bruises forming from her attack, from her absolute savagery. She had almost ripped his dick off, and then had mutilated a former member of the Russian security services. His choice to toy with her had been clearly ill-advised, but she'd been subservient when he'd seen her, the Shoshana of his past, the one who had obsequiously let herself be used over and over again, the one who had recognized him as the master. The role reversal was shocking, not the least because he was now the one in fear. He had sent Adam into the room alone, saying he would provide cover for any train officials who attempted to interfere. But that had been a lie. He had been afraid to go in, afraid of Shoshana's capabilities. She had looked at him with a hatred that bordered on the supernatural, and he had felt her penetrating his soul. And then she had set about destroying everyone he'd brought with him. It induced a deep-rooted terror he had never experienced in all his years working in the blackness of his profession, and he despised it. He had killed many men who thought they were better than him, but they had all been human. Shoshana was not. He felt the train stop and realized the first thing he needed to do was get the hell off, get lost into the landscape before whatever hit team was tracking him managed to reacquire him. Not to mention get the hell away from the bloodbath before the lax authorities on the train discovered it. The noise of the wheels had overshadowed the gunfight, but it was only a matter of time before a conductor came through, which brought up another problem. He'd have to resort to using his real passport for travel. The one that had purchased this ticket was definitely burned, and he was out of alias documents. At the very least, he'd managed to break up their surveillance of him. The action had been an unmitigated disaster. but he was fairly sure they had no idea where he was going. If they had, they'd have simply waited at the far end, instead of boarding early. No, they knew he was on the train, but that was about it. If he disappeared now, he could regain the initiative. Initiative for what, though? Continuing the mission? Or fleeing the continent? He flicked off the lights in the cabin and peeked out the gaping hole where the window used to be. The train was stopped at a concrete open-air platform with a long roof spanning the length. The cars themselves only inches away from both. His cabin was in the front, off the platform. Below him was dimly lit track. To his right, the locomotive. Did the engineers in front have rear-view mirrors? If he left now, would they see him? He decided to wait. It was only a 3-minute stop. He saw the conductor wandering the platform, then glance above him, rotating around, trying to see between the sliver of air between the roof of the train and the roof of the station. He stared for a second, then shook his head, waving to the engine and boarding the train. The wheels began to move. The train picked up speed rapidly. Mikhail waited until the car had rolled about 4 meters before leaping out the window. He hit the slope on his feet, rolled, then scampered quickly into the shadows as the cars went past. He waited until all the cars were gone before moving again, ensuring he wasn't spotted by an insomniac rider, gazing out the window. With the end of the train receding in the distance, he stayed low, only exposing himself to get over a chain-link fence. He circled around the small train station, reaching a car lot with a sprinkling of vehicles parked randomly. He saw a flash of headlights enter the lot and slammed up behind a dumpster, waiting on them to disappear. He thought again about his problem, wondering if he should just flee, run back to Israel. But that would be a problem in and of itself. Shoshana was Israeli. She knew who he was, and she was still Mossad. He was sure of it. And the American on the team worried him. If the United States had paired up with Israel to track him, it would prove a formidable combination. But why would the Americans care about a gold shipment from the Holocaust? Was there something about that chest that Simone had kept from him? The Israeli connection he could manage, but the American interest was a serious concern, and it dictated his decision. He peeked around the trash container and saw a minivan waiting on a passenger. Soon enough, the headlights washed over the ground as it left. In the darkness, he made his choice. America was interested in him because they had that luxury. They had the ability to dedicate assets to chasing him. It was time for them to become interested in something else, something that would consume their ability to chase thieves from a small-time gold heist. Something like Putin and World War III. Chapter 54. Inside the Oval Office, President Hannister had started to become comfortable in the old Resolute desk. Kurt saw that he was coming to terms with the fact that others could provide advice, but he was the man in charge, the one who ultimately made decisions. Kurt was pleased because he'd seen decision by committee in the past, and it was never pretty. Holding a CIA cable, Hannister said, "So is this independent confirmation of what Simone is up to?" Terry Bostwick said, "No, sir, it's not independent. It's from the same source as before, but it is additional information confirming the original reporting." Working with Kerry, the director of the CIA, and an oversight council member, Kurt had laundered Pike's report through CIA channels to allow it to be presented to members of the National Security Team who had no knowledge of task force activities. In so doing, President Hannister had become confused, believing it was a second report from a different source. Hannister finally connected the dots and said, "When did this come in?" "About 6 hours ago." General Durham said, "Can I see it?" Hannister handed him the cable. a redacted transcript of a recording between two men. Subject 1. You're getting your damn war. You're getting Putin overthrown. I'd say that's a damn bargain for all that. I told you I'd handle the diamond merchant. You don't have to leave now. Subject 2. Oh, yes, I do. Have you seen what the United States is doing? I need a buffer country between me and the fault line. Subject 1. I saw, but they're just recovering their dead. Subject 2. Right now, yes, but they won't be in a few days, will they? Subject 1. No, I suppose not. Subject 2. When you go, I want you to take some security with you. Pavel and Adam will travel with you. Subject 1. Why? Subject 2. Let's just say I don't trust my contact as much as I should. He wants the money, but he's also connected to the Russian machine. General Durham said, "What's this mean?" Kerry said, "We have a source who believes the tensions in Europe are being deliberately stoked, and that these men are trying to start a war. The source believes that President Warren's plane was brought down by someone outside the Russian government specifically to create a war between NATO and Russia. The subject, for reasons unknown, wants Putin gone, and believes a war will do it, but he's growing impatient, and there are significant indicators that another attack is on the way, one that will guarantee a NATO response against Russia." "Who's this source? A Russian?" "I'm not going to discuss sources and methods. Well, no offense. But the CIA wasn't exactly Johnny on the spot for the whole Crimean takeover. Putin played you then, and he's playing you now." "General, the source isn't Russian, and his reporting comes with high confidence." "When and where is this supposed attack going to occur?" "We don't know. We're working on it."
Aaron was blasting down a back road, driving dangerously fast for the conditions, headed toward the next stop the train was going to make. His decision to drive had proven correct, as he continually ignored the GPS, using his own knowledge of the roads. We didn't have a lot of time to beat the train to the stop, and if I'd have been forced to rely on the GPS, we never would have made it. Then again, if it had been Shoshana in the vehicle and Aaron on the train, we might not need to be speeding at all. But that was all hindsight, and doing me no good now. Initially, just following us back up for surveillance in case Mikhail left early, Jennifer's call had changed everything. I was boarding at the next possible stop, and I was ready to kill. I refused to think about what I might find, concentrating on the mechanics of clearing the train, focusing on what we, as a three-man team, could accomplish without firearms, which, given the skills of the men in the van, was still significant. In the end, it didn't matter what we found. I'd already designated Mikhail and his men as a DOA force for this mission, and whatever damage was on board wouldn't alter that. I was going to kill him, along with anyone who tried to stop us. I looked at our constantly recalculating GPS and saw we were about 3 kilometers out, 4 minutes ahead of the train. With only a 3-minute stop, we were cutting it close, but I thought we'd make it. I kept flipping my knife open and closed, and Knuckles said, "Never cleared a linear target with only a blade before." I said, "We'll have weapons soon enough after the first contact." He saw the bloodlust in my eyes and grimly nodded. Aaron said, "About 1 minute out," and then, strangely, my cell phone began vibrating. I looked at the screen and saw an international number, Mikhail. Clearly, Jennifer had given my number to him. I didn't want to think what that had required. I focused on one thing, vengeance. Knuckles said, "Who is it?" "I don't know, probably Mikhail." The phone buzzed again, and he said, "You going to answer it?" I flicked my blade open again and said, "I think I'll wait to talk to him in person." Knuckles said, "You'll get that chance, but answering can only give us intelligence. You'd be giving us an edge." As usual, he was right. I did so, putting the phone to my ear, and hearing nothing but a giant rushing sound. I narrowed my eyes and said, "Hello?" I heard someone shouting about Shoshana. I put a finger in my other ear, having a hard time hearing. I said, "Let me speak to her." Through the wind, I thought I heard, "You are idiot." I said, "Shoshana? You are speaking to Shoshana. I can't hear you. I'm on top of a train." "Top of a train? Why do you keep repeating everything I say? Are you drunk?" I looked at Knuckles, amazed. He mouthed, "What?" Into the phone, I said, "I fucking can't hear you. Who is this?" "It's the damn Pumpkin King." I heard Pumpkin King come through the phone loud and clear, and relief flooded through me like a patient hearing a doctor say the test had come back negative.
Chapter 55.
General Durham said, "So your source thinks an attack is going to occur, but has no idea where or when?" He turned to President Hannister and said, "Sir, even if it's true, it doesn't alter our need for preparation. If anything, it means we should redouble our efforts. Instead of a game of brinksmanship, it's now just a race to be first to the punch." Hannister nodded reluctantly, saying, "What do the Joint Chiefs recommend?" "Full-on support for NATO. We don't want to trigger anything, but we have to be prepared. The NATO response force is a single brigade, and it's run by Spain now. Nothing against them, but we are the 800-pound gorilla. We need to take charge." "But didn't we agree to the response force rotation? How are we going to run in and assume command? It's their continent." Durham said, "Sir, we front most of NATO's costs. This isn't a time to pretend that our allies' feelings are worth more than the outcome we seek." Tired beyond belief, Hannister rubbed his eyes and said, "Can anyone else in this room give me a response that doesn't involve pissing off everyone we know?" Oglethorpe said, "Sir, the enemy gets a vote, and Putin may not wait. Hell, look at it this way. If this supposed attack occurs, and it's a big enough spark, we're going to war whether we want to or not, because NATO will. We need to manage that, and doing so requires a commitment of forces, stake in the game." Hannister nodded and said, "But if I escalate, forcing him to do the same, we both drive to a solution neither one of us wants." General Durham said, "Sir, he's the one who's escalating. I don't want to go to war either, but I also don't want to fight from a position of weakness." "What if he's escalating because he's got someone on his side yelling at him like you're yelling at me?" General Durham snorted and said, "Sir, you have 2 brigades in Putin's fire sack right now. He's moved 2 armored divisions and an artillery brigade into range across the border. If he wants to destroy them without warning, he can, and that will be on your head." Hannister was incredulous. "Did you just accuse me of putting lives in danger after you accused me of cowardice for not doing so? Do you think I'm too stupid to see what you're doing? Why did the artillery and armor move to the border?" Oglethorpe tried to defuse the situation, but only got as far as "Sir," before Hannister cut him off with a glare. They waited in silence for a moment, then General Durham said, "I'm not sure what you're asking me, sir." "I'm asking for your assessment as to why Russia has now moved 2 armored divisions and an artillery brigade to the border with Ukraine." "Sir, it's obvious why. Because of our airborne operation for Air Force One." Hannister said, "At least you understand cause and effect. Fine. Pull them out. Get them back right now. Defuse the situation." Oglethorpe said, "Sir, they aren't finished with the body and document recovery. That'll take another couple of days. They need the time to scrub the wreckage for anything of intelligence value. Pulling out now will send a horrible signal." General Durham said, "Showing weakness is not the way to go here. The Marine Armored Battalion is en route right now, traveling overland. They'll be there soon and provide the protection our men need, or they will provide the excuse for Russia to finally unleash its forces. Maybe we won't have to wait for another instigating attack. Maybe you'll do it all by yourself." Kurt wasn't sure which way he leaned on the discussion. Then he heard words he never would have expected from the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. General Durham got political. "Sir, have you seen the news? The population is screaming for vengeance. You must show strength." Dennis McFadden, President Warren's chief of staff, and thus President Hannister's by default, said, "Sir, that's true. All the polling shows that the public wants a forceful response." Durham continued, saying, "You have 2 brigades within range of both Russian artillery and armor. You put them there. Now you need to back them up." Enraged, Hannister drew up and said, "You demanded that, and now you want to force my hand." General Durham said, "Sir, I recommend you execute. I agree with the decision, but I only recommend, like I'm doing now." The room grew quiet. Kurt was embarrassed to say he wore the same uniform as General Durham, wondering how on earth he'd reached the highest military position in the United States arsenal. He was disgusted at the political display with lives on the line, and wanted to interject, but could not. He needn't have worried, because there was a greater leadership in the room, one no one expected to rise to the occasion. Hannister locked eyes with the general and said, "Okay, then. We know where we both stand. Remember those words. You recommend, I execute." And then a mild-mannered economist, forced into a situation beyond his asking, began to take control. General Durham looked at the Secretary of Defense, wanting backup, but not getting it. He turned to Hannister and said, "Sir, I told you I was hired by the President for my unvarnished opinion. President Warren." Hannister said, "Warren's dead. I'm not sure that's sunk in for you. I'm making the decisions from now on." Standing at attention like a cadet at West Point, General Durham nodded his head, finally backing down. But Hannister wasn't finished. "Right now, my decision is that you get the hell out of my office." General Durham looked like he'd been slapped. Hannister said, "Go." Durham left, along with most of the air in the room. Hannister said, "We're done here. The armor package holds up. Don't make it look like we changed our minds. Just hold them up in Kiev for a day until we can figure this out." He looked around the room, sizing up who was left. He said, "Mark, Kurt, Carey, and Palmer, stay behind. The rest of you, good night." After the room had cleared, leaving only Oversight Council members, Kurt finally spoke. "Sir, this isn't the way to run a crisis. We can't have the divisions. We'll need rapid responses and consensus based on trust." Hannister leaned back and said, "Yes, I think I just engendered that." Mark Oglethorpe said, "Sir, General Dunham is your senior military advisor." "Then tell him to advise instead of manipulate. He's about to be shit-canned." Jesus, he actually brought up polling. At a loss to defend the man, Mark said, "Yes, sir." Hannister turned to Kurt and said, "What's the update?" "Sir, Pike was planning on taking out both men as soon as his team arrived, but they split up right after the transcript was made. Simon went to Vienna, and Mikhail is taking a train to an unknown location." "So you're tracking Simon?" "No, sir. The team made the call to track Mikhail. Simon presented complications that would lead to compromise with the team." "Can't we do both? Can't we send someone to Vienna?" Kurt considered, then said, "Yes, sir, that's actually a good idea. But let's do it above board. We don't have a handle on where he'll end up. But if I could recommend, I'd get the FBI legat at the embassy rolling. Simon is on our 10 most wanted list. Get HRT over there and let the FBI start working it with their contacts. Arrest him in conjunction with the Austrians. Even if they don't get him, it might create enough pressure to disrupt what he's doing. To Palmer, Hannister said, "Get it done." Palmer nodded, and Hannister said, "Tell me that Pike can stop this attack. I can prevent us from doing something unforgivably stupid, but that's about it. Sir, Pike's working the problem, but there are no guarantees. He's got very little to go on. He's currently tracking the man who's conducting the meeting. Still no idea why or what that meeting is about, but it's tied to the attack. Tell him from me, the President of the United States, that the fate of Europe may depend on his success." Kurt smiled and said, "Not sure that'll have an effect. No offense, but the last time Pike dealt with you, you had him arrested." Hannister pinched the bridge of his nose as if he were warding off a migraine. He said, "Well, tell him we all change perspectives once we change jobs." He removed his hand from his face and said, "Wait a minute, I have a better idea. Tell him I'll arrest him again if he fails. Pissing that guy off seems to bring out his best." The tension in the room finally broke with the council members chuckling. Kurt stood to leave, saying, "You might be right on that."
Chapter 56. It finally penetrated my brain that I really was talking to Shoshana, although the circumstances were beyond bizarre. I said, "What the hell are you doing? Where's Jennifer?" "She's right here next to me. We're on top of the train." "On top of the train?" "Yes, on top of the train." "You're actually on top of the train?" "You're repeating things again." A smile split my face, and I saw Knuckles relax. I said, "Where's Mikhail?" "I don't know, but his men are dead. Look, we're rolling into a stop. We're getting off here. We'd like a ride." Her nonchalance was amazing. I chuckled and said, "We're 30 seconds out from that stop. Where do you want to meet?" "Stand by. I can see the station." I heard the wind recede as the train slowed, and Aaron said, "Station is in sight. What do you want me to do?" "Hold what you got. It's now an exfil, not an assault." I saw him smile as he pulled into a turnout, shutting off the lights. I waited. Then Shoshana came back on, now easy to hear. The area so quiet she whispered. She said, "We're going across the roof of the platform. Coco's moving to check it out. I'll call you back." And she hung up. I had no idea what had occurred on the train, but I knew if Shoshana was talking to me, Jennifer had convinced her to fight, and it had probably been ugly. Aaron turned around and said, "What happened?" I said, "I don't know, but I'm pretty sure your little demon saved the day." When he'd heard the earlier conversation, he'd been ripped apart by how bad things had become, knowing it had been his decision to put Jennifer and Shoshana on the train. He smiled, saying, "Thank you. Thank you for believing in her like I do." I said, "Are you nuts?" "I didn't believe in her at all. I'm the one who was against her boarding in the first place." He said, "No, I don't mean before, I mean during. Nobody else could have gotten to her. Nobody else could have reached her, not even me." My phone rang again, and he said, "One of these days, I'm going to ask what the hell the Pumpkin King is, but I'll wait." I answered, and Shoshana said, "Coming down the east wall of the station, right next to the bus terminal. Drive up and park." I relayed the instructions, and we rolled into the parking lot, sweeping it with our headlights and seeing just a scattering of cars. Aaron pulled to the east side, right up next to a pillar of brick bulging out of the facade, a line of decorative trim that ran all the way to the roof. He cut the lights, and a figure appeared. I leaned out and saw someone helping another get a grip on the brick facade. The figure began coming down, making it halfway, then slipped, falling the last 7 feet to the ground. Not Jennifer, I thought. I leapt out to help, recognizing Shoshana just as another figure cleared the roof. I grabbed Shoshana's hand and pulled her to her feet at the same time that Jennifer came down like a monkey. She flung herself off the pillar at the same level as Shoshana and landed on her feet next to us. I said, "Impressive." Jennifer said, "No way. You're helping up Mrs. Impressive. You haven't seen Impressive, trust me." I pulled Shoshana to me and whispered in her ear, "Thank you. Nice to have you back." She smiled at the affirmation. "Thank you for reminding me who I am." She seemed to mean it, and it was good to have her return to normal. Well, normal for her, meaning she was predictably crazy instead of just plain batshit. We climbed into the van, me giving Shoshana the shotgun seat, so I could talk directly to Jennifer. We started to roll out of the parking lot, and Shoshana leaned into the back, looking at me. Knuckles said, "So what the hell happened?" Jennifer said, "I have never been so scared." She glanced at me and said, "Those assholes are seriously bad. They have no compunction about killing. They're just like the Russian guys in Istanbul." She started gushing words, the story spilling out in almost incoherent sentences, and it was brutal. She fake laughed at something about her binds. Then her eyes welled as she recounted what Shoshana had been forced to do. But she continued talking, letting it all out. When she was done, there was silence in the van. Knuckles broke it, patting Shoshana's arm. "Remind me not to cross you." Shoshana said, "It was Jennifer who saved us. If she hadn't been there, I would be dead." Jennifer didn't even hear the words. She was looking at me for absolution, wanting me to wash away the blood and fear with a word. I couldn't do that, but I could come close. I brushed a tear from her face, finally saying what I'd feared I never would again. "I'm glad you're alive." She ran her hands over her cheeks, dealing with the emotional aftermath now that she was safe. I said, "You did good. You both did." She finally smiled and said, "I'm glad you can read a situation, even through a radio." I saw Shoshana staring intently at us. I said, "What the hell took so long for the Pumpkin King? I asked for it, I get it. We agreed on that." I was trying to bring a little humor and break the talk of death, but she shrunk in, and I realized I was poking a sore that I had no right to touch. I said, "Hey, I was kidding. There is no one else I would have wanted in that situation." She said, "Do you mean that?" I could see she was vulnerable, on the cusp, wanting to believe my words. I said, Yes, I do." She glanced at Aaron to see if he thought the same. He reached over and cupped her chin, saying, "I'm glad you're alive as well, but I have to agree with Pike." She craved his affirmation more than anyone's, but she still didn't look convinced. She knew what had happened in the train. Knew how she'd succumbed to Mikhail. She wanted to believe she was better than him, but she didn't. Aaron put that to rest. He said, "Shoshana, you keep questioning yourself, but you shouldn't. Ever. You're pure. And you always have been. Mikhail can't take that from you." Curled in the seat, the words washed away her doubt. She hesitated for a brief moment, then leaned over the console and kissed Aaron on the cheek. He reacted like he'd been stung by a bee, swerving the van over the shoulder of the road. She recoiled, sagging back like she'd broken a rule. Jennifer scowled at the reaction, ready to rip Aaron's head off. But he was quicker than that. He gained control of the van, saying, "Sorry, that was a surprise. I wasn't expecting it." He patted Shoshana's hand, and her face lit up. He said, "We can talk later if you want." She nodded rapidly, saying, "Yes, I'll show you later. Just like Jennifer does with Pike when they're alone." Jennifer's mouth opened in surprise, and the words hung in the air, the van silent. I closed my eyes. Crazy is as crazy does, I thought. Knuckles said, "Enough of this shit. I want out of the van." Shoshana looked at Jennifer for support, saying, "What did I do wrong?" Jennifer grimaced. "You don't tell them," she said. "You just do it." Shoshana nodded slowly, her eyes scrunched like she was actually computing what Jennifer had said, factoring it in like she'd been raised by wolves and was just learning basic human social skills, which is probably true. I said, Great. You guys are the best. Mic drop. Love fest over. Jennifer poked my shoulder. I ignored her, continuing. We still have a mission here. We need to get rolling on Mikhail. Shoshana turned serious and said, Yes, we do, Nephilim. I looked into him tonight, and I saw fear, but also fire. I wanted to ignore her usual psychobabble, but I believed. I said, What do you mean? I don't know, I just saw fire. He has something very bad planned, and he's close. He knows he's close. I could see it. I leaned back and said, Shit, if that's true, we don't have a lead to stop him in time. She pulled out a cell phone and said, Yes, we do. I called you on this. I said, And? Jennifer said, It's from the dead Russian, and it's tied to Mikhail. Knuckles said, Well, that's more like it. Let's go hunting.
Chapter 57.
The squeaking of the springs in the bunk against the window started again, and Mikhail clenched his teeth. He looked at his watch and saw it was almost 5 a.m. The stamina was impressive, but the irritation of keeping him awake was turning on the dark side of his personality. He waited, hoping the noise would end with the groaning of the springs, but that hadn't happened the previous 2 times. And like clockwork, the springs were overshadowed by a frenzy of thumping. Whoomp, 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 in between groans of pleasure, or maybe pain, since it sounded like the guy was driving her head into the wall with each thrust. Lord knows this shithole didn't waste any money on headboards. He thought about just walking across the room and murdering the both of them. He could probably get away with it, since the hostel was decidedly seedy and had probably seen its fair share of violence. But the last thing he needed was undue focus on the tenants, especially since he had an important meeting in a few hours, and he'd wasted valuable time just getting to Warsaw. He needed the small amount he had left to prepare, not dodge the law. Forced to abandon the trains and unwilling to use his true identity to rent a car, it had taken him a day and a half to get here. As soon as he'd cleared the parking lot of the train station, he'd hit several ATM machines in the little town, putting his hand over the camera and maxing out his alias credit cards. He needed the money for sure, but he couldn't be on camera. Right now, the only thing they had was a name. No way did he want to give them a face to go with it. After getting the money, he destroyed the cards, hopefully leaving behind a trail that said he was still inside Slovakia, once the police determined whose ticket was tied to the carnage in the sleeper car. He'd holed up in a cheap by-the-hour hotel, paying in cash, then set out for Warsaw the following morning, after 4 hours of sleep. Using euros and his language abilities, he'd managed to reach Warsaw riding shotgun with 4 separate long-haul truckers, completely covering his tracks and giving himself a clean break. Dropped off in the city center at the giant communist monstrosity known as the Palace of Culture, he snagged a cab, asking for a cheap hotel near the old town that would take cash, the implied statement being that they also wouldn't ask any questions. The cabbie stopped at a brick turret, looking like it had been built ages ago. But that was actually a modern construct, as was most everything in Warsaw. World War II had not been kind to the city. The Poles had refused to submit to their Nazi occupiers, and as a result the German war machine had demolished every single building, the fighting a brutal house-to-house slugfest. The cabbie pointed through the turret and gave instructions in broken English, giving landmarks and left and right turns. Mikhail exited and began walking, weary and rumpled. He followed the directions, tripping on the cobblestone streets, looking for a bell or maybe a plaque. He was unsure what the cabbie had actually said. He reached a square and was pleasantly surprised to find an old bell in the center, kids rubbing its top and walking around it in circles. He glanced at the walls of the nearest building and saw the plaque, now realizing what the cab driver had been trying to tell him by repeating the word strong. The plaque was for a man codenamed Jack Strong, a CIA asset who had helped bring an end to communist rule in Poland. Mikhail cared not a whit about any of it, wishing bells or Cold War heroes. He only wanted to sleep, and the hostel was down a tunnel right next door. He found it under an arch of bricks, a small sign out front. He entered, seeing a claustrophobic lobby the size of a closet. Two other patrons were in front of him, one a 20-something female with dreadlocks, the other a male with a backpack, a scraggly neck beard, and less than stellar dental work. They began kissing while waiting, and little did he know they would soon be the bane of his existence. He paid for a room, went up the stairs, and was surprised to see he'd be sharing it with the greasy couple. They introduced themselves, stating they were from France and tromping around Europe, then began to probe why a single guy like him, an old man, was staying there. He'd made up a story about starting a career too young, forcing him to miss out on the experiences of youth, and he was now making up for it. Impressed at the lie, they offered to share a bottle of wine. He'd begged off, saying he was too tired. He'd taken the bunk closest to the door, laying down fully clothed. They'd moved off to the end of the room near the window. And then the activities had begun. The thumping started to increase in speed, and Mikhail rubbed his face, then set his feet on the floor harder than necessary. The noise ceased. He stood up, hearing whispering. He flicked on the light and got, "Hey, shut that off." The man with the crooked teeth glared at him, incensed, hunched over the woman, her face turned away. Mikhail said, "Sorry, gotta go." The man said, "Turn out the fucking light," which was enough to push Mikhail over the edge. He walked slowly toward the couple, and his approach was enough to indicate to the man that he'd made a mistake. Mikhail squatted down, getting eye to eye with him, ignoring the woman. Speaking in a low tone, he brandished a folding knife, flicking the blade out. "You say one more word, and I'll cut your fucking tongue out." He used his index finger to punctuate the last 4 words, jabbing it into the man's forehead after each one. The man's eyes were so large it was comical. He nodded but remained mute, afraid to test the threat. The girl began to tremble underneath him, hiding her face in the pillow as if that would prevent the boogeyman from finding her. Mikhail rose, then left the room, not even bothering to look back.
Chapter 58. I was awakened in our vehicle by Jennifer poking me in the shoulder. It was her turn on watch, but if she was waking me, something bad happened. She said, "Veep's got him. Leaving the hostel right now." I looked at my watch, 5 in the morning. Early to leave for no reason. This must be it. We were all running on about 2 hours of sleep, because it had taken quite a bit of time to find the phone associated with Mikhail. People thought the evil NSA could listen in on every phone call on Earth, but that was woefully untrue. They needed a focus, a target, and then they needed time. I'd fed the entire database of Shoshana's phone to Kurt, and he'd had to get the data washed through the CIA and into the NSA system because we, as the task force, had been restricted from duplicating NSA capability. It was a conscious decision by President Warren and Kurt to prevent us from becoming an overarching Gestapo that everyone in America believed was alive and well anyway. Because of it, we now had to trickle our information into the beast and hope that someone had the power to redirect assets to act on our information. Luckily, we also had the Commander-in-Chief in our corner. The NSA, without having a clue why, had analyzed the recent call logs of the Russian phone, then necked down the numbers to 4 based on metadata. Through a process of elimination, the task force intel cell had discarded 3, and had told them to focus on one single number. Like the machine they were, they did. People had a fantasy that the NSA actually made decisions on what to do and whom to target. But that was largely false. Others on the ground made that decision. They only executed what they were told. The analysts had taken a look at the numbers, and using our input on what we knew about Mikhail's historical location, in Slovakia, on the train, and at the castle, they determined which number was his. From there, the NSA, using what was, in fact, a breathtaking capability to parse data once they had a target, had located the phone in Warsaw. They could only get down to a cell provider in the city, but that was close enough, because we now had the Rockstar bird, and that thing could pinpoint the phone to 4 meters. All we had needed was a plot of ground small enough to start looking, and the NSA had found it. By the time the rest of the team had landed, Kurt had sent the NSA information on the Warsaw location. We'd unloaded the bird with whatever kit I thought we could use, along with some lethal tools, finally, and I'd launched it into the air again, using its ISR capability to pinpoint the phone. It had finally done so at 1 in the morning, tracking the phone to a block of buildings in the ancient downtown section of Warsaw. From there, we'd done internet research and had found a youth hostel, the only place anywhere near the target grid where Mikhail could be staying. And we had started the surveillance, running on fumes and coffee. It had been a frenzied amount of work, and I was proud of the intelligence community's ability to actually accomplish what we needed. For once, not getting bogged down in food fights. Then again, from Kurt's last call, I knew this was about much more than stopping a single attack. That was our mandate, but this time, Kurt had seemed genuinely worried. Veep came on the radio sounding bored, which I knew was a front. His real name was Nick Seacrest, and he was the vice president's son. Make that the president's son. He'd only done one mission with us, and I'd called him forward not because of his skill, but because he was an unknown for Mikhail, and I knew he was nervous as hell about screwing up. Well, that's not actually true. He was pretty good, just relatively untested, unlike Retro, the other member of the team. Someone I'd done many, many operations with. I got him. He's walking toward the main square. He's showing no tradecraft. Perfect, I thought. Sitting in the minivan at one of the few exits from the area, I said, "No vehicles?" "None. He's walking. No luggage, no support. He's got a day's growth of beard, and I think he slept in his clothes. He looks pretty ragged." I thought, seeing Shoshana turn into the Dark Angel will do that to a man. I said, "Roger, I'll keep tracking. Bumper 1, Bumper 2, you copy?" Aaron came on, saying, "Bumper 1, Roger all, I'm up and waiting." Knuckles followed. "Bumper 2, got it." Retro came on, saying, "I got Veep's back up on foot." And now we could see if my call was correct. We'd had the chance to take him down inside the hostel, penetrating with a device called Growler that would allow us to lock his phone and pinpoint his room. But I'd opted not to. For one thing, while we could find his room, we couldn't determine who else was staying with him, and the last thing we needed was to subdue a couple of civilians, then have them talking afterward. For another, I couldn't get the fidelity for an assault plan inside the hostel without risking burning the last 2 clean team members I had. But that was always a hard choice. It was a question I'd experienced many, many times before. Something that the counterterrorism architecture had tussled with since 9/11, develop or strike. Everyone wants the simple answer, the one Hollywood feeds you. But it rarely ever happens. Every time you hunt a terrorist, you're forced to make a choice. Take the guy out, or track him, developing the situation. All terrorists are tied into cells, and the longer you watch them, the more cells you end up exposing. Unfortunately, while you're watching a target, he's planning further attacks. He's working. I sometimes lie awake at night wondering, if I'd taken out terrorist X earlier, could I have prevented further deaths? But then I think about the guy he led us to, someone who wasn't a cog, but ran the entire terrorist wheel. I decided to develop here. I wasn't sure Mikhail was a single point of failure, and I didn't know if the plan was already in motion. taking him out might not stop it. I didn't know yet if I'd made the right decision, but at least we had him in our sights.
Chapter 59.
Mikhail retraced his steps, walking by the square with the bell and plaque, now deserted at the early hour. It was just after 5 in the morning, and the sun had already started to crack the horizon, but had yet to provide any summer heat. The air was brisk and smelled faintly of smoke. He took that as a good sign. Someone was baking breakfast pierogi for the early risers, which meant coffee. He took a right, went through a small tunnel, and popped out onto a new street, right next to a large cathedral. He saw a neighborhood bakery and walked toward it, then did a double take when he recognized the cathedral. It was St. John the Baptist, the location of his meeting. From the map, he thought it would be down the street a block or so. Perfect. The meeting wasn't until 7:15, right after the morning mass started, but he wanted to watch early, wanted a chance to determine what he was up against, and the bakery offered the perfect spot to simply sit and do that. He pulled the door and found it locked. He peeked through the window, seeing a man in a stained apron working a large brick oven. He knocked, and the man shouted something at him in Polish, pointing at his watch, then holding up 6 fingers. 30 minutes away. He wandered past the cathedral, looking for another spot, when he saw someone come out of the large double doors. The cathedral was open, which meant he could conduct reconnaissance of the meeting site. He forgot about finding a coffee shop and went straight to the church, cracking open the doors and peeking inside. He saw it was empty, but not completely so. He could get in without arousing questions. When Simon had initially asked him where he wished to meet the Russians, Mikhail's mind had gone to 2 things: protection and escape. He'd initially wanted to use an airport, as that would definitely prevent any weapons from coming into play, but it would also prove problematic for transferring the radioactive material. He'd researched restaurants, hotels, and bars, knowing he needed someplace crowded, but had come up with nothing satisfactory, and then he'd hit on a church. The Poles were overwhelmingly Catholic, and each church held Mass several times a day. If he could find a cathedral with the correct characteristics, it would work, because there was no way that the Russians would attempt anything inside a church, for one simple reason. The Poles despised Russians in a visceral way. If they tried anything in a house of God, they'd be ripped limb from limb by the churchgoers attending Mass. The problem with his scheme was precisely that the protection would hinder the transfer. It wasn't like they could do it in the pews. He'd searched for a church with something unique, and he found it in St. John's. It had been demolished in World War II, but the destruction hadn't reached the crypts. When it was rebuilt, the crypts were left in place. Or at least Mikhail's research had said so. Now he'd know for sure. Mikhail pushed through the doors, entering a foyer where a gray-haired lady stood smiling at him. He smiled back and walked into the nave. He glanced to his left and saw the stairs to the crypt. No gate, nothing stopping his entrance. He glanced at sanctuary on the far end, seeing someone lighting candles and a few scattered souls in the pews. He entered the stairs, winding down below the church. He hit a landing and saw several sarcophagi arrayed in a row, the lighting muted, the brick clearly old, unlike the church above. He stalked down the tunnel, listening for anyone following. He heard nothing. He explored the depths of the crypt, seeing a staircase at the end. He took it and found himself at the altar in the front of the church, a cleric looking at him curiously. He waved and smiled, retreating back down the steps. In seconds, he was outside. He walked to the bakery, finding the owner willing to let him in, even though it was still some minutes before opening. He bought a cup of coffee and took a seat, watching the doors to the church through the windows. He sat for 40 minutes, studying the growing traffic. He felt his phone vibrate with a text, a short note from Simon, and an attachment. He opened it and found a picture of a captain in a U.S. Air Force uniform. Then a listing of biographical data, including an address in Łódź, Poland. He called Simon, surprised when he answered on the first ring. "You got the attachment?" "Yes. He's the target?" "Correct. He runs the security for the American side of the base. Get him under control, and you can guarantee access." "Is he married?" "He is." "Okay, I'll handle the prep with the Night Wolves. But I'm not going on the base with them. If they screw it up, it's on them. I'm headed straight to Vienna." "Good enough. Are you prepared for the transfer?" "I'm here, but I'm not so sure about being prepared. You have anything on the team tracking me? How they found out about the train?" "No. My contacts in Israel could turn up nothing. They have no idea why a composite American-Israeli team would be hunting us." "You mean hunting me?" Simon laughed and said, "Yes, I suppose that's true. Their assessment is it's something like you. Not official." "Simon, the tracking concerns me. They put a lot of effort into it, and it wasn't because of some gold." "Yes, it concerns me as well, but the answer to the problem is the same one as before. Only now it involves you as well as me. Get the sample and meet the Night Wolves. Cause enough chaos, and they'll choose to leave instead of follow." Mikhail saw people beginning to enter the church, the crowd for Mass beginning. He said, "I'm not so sure I want to follow through. I've lost my security team. Now I have to meet these guys alone." Simon said, "It'll be good. I talked to him yesterday. He wants to deal and is afraid of Putin trying to stop him. He's scared Putin is going to turn on him much like he did me." "Did you pay?" "No, of course not." "He's bringing you a sample of cesium-137. He'll show it to you, and you say you need to check it out with our capability. Tell him you want to make sure it's pure. He'll set up another meeting for the transfer of the total load, and we won't be there. Done deal." Mikhail said, "Cesium? I thought I was getting uranium." "No, I was mistaken. It's something called cesium-137, a cast-off from nuclear waste in Russia. It's very deadly, but not useful for anything other than a dirty bomb. He'll have a 1/4 kilo of it. That's not enough to do any real damage, and he'll expect you to meet him for the rest. We won't be doing that." "What's the problem with cesium? Is it going to hurt me?" "No, it'll be shielded, but it's very, very dangerous when exposed. It's not like you could build a nuclear bomb with it, but you can certainly spread it around with some explosives, which will cause a serious panic. The fingerprints of the cesium will point back to Russia, and it'll give us the result we want. I promise." Mikhail watched the church doors swing wide, the people streaming in. Mass close to beginning. He said, "But it's on my back if the meeting goes wrong." Simon said, "It won't, Mikhail. Just get it done." "I'm looking at the front of the church and thinking hard about that refund." Watching the crowd, Mikhail saw 3 men who stood out. 2 had crew cuts and overcoats, burly guys. One was older, wearing a fedora and carrying a briefcase. He had no doubt who they were. The man with the briefcase was an ex-KGB Russian known only as the Colonel, and he'd been attempting to sell radioactive material since at least 2010. His activities in Moldova had been broken up by the American FBI on 4 separate occasions, and yet he'd walked free each time. Mikhail thought, 3 men. He could handle that. He thought about the crypts and the way out from the stairwell he'd found. He said, "They're here. I just saw them go in." Simone said nothing for a moment, then came back. "Mikhail, we are a team. If the refund means so much to you, I'll let it go. I need this attack, or I'll be hunted forever. Go meet them." "Have you seen the news? The Americans are stirring things up all on their own." "Yes, they are, but they always back down when push comes to shove. Tensions are heating up in Poland. Putin is stacking forces close to Kaliningrad, and the Poles are growing fearful. Unlike America, they cannot retreat with the wolf at their door, and your attack will guarantee American involvement as well." Mikhail looked at his watch, seeing he had 3 minutes. Resigned, he said, "Okay, I'm going in. Get it done, and the money from the Torah is yours. Remember, all we need is a spark." "I can't help but wonder if the United States won't give us what we want without all this bullshit risk." "They aren't willing to fight. All they do is rattle sabers and threaten." "You forget, it takes two to fight a war. Those threats might be enough."
Chapter 60.
Lieutenant Colonel Quentin Strait watched the refueling operation and wondered if they'd have enough gas to complete the mission. As the battalion commander of the 2nd Tank Battalion, 2nd Mardiv, he'd been told and had planned accordingly to be self-sustaining for 4 days, but then had been ordered to hold up in Kiev, where he'd burned fuel sitting around waiting to move forward. He understood the political dimensions of his advance and would follow whatever orders he'd been given. But seriously, didn't the National Command Authority understand how much fuel these beasts used? The M1A1 Abrams tanks he'd pulled out of stocks burned an enormous amount of JP-8 avgas, literally getting a half-mile to the gallon, a sum so paltry that fuel usage was determined not by miles, but by hours. The average M1 used about 300 gallons every 8 hours, and he'd computed what he needed for the mission based on the op order he'd been given. Now he wondered if this 2-day stand counted against that. Did he have 4 more days to go? And what if he had to fight at the end of it? The 2 tank companies he'd brought with him, comprising 30 steel-clad weapons that were the most deadly armor ever to enter the battlefield, had spent the last 2 days in a tactical perimeter, the men half on and half off security, all wondering why the holdup had occurred. They'd secured a perimeter, living on their awful field rations and plying their limited skills on the women who came to watch the show, never thinking the operation they were on had any consequence greater than the training mission they had left. Kiev was peaceful, and the population appreciated them coming. Showing enough gratitude that it should have penetrated there was something in front of them they should fear, if only because the natives that lived there did. After 24 hours of waiting, the men had become restless. Why should they live in the woods when the town was right next door? They began to surreptitiously slip out, using official business as an excuse. Quentin let them go, turning a blind eye to the supposed resupply runs. A Mustang, he'd been one of them once, and understood that a blanket clampdown would be counterproductive. Let them pretend to sneak out. As long as they had a senior NCO with them, he knew they'd be okay, because he'd fostered a layer of trust in his battalion. The NCOs, like all NCOs from the beginning of time, took that trust to heart. They'd go out, but they'd sure as hell bring everyone back. And because they were professionals, they wouldn't allow any gap in security. He'd actually begun to think this diversion into Ukraine would be good for the battalion, giving the 2 companies he'd brought a taste of anticipation without the threat, sharpening their edge. And then he'd received the intelligence reports the night before. The Donetsk airport, held in rebel hands and utterly destroyed, had shown movement on the runway. Someone had begun to prepare the demolished area for reception. Nobody knew why, but it couldn't be good. He was ordered forward into the rebel-held Luhansk territory to provide support for the evacuation of the dead from Air Force One. He'd had one night to prepare, and was now late on the LD time he'd set for the battalion, the refueling taking longer than expected. As Clausewitz once said, everything in war is very simple, but the simplest thing is difficult. Only this wasn't a war, was it? The refueling finished, and the tactical assembly area broke down, with all tanks lining up in order of march. He gave the command, and they began rolling east, in radio contact with the Stryker Brigade and the 82nd Airborne. He spent the majority of time while they moved coordinating exactly that, the movement. One would think just driving a caravan of tanks would be easy, but it wasn't. Every 10 kilometers there was another call, another reason to pull over, another problem to solve. During the march, he didn't give a lot of thought to deploying for a fight, but it was there in the back of his mind, always present, hovering just on the outside of the current decision, like a bad hangover that shrouded his brain. He knew there was a reason he'd been held up in Kiev. He just didn't know what it was. He hadn't been told anything specific, only having been given the order to lager. He'd done so, and then had been given the order to move out literally 4 hours ago. He'd responded that he couldn't turn on a dime, getting exasperation from the Black Sea Rotational Force commander, someone who clearly had no armor experience. The beasts required a wind-up. They were called Iron Horse for a reason. The abrupt call to move concerned him, not the least because it had happened in the middle of the night with no warning. He had asked if it had anything to do with the Donetsk airport, and had been told they didn't know, because this wasn't a Black Sea NATO mission. This had nothing to do with NATO. He was controlled by an organization that actually had no control. He couldn't be NATO. He was the United States, pure and simple. And the hodgepodge creation of his mission, his command in Europe, had become nothing more than a radio relay, simply because they had the architecture. That would change once he made link-up with the 82nd Airborne. He'd fall OPCON to them, leaving the rotation force for good. Quentin was a student of history, as most military officers were. He understood the application of force, but also the deterrent threat that force implied. He was willing to go toe-to-toe with anyone on Earth, but understood his true purpose was exactly to prevent that, to keep someone from even wanting to fight. He knew the Russians were watching his advance. In the new world of satellites and drones, he had no doubt about that. He was rolling forward with more firepower than an armored division in World War II, facing a threat that had more firepower than the entire armies of Patton, Montgomery, and Hitler combined. He understood that he'd been held up in Kiev for political reasons, giving the Russians time to capitulate. And now he'd been ordered into the Luhansk Oblast. He was afraid to question why that was.
Chapter 61.
Mikhail waited until the men had disappeared into the crowd before crossing the street. He held the door for an old couple, then entered the nave and quickly descended the stairs. He reached the landing, finding one of the overcoat wearers at the base, a man 2 inches taller with a thin layer of blonde hair cut razor close, stared at Mikhail with piggish, marble eyes. In Russian, Mikhail said, "Mass has started. You're going to be late." The Russian showed a flicker of recognition at the bona fide and responded, "I'm attending the later one." Getting the correct response, Mikhail moved past him into the hallway, saying, "Where's the colonel?" "Go to the first intersection, then take a right." Not good. Not his plan. The intersection led to a dead end with an alcove housing skulls cut into the rock. Once in, with the beefy Russian behind him, he'd be trapped, his stairwell exit useless. He started down the arched tunnel and felt the Russian fall in behind him. Keep cool. They want the money more than they want you. He reached a T intersection, the tunnel to the right much more narrow than the one he was in, with barely enough room for a single man to pass. The other pipe swinger was standing just inside. Beyond him, he saw the fedora-wearing older gentleman holding a briefcase. The second pipe swinger stepped out, leaving one in front of Mikhail and one behind. He held his hand out as if he were inviting him down the narrow passage. Mikhail hesitated, and he said, "Don't worry. We'll prevent anyone from interfering." Mikhail nodded and entered the tunnel. He walked about 40 feet, and the man in the fedora turned, a smile on his face. Speaking in Russian, he said, "Simon, I presume?" "No, Colonel. I'm his representative." The answer made the man's smile falter. Mikhail could swear he saw a flicker of fear, but was unsure why. He said, "I was told Simon would be here." "Simon is here for all practical purposes. I'm empowered to transact on his behalf. You are speaking to him when you talk to me. Is that the sample?" "Yes." The man bent down and opened the briefcase, exposing a cylindrical tube 2 inches in diameter with a thick glass window about an inch square, covered with metal mesh. Inside, Mikhail could see a white powder that appeared to glow. The colonel said, "It's pure, as promised. We'll need to test it." "I know. I brought the necessary equipment." From the briefcase, he withdrew what looked like a voltage meter with a rubber cord hanging out. He plugged the cord into a valve in the top of the cylinder, cinching it tight, then twisted a control knob, and the needle spiked into the red zone. "See?" Mikhail said, "Colonel, no offense to you, but Simon has stressed that we must test it with our own equipment. We've been burned in the past with the seller providing the testing." The colonel scowled and said, "That's not happening. And Simon must be at the transfer of the rest of the cesium. Him and him alone. I'll give you an address to pass to him. It won't be here in Poland." The statement crystallized what this was about. The colonel wasn't trying to sell cesium. He was selling Simon. Somehow Putin had gotten wind of the purchase, and he'd rightly determined that it wasn't for something benign. He might have even put together that Simon was behind the death of the United States president. And now he was fighting back. Carefully, Mikhail said, "Okay, I'll talk to him. But I need to take the specimen. He'll be here for the transfer, but obviously he can't be here now. And he's not going to arrange a meeting for the rest if this doesn't prove worth it." "No, the specimen stays here. I've showed you the worth of it." Mikhail realized he was losing the race, and decided to back out completely. Okay. Where do you want to meet for the transfer?" The colonel's demeanor shifted, and Mikhail knew he'd capitulated too early. The man didn't believe him. He said, "We are done here." He snapped his fingers, and the crew-cut beast closed in, now showing a suppressed pistol. The colonel said, "I don't know who you are, but there are powerful men who would like to talk to Simon, and you will lead us to him." Mikhail saw the pistol and realized he'd been mistaken. The stakes at play far outweighed any fear of being a Russian security man in Poland. He held his hands up and said, "Wait. This is supposed to just be an exchange." The second thug searched him, finding the Browning high power against the small of his back. The colonel said, "You can call it that. You're exchanging your life for Simon's. You will tell us where he is, or you will suffer the consequences. Let's go." They exited the crypt in the middle of Mass, nobody paying them a bit of attention. After being loaded into a sedan, sandwiched between the two bricks of muscle, Mikhail kept track of their location as they left the old town, driving through the steel of the city. When they stopped, he couldn't help but feel the irony. They forced him out in front of a dilapidated tenement house, with makeshift clotheslines dangling out of windows, the concrete blocking all light. Outside the tenement was a plaque delineating the buffer zone for the Jewish ghetto that had seen a valiant uprising in World War II. They were taking him into a location where the Jews had fought to the death against Nazi Germany. He hoped that was a good sign, even as he realized they had no idea he was of the same faith. The pipe swinger to his left said, "No talking, no quick movements." They left the sedan on the street and walked through an entranceway into a center courtyard. Built by the communist regime after the war, the structure was falling into ruin. The courtyard was designed to provide light for the people in the building, but whatever had been bright and happy here had long since departed. The concrete was grimy and soiled, and trash littered the ground. On the left side were the skeletons of 4 bicycles, still chained to a rail, all missing their seats and wheels. They were an apt analogy for those who lived here. Shells of life. A woman on the 4th floor looked out a window, the glass long since gone, her body backlit by the illumination of candles behind her. She saw them and scurried back into the room. The man to Mikhail's right nudged him, pointing to a darkened doorway lacking an actual door. They went up dilapidated stairs, the wood so old he thought it would give way, stopping on the 3rd floor. One of the men opened a door, and they entered a small den with a threadbare rug. In a kitchen off to the left, the vintage appliances sat rusting, telling him it had been a long time since anyone had lived here. He was led through the kitchen into a back room smelling of urine, then searched more thoroughly. His cell phone, wallet, and passport were placed on the table. Then his right hand was handcuffed to an old iron bed frame, the mattress long gone. The goons faded back, and Mikhail finally said, "Colonel, we had a deal." The colonel said, "We never had a deal. Simon had a deal, and he's pissed off too many people to complete it. Some men will be here soon. They will question you, and they'll get the answers they want." Fighting for leverage, Mikhail lied, saying, "I'm willing to pay you right now, give you the money, and you can keep the cesium." Setting the briefcase on the ground next to the dresser, the colonel said, "This is about more than money. It's about the future of Russia." Mikhail saw the conviction on the colonel's face and knew he was done. No amount of pleading or negotiation would help. When the interrogators showed up, they would pry him open like a can of beans, learning Simon's location. It wasn't that he wanted to protect Simon out of goodwill. If he thought giving Simon up would allow him to walk away, he'd do it in a heartbeat. But he'd been on the other side of the knife, and he knew as soon as they located Simon, he was useless to them, meaning dead. In the old days with the Mossad, he could at least hope a rescue force was on the way. But there was no such hope here.
Chapter 62. Pulling my turn on radio watch, all I got from Retro was no change. He'd now been watching the building for close to 10 hours, and nothing exciting had happened. I killed the time watching the BBC in our suite, and saw the beginnings of the television broadcasting of the events our intelligence community already knew. Kurt had called earlier with a report that added serious urgency to our mission. The Russians were attempting to surround our forces in Ukraine. From the small den, I heard Jennifer ask, "Do we really need a sniper rifle?" Knuckles replied, "Depends on what Retro says, but keep it out just in case." Sorting through equipment, they were preparing for an assault on the bed down we'd located for Mikhail and his merry band of men. We'd tracked them from the church to a broken-down commie tenement house right next to the boundary of the old Jewish ghetto on Valitsov Street. And because of its location, it was looking like the best place to interdict them. Retro and Veep had given us photos of the sedan they were using, and the rest of the team split into 3 vehicles, picked it up, and followed it from the church to the tenement. I'd left Aaron watching the squalid building for the short term, and had returned to pick up Retro and Veep. I'd given them surveillance kit, then swapped them out with Aaron. While I was positive this was the Viper's Nest, and that our wait last night had paid off, Retro wasn't so sure, and recommended we develop the situation a little further. He had some good points. First, Mikhail had been sandwiched in the back, between 2 men who could only be described as paid muscle. The older man had driven, and the passenger seat had remained empty. Second, and more important, Retro pointed out that if you were going to a tenement house for planning, why meet up in a church first? Why not just link up in the tenement? If it really was the safe house, why meet in public first? In his mind, it smelled a little, or maybe we were misreading the whole thing. His thoughts made sense, but I still believed this was the final stage before an attack. Maybe Mikhail had chosen to sit in back to discuss whatever they were planning, using a map or computer as he did so. And maybe he didn't know where the tenement was, and had tasked them to find a secure area, planning a link-up meeting beforehand to take him there. Or maybe he'd found the tenement, but didn't know the men he'd eventually use, and wanted to vet them first before taking them there. Retro's comments held weight, though, and I decided to watch for a little while instead of rolling right in, hopefully gaining a little clarity on what was happening. That choice had become moot after Kurt's call. While we were establishing a static observation post, I'd had Jennifer and Shoshana locate the first hotel she could find with a suite large enough for us to plan and prepare in. She'd settled on the Intercontinental Warsaw, only about 4 minutes away. She'd given Aaron and me the room number, and we'd left Veep and Retro for the static surveillance, letting them figure out how they'd do it. Retro, who had earned his call sign because he was a miser and habitually wore clothes that were years out of date, would blend in fine. Veep would have to learn on the fly. We'd checked in and had begun the mundane work of mission planning, shuttling the equipment up from the Rockstar Bird, suppressed breakdown rifles in 300 Blackout, Glock 27s, miniature battering rams, various electronic devices, you name it, and then had settled in to wait for information from our observation post. And then Kurt had called on the VPN. I was surprised because it was my responsibility to initiate contact with him, not the other way around. But I learned quickly why he'd done so. Things had changed, and not for the better. When the screen cleared, I'd thought he had the flu. He looked like he hadn't slept for a week. He ignored any perfunctory questions about the team, digging right into the mission. "What's your status?" "We found the bed down, but we want to develop more." I explained what we'd seen, and the competing theories of what it meant, ending with, "Bottom line, if they stay, we can hit it. But we might still be wrong, missing the operational team." Kurt said, "Story of my life, but it's irrelevant now. We can't risk losing Mikhail. Hit them tonight." Which took me aback. I said, "Sir?" Kurt rubbed his eyes and said, "This isn't a developmental target anymore." I said, "Sir, you realize that this operation is bigger than we thought, right? This isn't a single strike. This is more like a full-blown conspiracy. We need to sort it out." He sounded weary. He said, "Pike, the United States path is getting beyond our ability to control. Tensions are high, and all it will take is a single spark." "What's going on?" "The Russians cleared the airfield at Donetsk. The rebels have held it forever, but it was literally destroyed in initial fighting, and useless without a lot of work. It's why we jumped into the Severodonetsk airport instead. We saw them working on it, and now we're watching them fly in armor. A BMP battalion so far, but they're still coming in. It's to the west of the airfield we seized, which means they have a lodgment behind our own and can cut off our supply lines. They're creating an encirclement around the 2 brigades we have in country. What are we doing? We had a Marine Armor Battalion in Kiev. They've now gone forward, and we've repositioned some artillery. It's not enough to protect them if Russia is determined to attack, but hopefully it'll be enough to give the Russians pause about offensive action. We are on the cusp of a major fight, and if it culminates, we're going to lose. Lose, I thought. I had never heard those words spoken about the United States' might in the entire time I had been in the U.S. military. I wasn't even sure I'd heard correctly. I said, "What do you mean?" "I mean, this is about to be a shooting war, and not like Iraq or Afghanistan, where we own the monopoly of violence. We go to war here, with what we've got, and we're going to lose. We're trying to build up, but it won't happen quickly enough. Those brigades will be wiped out, and Russia will roll through, taking the Baltic states without much of a fight. We can't stop them." "What about NATO?" "They just don't have the combat power. They can keep the Russians from overrunning Europe, mainly through stretching out the Russian supply lines, but they can't prevent a massacre in the ring states bordering Russia. We don't think Russia wants that. But we're reaching critical mass where it won't matter what anyone wants. We're working the issue here, tamping down the trigger. But if those fucks you're chasing do anything, we won't be able to stop the outcome." I took that in, sitting in a hotel surrounded by residents who had no idea how close they were to fleeing for their lives, wondering if the people in Warsaw in 1939 had been just as unknowing. I said, "So hit Mikhail tonight, regardless." Kurt rubbed his eyes and said, "Yeah, hit him, hard. But not hard enough to trigger your own international incident. The last thing we need is a conspiracy theory spreading in Poland that Russian sleeper cells have invaded. The Poles are on a hair trigger." I said, "Sir, you're putting me in a tough spot here. I mean, it's looking pretty optimal for an assault, but it might not be." He nodded, saying, "I know. Take them off the board." I said, "Roger all, sir. But if I get this done, President Hannister had better buy me a beer at a place of my choosing." He laughed and said, "You prevent World War III, and I think I can arrange that."
Chapter 63.
The time had passed slowly for Mikhail. The man guarding him had shown no inclination to talk, and in fact had only moved once, to turn on small battery-powered lanterns once the sun had set. Mikhail had asked for food, and then water, and had been ignored both times. He was about to try again when he heard movement outside the room. The guard heard it too and went outside, closing the door behind him. Mikhail strained to hear what was happening. Conversation floated through the door. Greetings, then murmured discussions. The interrogators had arrived. Left alone in the room, Mikhail frantically began to work the handcuff on his wrist. He'd been trained on defeating restraints and had jammed his hand forward when the cuff began to close on his wrist, driving it up into the meatier part of his arm. But he hadn't gained much space. He checked the other end, finding the bed frame solid. Whoever had made the frame had intended it to outlast the concrete of the building. The iron would require a welder to get through. He stood as far as he could, stretching out, reaching toward the dresser for his phone. If he could get it, he could call the Night Wolves. They were currently in the suburb of Praga, just across the Vistula River, sitting and waiting on the briefcase here in the apartment. He could let those suicidal maniacs shoot it out with the Russian intelligence men. It wasn't a perfect solution, since he'd probably get shot in the crossfire, but it was better than waiting for Russian interrogators to peel him open. He came a foot short from the dresser. He stretched forward, and the bed refused to move. He tore the skin on his wrist and gave up. His mind running through options, he focused on the window above the bed. He leaned toward it, now stretching in the opposite direction, and saw a rusting fire escape. He hoped it was as sturdy as the bed, but with his luck it would be made of low-grade steel and would collapse at the lightest touch. He frantically studied the bed frame, looking for a weakness. He found none. He heard the door to the room open and whirled around, seeing two new men entering. One was short, about 5'4", with eyes set close together, making him look like a ferret. The other was of average height, but obese, his gut spilling out over his belt. Hunched over, his manacled hand preventing him from standing upright, Mikhail warily stared at them. The obese man said, "Don't bother attempting to escape. We made sure to find a secure place. Don't make this hard on yourself. Sit down." He did so, causing the old bed springs to groan in protest. The short man surveyed the top of the dresser, flipping through Mikhail's passport. He turned and said, "Israeli? That is a surprise. How do you speak Russian?" Mikhail said, "I learned it in school." "And what school would that be?" Mikhail remained mute. The man lashed out, smacking him in the face, saying, "This isn't a give and take, it's only a take. You need to understand that early."
I called Retro as soon as I hung up with Kurt, saying, "We're going in tonight. Give me an assault plan." He said, "Pike, I haven't seen anything since they entered. We're going in without any further information. What's driving the change?" I ignored the question. "Have you seen enough to get us to the apartment they're in, without any reconnaissance from the team? Can you get an assault force to the door?" "Yeah, I've got a target package built. Veep's sending it now. But like I said, I don't know anything more than I did when you dropped us off. What's happening?" I told him what I'd learned. The bottom line was we were assaulting tonight, and like the good soldier he was, he didn't question. I ended with, "Can you get us in?" All he said was, "That depends. Are they designated a hostile force?" The definition of that term held a specific weight, much more than the benign words would indicate. In the law of land warfare, it meant we didn't need to discriminate when we found a target. We didn't need to determine if the individual was friend or foe, as we did with hostage rescue. For all practical purposes, it made the apartment like fighting the Germans in World War II. See someone in a German uniform, and you could kill him. The difference here was that nobody was wearing a uniform, which is why someone had to make the official call that the force we were going against was hostile, and Kurt had done so. Knuckles came in, holding another laptop. He said, "Got the target package. From Thermal, it looks like one on the first floor landing, the rest inside the apartment. 3rd floor south tower." I nodded and said, "That's still accurate, Retro?" "Yes. 2 of them are in the kitchen next to the courtyard window. Neither of them, Mikhail. You get me the Punisher, from my position I can definitely eliminate one, possibly both, depending on reaction time. I can't get a shot at the guy inside the landing." The Punisher was a custom long gun built on the AR platform in 6.5 Creedmoor, a round with extreme accuracy that could reach out past 1,000 yards. It broke down at the stock, making it portable, and was muffled by a Gemtech dagger suppressor, leaving only the supersonic crack of the bullet to worry about. It was a bit of overkill, given the distance between Retro and the target, but with its surgical precision and our need to ensure one-shot placement, I'd get it to him. Knuckles said, "Punisher's already packed for transport, along with a 300 blackout for Veep." I said, "Okay, Retro, be prepared to link up in an hour. You got a spot for that?" "Yeah. There's a disco just up Valitsuf called Club 70. It's hopping right now, with people spilling into the street. Pull into the parking lot on the south side. I'll send Veep to meet you there." "Atmospherics?" "Good. Everyone here is a squatter. And there sure as shit aren't any phone lines. Nobody's going to interfere." You keep it at least halfway quiet, and we can be in and out without trouble." "Okay, give us 30 and I'll call." He interrupted me. Break, Pike, another vehicle just rolled up, 2 men exited. They aren't dressed like the squatters here, and nobody in this place could afford a car." I waited for a moment, and he came back on. "The landing guard just came outside and talked to them, and they went in. The vehicle's staged just outside the courtyard. It's a van. I think they're packing up to leave." Crap, I thought. "Okay, we're rolling. I'll radio when we leave the parking lot. It's about 5 minutes to you. Keep eyes on, then start Veep moving to link up when I call."
Chapter 64.
The weasel-eyed man set the passport on the dresser and picked up Mikhail's cell phone. He nodded to the obese one, and they left the room. Mikhail knew why. They were going to analyze it first, then build a list of questions off what they found. Mikhail spent the next 10 minutes looking for something he could exploit, searching the bed frame for a rusted bolt or gap, examining each link of the handcuff, and testing whether he could remove his hand. His efforts ended with him ripping his skin enough to draw blood, but the bones of his hands prevented further movement. He was considering shattering them with the frame of the bed, turning his hand to jelly, when the door opened again. This time the fat man held a roll of duct tape, and Weasel Eyes was carrying a satchel. He said, "Interesting mix of information on that cell phone, but nothing on Simon's location." He opened the satchel, and Mikhail saw several syringes full of liquid. The man nodded to his partner, and the fat man stripped out several lengths of duct tape, draping them onto the dresser. Mikhail outwardly showed fear, but felt some hope. "Please let me out of the handcuffs." The weasel placed a wooden chair in the center of the room, withdrew a Makarov pistol, and centered it on Mikhail. Fat Man released Mikhail from the handcuffs and sat him in a chair, saying, "The procedures we're going to do don't work well with you chained." He smiled and said, "The metal could become a threat to your life, and we can't have that. Hold your wrists out." Mikhail did so, absolutely not resisting. He put his hands together as if he were praying, palms facing each other, fingers extended out. The man strapped the duct tape around Mikhail's wrists. Mikhail remained still to ensure that none of the folds tucked under, leaving the wrapping pure, and he succeeded. Now he had an out. Duct tape was an effective restraint that had been used on many, many terrorist victims. In Israel, they'd once found an operative wrapped in duct tape and shot in the back of the head. The Mossad had set out to defeat the restraint, to give a man some ability to escape. After some research, they'd found a way. When wrapped around the arms at the wrist with the hands together, it could be broken as easily as the captor tearing the strip of tape to perform the wrap. The key was that there could be no folds, no underwraps or contortions in the binding. If someone wrapped the arms, leaving the edges clean, as if they were simply wrapping the tape back onto the roll, it could be torn using leverage. Mikhail had been forced to practice the escape over and over, hating it at the time, but now silently thanking his instructors. The satchel man showed Mikhail the syringes and said, "I would like to use these right from the beginning, but unfortunately it has a tendency to fry your brain. Once I have the information, I have no capability to go back. I'll get what you know, but I have to ask the right questions, and I'm not even sure what they are at this point, which leaves me in a quandary. I must have Simon. Failure here will bring me the same fate I'm bringing you." Mikhail started to say something, and the man held out his hand. "No, don't bother. I have done this many times. You can tell me all you know freely, but I can't trust it. You know that. I have to be sure.
I gave orders on the fly, which would seem to be risky, but really wasn't that much of an issue, because this wasn't a complex operation. Our primary problem was the guard on the first floor. We needed to eliminate him before he could alert the others in the apartment. If we did that, we could initiate the assault with Retro's sniper shot, overwhelm them with violence of action, and capture Mikhail alive. Although that was truly a side note. If he chose to fight, he'd be dead. Simple as that. I said, Aaron, Knuckles, and I will assault. Jennifer drives for Xville. Shoshana provides rear security. I'll go in singleton, taking out the man on the landing. Once he's down, we'll flow to the third floor. I looked at Shoshana. You come in with them and remain behind on the landing. She said, I should go in first. I started to snap at her, but she interrupted me, saying, You won't get within 5 feet of that landing before the guard calls you in. Even if you kill him, the damage will be done. I can reach him without that. I'm no threat. He'll think I belong there. What she said made perfect sense on the surface. I said, You sure? She knew what I was asking. She said, Yes, Nephilim, I'm sure. I know who I am. I'm no different than you. I didn't like the sound of that. I asked, And? What's that mean? And you take a life only for the good. I have no problem killing here. Whew. Okay. But you're not coming up with us. I need someone on the landing, and I'm not swapping out Aaron for you again. You're just scared of me. I nodded and said, Yeah, I am. That brought a smile. I turned back to the group and said, The apartment is the farthest to the west. Once Shoshana's got her man down, we'll move up the stairs and stack on it. I'll call Retro, and when we hear the shot, we'll breach. Knuckles, you got the Bam Bam. Hostile force ROE. You see anyone besides Mikhail, take them out. Knuckles said, And Mikhail? You see him and he presents a threat, kill him too. As I finished my sentence, Jennifer pulled into the small parking lot adjacent to Club 70, threading her way to the back. The club entrance on Valitsov Street was crowded with young men and women, either waiting to enter or just hanging out drinking beer and smoking cigarettes. She parked in the corner where the club building met a wall, and I said, Stand by here. Listen close on the radio. When I call, you come running. Drive right into the courtyard and stage nose out for Xville. Knuckles said, There's Veep. I glanced toward the club entrance and saw Nicholas Seacrest threading through the cars, a lit cigarette between his lips. I said, Break out his pack. Knuckles slid a duffel bag forward, saying, All in there. I pulled open the side door of the van and said, Your dad know you smoke? Veep smiled and said, Just bummed it from a guy who asked me a question, blending in. I said, You speak Polish? No. That's why I bummed the cigarette. Some blending. He looked embarrassed, then realized I was just ribbing him. I slid the bag forward and said, You got the Punisher in here for Retro and a 300 for you. How long will it take you to get back? No longer than 4 minutes. I found a stairwell that leads right to the roof. The only climbing is into a window on the back side of the building. Then get going. You call set, and it's showtime.
Chapter 65.
Ignoring the command to remain silent, trying to buy time, Mikhail said, I have no idea where Simon is. We do business occasionally. He asked me to make this purchase, and I agreed. Weasel Eyes turned to the side of the dresser and picked up the briefcase. He flipped open the latches, then turned it around, facing Mikhail. Yes, I'm sure that's true. You agreed to buy a deadly amount of radioactive waste just because he asked you to, and you have no idea what it's for or how to get it to him. Mikhail said, I was supposed to pass it to another man tomorrow. He'll know where Simon's located. The man held up a finger, saying, Unfortunately, I don't believe you. We'll have to start with the old methods. And they can be brutal. He set the briefcase down and pulled out a long, thin filleting knife. The fat man placed a digital recorder on the dresser, turning it on. The weasel with the knife said, "I ordinarily ask a couple of questions first to establish a baseline. But after seeing your passport, I'm fairly sure that would be worthless." He cut the buttons of Mikhail's shirt, popping them slowly one after another. He was halfway down when a muted crack split the air.
We waited for what seemed like an eternity, me looking out the window every 5 seconds to see if anyone was paying attention to us. They were not. Finally, Retro came on. "I'm set. Target acquired. Only one in the scope right now." "And the guy on the landing? Still there?" I looked at Shoshana and she nodded. I said, "We're rolling." Aaron slid open the door. Knuckles grabbed our own duffel bag and stepped out. Shoshana and I followed. We reached the crowd and Shoshana slid her hand into mine. Just another couple of folks headed to the disco. We passed through the crowd without incident, then crossed the street, getting back into the darkness. All the lamps either shattered or burned out. 2 blocks down, and we were at the entrance to the courtyard, the van from the 2 unknowns blocking the view of anyone watching from the street. Knuckles bent down and began handing out our weapons. Shoshana took a suppressed Glock 27, and the rest of us got short-barreled, integrally suppressed assault rifles. Built by Primary Weapon Systems on the AR platform and chambered in subsonic 300 blackout, they were an overmatch for whatever firepower the men upstairs had. In combat, there was no such thing as a fair fight. I called Retro. "We're at our last covered position. Target still inside the landing?" "Roger." I said, "You got thermals on him?" "Veep does. I'm on the scope." "Veep, Shoshana's about to commit. Give me a rundown." "Roger that." I looked at Shoshana and said, "Showtime." She chambered around, and the Dark Angel fluttered awake. Aaron grabbed her arm and said, "No crazy shit. Just put him down." She smiled, looking feral, and said, "Okay, for you." She disappeared around the corner, and he said, "She'll do as she's told." But he didn't look convinced. Veep came on. "Got her. No movement from the target." I waited, convinced I was going to hear some primal scream as Shoshana killed him with her teeth. Instead, Veep said, "Target down. I say again, target down." We rounded the corner at a trot, running right up to the landing and entering the foyer. Shoshana was over the body, searching him. She looked up, a childlike innocence on her face, wanting approval. Truth be told, with her standing over the steaming carcass of a man she'd just killed, it was more terrifying than seeing the Dark Angel. I whispered, "Good work. Stand by right here. Nobody comes in behind us." She nodded, and we went up the stairs 2 at a time. We reached the 3rd floor, got our bearings, then began tracking west. We reached the apartment door, me on one side, Aaron and Knuckles on the other. Knuckles holding a small battering ram we called a Bam Bam. I clicked my radio twice. Veep said, "I copy. I have control. Stand by. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. On the utterance of 1, a sound like a bullwhip cracking split the air, and Knuckles swung the battering ram with both hands, shattering the door inward. He flattened against the wall, and we flowed into the room. I saw an older man wearing a fedora standing over the body of someone in a small kitchen, shouting hysterically. I shot him in the face. I cleared my sector and heard Aaron's weapon cycle, hitting a man attempting to hide behind a ratty chair, his head flying back and a small pocket pistol clattering to the floor. Knuckles stacked on a door, and I ran up behind him, Aaron keeping his weapon focused on the kitchen. Knuckles kicked in the door, and we found a bathroom, too small to hide anyone. For the first time, I heard gunfire that wasn't suppressed. Someone else was shooting. Aaron returned fire, then slammed back into the entryway, seeking cover behind the brick and saying, "Back room, off the kitchen." We slid down our wall, seeing the round slap into the top of the stove. I said, "High-low." I took a knee, and then Knuckles squeezed my shoulder. We both turned the corner, firing controlled pairs into the doorway.
Chapter 66.
The weasel-eyed man heard the snap, sounding like a firecracker, then screaming from outside the bedroom from someone losing control. The fat man loosened his hold on Mikhail's shoulders, and then they heard the apartment door jamb splinter, followed by footsteps pounding in. The fat man ran to the door and peeked out, then took a knee, pulling out his pistol and shooting into the kitchen, shouting, "We're under attack!" The weasel turned to the door, drawing his own weapon, and Mikhail went to work. He broke the palm-to-palm hold he'd been maintaining, twisting his right hand over his left, forming an X with his hands and arms, and putting significant tension on the tape. He slammed his hands into his chest, pulling outward, and the top part of the tape split a quarter of an inch. He threw his hands out again and repeated the procedure. The tear grew larger, like a dam with a hole in it, the water flowing out. The weasel caught the movement and turned back to him. Mikhail saw him raising his pistol and repeated his attempts a third time, and the top part of the binding split through. Mikhail leapt out of the chair, ripping his hands free and hammering the weasel with his shoulder, knocking him to the ground. The fat man turned from the door, and Mikhail saw his head explode, a round hitting the rear of his skull and exiting from the top of his forehead, the blast showering Mikhail in brain matter. The body collapsed forward, the hand with the pistol outstretched. Mikhail grabbed it, then jammed the barrel into the weasel's temple and pulled the trigger. He heard movement outside the door and slammed it closed, then fired twice more through it, the weapon locking open. He grabbed the weasel's gun and punched bullets through the door again, drawing a fusillade of suppressed fire in return. He knew what was coming. They were planning an assault, and by the skill with which they'd killed the entire Russian cell, he knew it wouldn't be a 10-minute conference full of dithering. He had seconds. He snatched his passport and wallet off the dresser and fired 2 more rounds through the door, giving them pause. He grabbed the briefcase of cesium and smashed the window over the bed. He crawled out onto the fire escape, gingerly placing his feet onto the rusted steel. It held. He slid forward, and the bolts affixing the old metal to the concrete wall let go, plummeting half the fire escape toward the earth. He felt the fall and desperately held on, dropping the briefcase and pistol so he could clutch the rails in a vice-like grip. The stairs continued to drop, then hit the platform below, jarring his hold. He was thrown forward, and the second-story rails ripped out of the wall as well, a domino effect bouncing him down the platform, causing him to roll inexorably into space. He pitched over the side, grabbing the bottom rung of the platform with his hands, the briefcase tumbling into space. He hung for a moment, the bolts loosening and groaning. He glanced down and saw he was about 14 feet off of the ground. He let go, hitting the concrete hard and rolling. He looked up and saw a man staring out of the window, searching for him. He grabbed the briefcase, stood to run, and saw movement out of the corner of his eye. He recognized the threat and felt more fear than he had inside the room, handcuffed with a knife at his breast. It was the devil. Shoshana was rounding the corner, and she was bringing death with her. Shoshana heard the crack of the sniper rifle and crouched in the doorway, wanting to join the fight, but doing her duty. The radio came alive with calls, and she recognized that they'd achieved surprise. Mikhail would be dead or facing her in a van soon. She heard unsuppressed gunfire, meaning the men in the room were fighting back, and considered running up the stairs. She did not. The calls came fast and furious, and she could almost track the movement of the team. Aaron pinned down, Pike suppressing a doorway, fire coming back, then a final assault. Then quiet. No jackpot call, but then again no calls of wounded. She waited, letting them do their work, then she heard Carrie, this is Pike. Got a squirter." She was electrified at the words. She said, "This is Carrie. Send it." "It's Mikhail. He's escaped out the back off a fire escape. He's just around the corner." She press-checked her pistol and took off out of the alcove, saying, "What's my mission? What can I do?" And heard exactly what she wanted. Kill him. She ran up the street, seeing the crowd still in place in front of Club 70. She turned the corner and saw Mikhail on his knees, a briefcase next to him, dazed by his fall. He saw her coming and leapt up, grabbing the briefcase and running to the street right in front of her. She took a knee and settled the front sight post, squeezing off a round. She felt the recoil, then saw him fall. She stood, and he did too, holding the side of his head. She saw the terror on his face, and he sprinted into the crowds. She raised the pistol but held off the shot. She followed, the bloodlust raging. She watched him barrel his way to the entrance, and she was there 30 seconds later. She tried to bull her way through and was stopped by a man already angry about Mikhail's pushing. She raised her Glock and snarled, "Get the fuck out of my way." The Polish millennials parted like the Red Sea. She entered the club, blasted by the music and the cloying, claustrophobic mass of people. She pushed through the first layer and saw the writhing bodies on the dance floor, along with the 3-deep layer at the bar. She wanted to continue the search, knowing her enemy was cowering within. But none in the club were looking askance, as if something weird had just passed by. Unlike the way they were looking at her. With her pistol out, the people behind her were pointing and talking. It was only a matter of time. The professional in her defeated the dark angel. She retreated. Chapter 67. Kurt Hale saw George Wolfe poke his head in the door. "Sir, we gotta go. Meeting in 40 minutes, and rush hour's still going on." Kurt held up his finger, talking into a headset, saying, "So he got away?" Pike said, "Yes, sir, he did. To make matters worse, the men we killed are Russian. I think they were trying to stop him. Putin must know that Simone is behind what's going on, and our assault was a rescue for him. If we'd have sat back, we'd have let them destroy the plan." "How do you know?" "During SSE, we found duct tape, handcuffs with blood on them, and syringes with some type of drug in them. Mikhail was being held against his will for interrogation. Our assault gave him the chance to escape." Kurt cursed under his breath, then said, "That's not something I can bring to hire. Where do we stand?" "One of the men we searched had 2 smartphones. We think one of them is Mikhail's. We just don't know which one, but if we can neck it down, we might be able to get something off it." "Okay, good. We'll take a look. Let Task Force Intel drain both phones. They'll figure it out." Pike said, "Already done." "What's the status of the apartment?" Pike knew what he was asking. "We sterilized it, but had to leave the bodies. If they're found, it'll look like a gangland hit, without any indication they're Russian. It was the best we could do." "And you got in and out clean?" "Yes. Well, Shoshana spiked a bit at the club across the street, chasing Mikhail. But we got out clean. She had the presence of mind to simply keep going away from our operation. We picked her up on the street a mile away from the target. No police interference." "Okay, at least that's something. What's my next move with the team? Are we still okay to operate?" Kurt rubbed his face and said, "Yeah, for whatever good that will do." Pike said, "Hey, sir, that assault was a correct call. We're under pressure and we had to execute. It didn't work out, but if I had to do it again, I'd do it." Kurt said nothing, then heard Pike ask, "Sir?" "I hear you, Pike. I do. It was my call. And for the record, you were right. We should have developed the target. If we had, Mikhail would be dead." Kurt was surprised at the vociferous response. "Fuck that. You know how these operations go. Sometimes you make the right call, sometimes you don't. Don't let the stakes here become a judgment on your decision-making." Remembering his position, Kurt said, "Pike, I wasn't asking for forgiveness, just that I should have listened to you. Look, I have to go to a meeting with the president. I'll get you the information from the phone as soon as I can. I expect you to continue the hunt, but pull off the Israelis. They're done. I can't report their actions without political fallout." Pike said, "Sir, I can't do that. I need them on this." "Pike, I can't brief the president on this disaster and have Mossad involved." "Sir, it's not a disaster, just a setback. Look, if we move anywhere else, I'll leave them here in Warsaw. I won't cut them free, but I'll only use them if I have to, as a reserve. Will that work? The mission is what's important here. We can deal with the fallout later, but if we miss on this, it won't matter." Hearing Pike's argument, Kurt remembered that trust was the cornerstone of Task Force existence, and clearly Pike trusted the Israeli component of his team. As for him, Kurt had learned long ago to trust the man on the ground. "Okay, Pike, that'll work. I'll call when I have something." He heard, "Call soon, because Shoshana wants to kill someone." He hung up, not wanting to learn if that was just a joke. George said, "What happened?" "They missed. My call, but it went bad." "And?" "And there's still a team out there trying to spark a war." George nodded, the information enough. He said, "We gotta go. We're going to be late." Kurt stood and put on what he had taken to calling his White House jacket, saying, "This isn't going to go well." They received their badges, the staff inside the West Wing unusually quiet and subdued. They went past the secretary's gatekeeping position without a second glance, the woman known to all politicos as the Dragon Lady waving them forward, and entered the Oval Office. Alexander Palmer was more agitated than Kurt had ever seen, flipping pages in a folder back and forth, as if he were searching for a truth that wasn't being presented. Mark Oglethorpe, the Secretary of Defense, was leaning on a table doing the same thing, poring over intel reports. And the president himself was pacing back and forth in front of the window, as if he were deciding what to believe. It didn't look good. Kurt coughed, getting their attention. President Hannister snapped his head up from the window and said, "Tell me you stopped whatever they had planned, because we're looking at World War III without it." Kurt drew himself up, ready for the punishment. He said, "No, sir, we missed. Mikhail and Simon are still on the loose." He laid out what he knew, ending with, "The best we can hope for is that the assault scared them into quitting." Nobody in the room said a word. President Hannister stared at the ceiling for a moment, then said, "So they're still on the hunt?" "Most likely, sir." Palmer thumped his fist and said, "Shit. We should never have authorized that operation. The press is going to have a field day if they learn we could have stopped this and didn't." Kurt heard the words and had had enough. He'd lived in the world of politics before, but in the last 5 days he'd been immersed in it like a man dropped into a septic tank. He advanced on Palmer and saw him recoil. He got within inches of Palmer's face and said, "This isn't about optics. But like every other political fuck in this country, you can't separate the two. If Pike had done nothing, Mikhail might still be on the loose. And yet you look for someone else to blame to protect yourself from the nightly news." President Hannister interrupted, saying, "Hey, this isn't helping. Back off, Kurt. Don't blame him for the tension. Things have taken a turn for the worse." Kurt stepped back and said, "What's happening now?" The SecDef said, "Russia's begun to flex. They've split the border between Poland and Lithuania, building a land bridge to Kaliningrad." Poland and Lithuania, of course, are going crazy, as is NATO, because they're both members. Russia is saying they need a land bridge to Kaliningrad because of our provocation in breaking the treaties NATO had against staging forces on their border, meaning the forces picking the guts out of Air Force One that they shot down. Hannister said, "Bottom line is, it's getting out of our control. We're about to be at war whether we like it or not. I can restrain U.S. forces, but I can't do anything with Lithuania and Poland. They flip out, and it'll invoke Article 5 of NATO. We'll be at war." Kurt said, "Tell them to back off. Jesus Christ. Mikhail escaped, but he did so from Russian intelligence. Putin knows what's going on. He knows that Simon is driving this forward. Am I the only one that sees this? Call him. Get him to stop." "Yeah, we all agree on that, with one exception. We think the Belarus strike was under his orders, and then he lost control. He can't have that come out. He can't say it was all a crazy man if Simon's on the loose, because Simon might appear and say it was all Putin's doing." Kurt said, "Are you fucking kidding me? The fate of the world has devolved into a seventh-grade he said, she said tiff?" Palmer said, "Unfortunately, yes. That's pretty much what it is." Kurt looked at Hannister and said, "Call him. Tell him you understand. Tell him you know what happened, and it isn't worth a war. He doesn't think it is, or he wouldn't be hunting Mikhail. He knows what's going on." The SecDef said, "He won't listen. He won't back down. He will not admit anything with Belarus, even if it means going to war. Remember whom we're talking about here. He doesn't answer to his people." The room remained quiet for a moment, everyone realizing the truth of the statement. Finally, Kurt said, "What do we do from here? What do you want from me?" Hannister turned from the window and said, "I want you to find Mikhail. I want you to stop that attack. Buy me some time." Kurt started to say something, but Hannister cut him off. "I'm not done. Stop that attack and then find me Simon. Get him in our hands. Give me something to use against Putin." Kurt nodded, saying nothing. "You can do that, right? Tell me you can. President Warren created the task force. He trusted you. Tell me that trust wasn't misplaced." Kurt realized the President of the United States was waiting on him to say only one thing, wanting to hear nothing but confidence. He said, "Yes, sir. I can do that." But he didn't believe it. Chapter 68. Working with the dim light of a candle, Kirill peeled off the makeshift bandage affixed to Mikhail's ear, saying, "What the hell happened?" Mikhail flinched at the touch, then kept his head still. "I got shot, okay? I got fucking shot." Alyek said, "Shot? How? What's going on?" Knowing he could in no way intimate that the Russian apparatus was against what he was about to order the Night Wolves to execute, he said, "A disagreement with the seller of your product. I handled it, but it wasn't pretty." His flight from the historical Jewish ghetto was still fresh in his mind, and he knew he'd narrowly escaped by the sheer luck of the club being nearby. He'd raced through the throngs of dancers searching for a way out, and had stumbled into a storeroom. He'd run to the back and crouched down, finally noticing blood on his right shoulder. He'd remained hiding in the corner, the fear of Shoshana actually getting her hands on him more terrifying than anything he'd faced in the room with the Russians. After 10 minutes, he'd begun to believe that Shoshana had given up. He'd cautiously explored the storeroom and found a bathroom. He looked in the mirror and saw that Shoshana had shot off his right ear, the lower portion simply gone, nothing but yellow, bloody gristle right below the ear canal. 1 inch to the left, and he'd have been dead. He'd taken a wad of hand towels and pressed it to the wound, letting the clotting blend with the paper like a giant shaving nick. When he had the bleeding under control, he'd spilled out of Club 70 through a back door, running into the night. He'd eventually slowed, getting lost in the concrete and steel of Warsaw, mildly surprised to realize that he still held the briefcase. He'd thought about his next move, the most urgent being to get away from the demon Shoshana no matter what it took, his primordial brain retreating to a fight-or-flight response. Once he caught his breath, out of danger, he reconsidered his options and realized they were very few. He now had not only Shoshana, attached to some American agency, chasing him, but he had the Russians as well. Putin was on the hunt to stop Simon, and Putin now knew who he was, and his ferocious bloodlust rivaled Shoshana's, as Simon had learned once before. He'd decided that the only course available was to continue the mission. If he ran now, he'd be running for the rest of his life. But if the plan succeeded, he just might be able to survive. He'd begun walking east, sticking to the shadows. He crossed the river, entering the suburb of Praga, the buildings becoming seedy and worn. He reached a narrow cross street named Bzeska and turned south, entering a ghetto-like apartment area. He traced the addresses, warily keeping his eye on a pack of youths sitting on some steps. When he passed them, they rose and began to follow him. He reached the end of the street, the youth still behind him, and realized he'd passed the apartment the night wolves were holed up in. He wasn't going to find it with a memorized address alone. He abruptly turned, confronting the men behind him. In English, he said, "Can I borrow your cell phone?" Taken aback, the leader said something in Polish, pointing at the briefcase. Mikhail said, "I don't speak Polish." He pointed at his ear, and they finally noticed the bandage and blood in the darkness. He held his hand to his other ear and said, "Phone." Remarkably, the teenager handed him one. Keeping his eye on the group, Mikhail dialed and spoke. In short order, he saw a man coming out of a building a block away. The man waved, and Mikhail recognized Kirill. Into the phone, he said, "I see him," then hung up, handed the cell back, and speed-walked up the street the way he had come. Now, relatively safe, Mikhail had begun to calm down and reassess. He needed to get another cell phone, and he definitely needed to talk to Simon about what had occurred. But first things first. He wanted a proper bandage on his wound. Pulling off the final piece of paper towel from Mikhail's damaged ear, Kirill said, "Is this disagreement going to cause us problems? Are you being chased?" Remembering the shootout, Mikhail said, "No. The men I fought with look worse than me, I promise." Kirill began to apply a real bandage, asking, "Is that briefcase the product?" "Yes. Do you have explosives and weapons?" "Explosive, yes, but we don't have any weapons. We go back for that tonight." "You don't have guns? How are you getting weapons in Poland? They hate your ass here." Kirill scoffed and said, "Yeah, they hate us. But the old Soviet black market systems are still in place. 4 blocks from here is a Bazaar Ruzhitskego, a flea market that sells everything. Out front are T-shirts. In back is whatever we need." "You trust it?" "Yes, because it survived in the old Soviet system. Today it's even easier. In the new world, they've fallen on hard times and are willing to deal. The black market isn't as big now, and because of it, they don't care about nationality. Only money." Mikhail nodded and said, "We need to talk about the target. How we're going to do it." Alyek said, "Yeah, it's about time. We don't even know what the target is." "It's really just like your mission in Belarus. Another airbase.
this time in Wask. We're setting that bomb off on a Polish air base? Yes, but just like in Belarus, the target is different. The Americans have a squadron of A-10 close air support aircraft there. You will penetrate the base, find them, then emplace the bomb. Once it's on the ground, set the timer for however long you need to escape and leave. It's actually easier, because you won't be in direct combat. You'll be gone before it goes off. How are we going to penetrate? In Belarus, we pretended to be Russian military. That worked because we are Russian. There's no way we can pretend to be American or Polish. I know. But there's someone who's going to help us, an American. Hand me a phone. I need to contact Simon. He has the information I need. Kirill did, saying, An American is going to get us on the base? Why? Dialing the phone, Mikhail said, Because you're going to kidnap his family tomorrow. Chapter 69. Amy Tatum was stymied yet again in her attempts to get the hot water working in her apartment. The provider who'd shown up spoke no English, and after a discussion that went nowhere, had left, taking his equipment bag with him. She went back into the bathroom and looked at the plywood that he had haphazardly screwed into the wall, his makeshift temporary fix after creating a hole about 4 feet square. He'd done the same thing on the outside wall, but had left that open, the bricks piled up on the short patch of grass outside. Frustrating, but there was nothing she could do about it. At least it wasn't winter time, because they'd end up freezing in the apartment. She'd picked up the plywood, seeing it wasn't even properly attached, and began to regret following her husband here. It was nothing like Germany, where the population was used to Americans, and actually seemed to enjoy their presence. She knew when she'd married her husband that it would entail foreign assignments, but this was sliding into a bit much territory. The fantasy of seeing the world was taking a back seat to getting some basic services. Unlike just about every other American military member in Poland, her husband had been permanently detailed here, a PCS move in military jargon. The pilots her husband protected came and went on rotation, but her husband, the commander of a U.S. Air Force base security unit, had been assigned for a year. They'd told him it was an unaccompanied tour, but he could bring his wife if he was willing to pay for her moving expenses out of pocket. He had, and now she was regretting it. It wasn't like her last home, where there were multiple American families she could bond with. Learning how to operate in a new society and having a small bubble to fall within when she was overwhelmed. None of the other married men in her husband's command had brought their spouses, and they all lived in an apartment complex in Wask, 40 minutes away. She had nothing to anchor against, and her fledgling attempts at learning German at their previous duty station helped not a whit here. But it was only for a year, and she was already 4 months into it. She heard the doorbell to their small apartment ring and thought, What now? She went to the door and looked out the peephole. She saw 2 men, both rough, but not alarmingly so. She thought about her hot water and opened the door. She said, Can I help you? The first showed a pistol in his waistband. The second, in heavily accented English, said, Yes, you can. She stumbled backward, her hand to her mouth, and both men entered. One stood at the door, waving down the street. The other said, My name is Mikhail, and I know this is scary, but we mean you no harm. 3 other men entered the small apartment, all staring at her. She broke for the bedroom, but the man called Mikhail had expected this and cut her off. She tried to scream, and he clamped a hand over her mouth, saying, Shh, stop it. We aren't going to hurt you. If I remove my hand, will you remain quiet? She nodded. When his hand dropped away, she said, What do you want? We don't have any money. She was petrified about the answer.
her mind conjuring horrific fantasies. His answer confused her. Simple, really. We want you to call your husband.
Chapter 70. It was after 11 a.m. before we managed to leave Warsaw, but at least we were moving forward instead of sitting around our hotel room waiting. It took time, as all counterterrorism analysis did, but the task force had finally completed their inspection of the phones and had necked down what they believed was Mikhail's handset, finding a couple of promising leads. First, a document detailing the military record of a United States Air Force captain named Devin Tatum. We had no idea why it was on the phone, but in the research, they'd found that he was currently the base security commander for the U.S. squadron at the airbase in Łask, Poland, the same airfield that housed all U.S. air power in the current standoff with Russia. In my mind, it wasn't too hard to figure out why. That bastard had decided to help the Russians. The second lead was the cell number that had sent the document. Metadata analysis had provided a general map of its movements, and it mirrored what we knew of Simon Migunov. To cap it off, the phone was currently located in Vienna, Austria, the last place Simon had stated he was going. Even with all the might of the task force, the analysts could only get a general location of Simon's handset, with nowhere near the fidelity required for an interdiction. They'd done their best to locate him through entry control points and hotel databases, but had come up empty, meaning he was using an alias. Kurt had asked if I could run split team ops, wanting to use the ISR package inside the Rockstar bird, just like we'd done in Warsaw, and I'd said of course, if I could use the Israelis. He'd relented, saying I had probably planned the problem to get the Israelis back into action, and I'd sent Knuckles and Retro to Vienna with a twofold mission. 1, neck down the location of the phone, and 2, interface with the FBI tactical team that was currently spinning its wheels in Vienna, giving them the information for arrest. Knuckles had worked with the FBI on a previous mission, so he was the natural choice, although that mission had ended with him wounded and most of the FBI team dead, and Retro was the best on my team working with technology. He'd been the one who'd pinpointed Mikhail's phone in Warsaw, and he jumped at the chance to do the same in Vienna. While they were spooling up to leave, we'd had to plan just what the hell we were going to do about Captain Tatum. The easiest choice would have been to simply order his chain of command to detain him, but Kurt and I both knew that was fraught with risk. For one, it would be damn near impossible to wade through the inertia of the chain of command without him being alerted. Questions would be asked, resistance would be presented, and in the end, he wouldn't be arrested simply because we'd found his data on a phone. We didn't know what he had planned, or how close he was to executing. If he got wind of the inquiry and fled, we'd lose our only lead. The second problem was compounded by the first. The only way to guarantee his detention by his chain of command, or host nation forces, would be to spell out our fears, and that alone might inflame an already tense situation. If word spread that we were attempting to interdict a Russian team intent on sabotage, it might lead to rumors of Russian boogeymen being found everywhere, especially after the spontaneous uprising in Crimea had turned out to be interspersed with Russian Spetsnaz commandos, which might be enough of a catalyst for exactly what we were trying to prevent: Poland going nuts against Russia. Working through the problem on a conference call with the task force principals, Kurt had said, "We're wasting time pole vaulting over mouse turds. Just drive down there and get him. How far is it to Warsaw?" I said, "It's only about 2 hours. That's not the problem. How can I access the base? I'm a civilian. The Polish police on the gate will never let me in. And if you start coordinating with the American forces on the base, we're back at square one by alerting him. He's the one that will do the coordination. And before anyone mentions it, sitting outside hoping he leaves isn't a recipe for success." Kurt said, "All we need is a reason, some plausible deniability." Kerry Bostwick, the DCIA, said, "I can help there. The CIA is debating putting some UAVs on that airbase. we did a site survey a week ago, and it would be easy to plan a follow-up. You know, maybe check out the security situation. I said that would be perfect. I'd have to coordinate with the base security commander. You got someone on the airfield right now who can meet me? No. They're all forward, getting their jihad on for U.S. intelligence. And then I remembered. That's right, you jerked Brett Thorpe off my team as soon as the president ordered the task force stand-down. Where is he? Kurt asked. Offhand, I don't know, said Carey. But he's either in Poland or Ukraine. Either way, I can get him to Wask before Pike arrives. He's definitely less than 2 hours away by plane. I said, give him my cell, we're rolling. With Aaron's knowledge, it took a little under 2 hours to reach the road leading to the Wask airbase. Well, that and the fact that he drove like a lunatic. Apparently, there weren't a lot of police in the Polish countryside, and I found myself with both hands on the steering wheel just trying to keep up with his vehicle. When he exited the S8 expressway, he pulled over, letting me take the lead. I drove about 2 miles down a battered piece of asphalt and saw a Mercedes van. Standing next to it was an African-American fireplug of muscle with a decidedly irritated expression. Brett Thorpe, the man we called Blood. I pulled up next to him, rolling down the window. I said, "You need a lift? I doubt any Poles are going to help out a man with your demeanor." He shook his head and said, "I swear, when they told me I was pulled from my assignment to help someone get on a military base, I knew immediately it was your sorry ass. You realize that I'm actually doing something important, right?" I said, "Get in. Nothing is more important than what you're about to do."
Chapter 71.
Captain Devon Tatum hung up his cell, aggravated. His master sergeant saw the look on his face and said, "Trouble?" "It's Amy. She's got a problem with the Polish plumbers and wants me to come home." "You still working on the hot water issue?" Yeah. He rubbed his face and said, "I should have listened to you, Fitz, and come over here unaccompanied." Master Sergeant Fitzgerald laughed and said, "I tried to warn you. Bringing your wife sounds like a good deal, but without the support infrastructure from Big Air Force, it's always a pain in the ass. Yeah, not to mention the commute. Head on home. Nothing happening around here anyway. I can handle the briefing tonight if you need me to." Devon put on his cover and said, "No, that's okay. The last thing I need is someone asking why I'm helping my wife instead of attending a squadron update on base security. I'll be back before then, an hour or two max." "Okay, sir, but if you need the time, take it. One less briefing you have to attend, and I'll get the pleasure of not listening to you bitch about cold showers." Devon smiled and said, "I appreciate it. Call if anything comes up. I'll come straight back." He pulled the keys to the duty sedan off the board and said, "This thing fixed now?" "Yeah, should be." Devon said, "We'll see," and exited the Sprung temporary shelter, a marshmallow-colored cloth structure that had become synonymous with deployed American forces. He drove down the flight line past the hangars full of A-10 aircraft, reaching the U.S. Inner Perimeter Guard. He waved, and the man raised the drop bar, allowing him through. He reached the main outer gate, seeing 2 civilians at the visitors' center. One was short and black, the other tall, with crew-cut hair and a 2-day growth of beard. Both were wearing civilian clothes. Spooks. He recognized the type, having seen them a few weeks ago during a site survey of his perimeter. He exited the main gate, driving to the S8 expressway, and dialing his wife on his cell. He told her he was on the way, hating hearing the quaver in her voice. He hung up and decided he'd fly her home, not back to Germany, but home to Indiana and her parents. This was simply not working out. Originally, bringing her had seemed like a great idea. Sure, they wouldn't have a U.S. military base to shop on, and the military wouldn't supplement their income or pay for her to move, but it wasn't like they were going to China. He'd even gone so far as to compromise on housing, once they'd seen the town of Wask, the closest village to the airbase. It had been industrial and small, so they'd settled on an apartment in Łódź, 40 minutes away, finding a place within walking distance of a gigantic mall. An old Soviet manufacturing facility, it had been repurposed into a shopping area that would fit in any city in the United States. But it hadn't been enough. The language barrier was the primary problem. He hadn't realized how much he had relied on the Air Force while in Germany for services like banking, telephone, cable television, power, and everything else. Here it required laborious phone calls until someone could be found to translate, then more laborious coordination once someone showed up at the apartment. And the strain was taking a toll on their marriage. While he saw his men each day, Amy spent the time holed up in the house by herself, which left him with the sneaking suspicion that Amy had called him home precisely because she was tired of being alone. And that would only get worse. 20 minutes into the trip, he saw a red warning light flash on his dash. The car was overheating. What the hell? He discovered the sedan had a leaky radiator 4 days ago and had turned it in to the maintenance men, who had then taken it to some Polish contractors. A jack-of-all-trades sort of business that had been hired to repair everything from air conditioners to toilets. They had worked on his sedan. Fitz had assured him it was repaired, but clearly it wasn't. They'd probably just dumped in some radiator sealant and charged the U.S. government the price of a new car. He pulled over at a gas station, letting the engine cool and buying a gallon of distilled water. He called Amy and told her what had happened, and she seemed more upset at his delay than she was about the problem with the hot water. He sharply chastised her and hung up, feeling guilty as soon as he was done. After 45 minutes, he was back on the road, his hour or two detour home now stretching into at least 3. 20 minutes more of driving, and he'd perfected his speech. He'd deal with the hot water issue first, then convince Amy to fly home. He knew she'd fight him, as it would be admitting failure, and she was strong-willed. He exited the S8 and entered the outer perimeter of Łódź. He threaded down the streets, dodging cable trams and pedestrians, until he wound through a traffic circle and snuck into a back parking lot, something he'd found after being frustrated by trying to locate street parking. He locked the car and walked down a narrow alley to the front of his apartment building, a 4-story monolith built in the industrial Soviet style. He'd found it intriguing when they'd first surveyed it, a bit of history they could tell their children about someday, but now saw it for what it was, a dilapidated slab of concrete that hadn't been built correctly to begin with, and was eroding with the passage of time. He walked by a pile of bricks and realized it was from his own apartment. They'd actually split the wall to get access. He squatted down, seeing a gaping 4-foot hole. He could see the light spilling out from the makeshift cover in his bathroom 4 feet away, the pipes and dust from 40 years of communist rule in between him and the light. It confirmed his decision to get Amy out of here. He could live with the less-than-stellar conditions, but there was no reason she had to. He walked up to the front door and turned the knob. It was locked. Another indicator. If she'd taken to locking the door, she was afraid to even stay in the house. He pulled out his key, unlocked the door, and swung it wide, preparing to call out to his wife. What he saw caused the shout to die in his throat. 5 rough-looking men staring at him with overt hostility. His wife was in a chair, one of the men standing next to her with a pistol to her head. He stood in the open doorway in silence, unable to comprehend what he was seeing. The man next to his wife said, "Come inside, please." He did so, closing the door robotically. The man standing over his wife said, "My name is Mikhail, and I have a favor to ask of you. It will not be pleasant to you, which is why we are forced to use such drastic tactics." Devon remained silent, staring into the eyes of his wife, seeing the fear, seeing the tears running down her face, knowing he'd brought her here. Mikhail snapped, "Focus!"
Focus on me."
Devon did. "We need some information on the American squadron at Wask. You can give us that. We want you to get us into the base. All we want you to do is drive us around the perimeter. We'll film and you'll drive. When we're done, you get your wife back and can scream to high heaven about what happened." Still overwhelmed, Devon said nothing. He glanced around the room, seeing his coffee cup from that morning, his gym shorts on the floor, the magazines he'd promised to get rid of. All the things that caused friction in his marriage above and beyond the move. All now ridiculously small. Mikhail said, "Hey, pay attention. We're talking here." Devon looked into his wife's eyes, and what he truly cared about came home. He said, "What do you want?" "I just told you we want on the base." He turned to Mikhail and said, "I can't do that. Surely you understand. My entire purpose is base security." Mikhail placed the pistol on a dresser and pulled out a knife. He held it to Amy's neck, causing her tears to flow and her breath to hitch. Devon crumbled. "Just pictures, that's all?" Mikhail said, "One lap. You go in, you drive a circuit, and you come home. After that, you can tell anyone you want that we were here. You get your life, and we get the information we need." "Why? What do you want out of it?" Mikhail said, "Don't be naive. We're about to be at war. We don't want it, but you keep pushing. We have plans in place, and we need intelligence. That's all." "But if you let us live, if you let us tell the authorities you were here, what good is it?" "Can you alter the airbase? Can you alter the hangars and where they are? No. It's just some pictures. Don't sacrifice your family over this." And Devon wanted to believe. Wanted to do whatever it took to save his wife, even as his instincts told him the man was lying. He hesitated, then said, "Okay." Mikhail withdrew the knife and pulled Amy out of the chair, pushing her to another man. He led her into the bathroom in the back and sat her on the toilet. Mikhail said, "Give me the keys to your car." Thinking of the problems they would have, inadvertently helping them in their plot, he said, "My car has a radiator leak. If we take it, we're liable to break down on the airfield." Mikhail scoffed and said, "Good try. No way are we going into an airbase without a recognized vehicle. Give me the keys." Devon complied, saying, "It's the brown Ford, four-door." Mikhail tossed the keys to another man, then said something in Russian. Devon said, "I need to call my work, tell them I'm not coming back. They think I left because of some hot water problems." Mikhail said, "No, that's not happening. Get in the bathroom." Devon realized that his failure to check in might be a good thing, and Mikhail recognized the same thing. He said, "Hold up." Devon paused. Mikhail said, "You call on your phone, and I'll listen. You tell him whatever you need to, but you don't give any indication of what's happening. You understand?" Devon nodded. Mikhail said, "If I think you've tipped them off, I'll gut your wife in front of you." Whatever thoughts Devon had about alerting his command faded away. 3 minutes later, the phone call was done. Mikhail took Devon's cell phone, then shoved him into the bathroom with his wife, closing the door behind him. Wiping tears from her eyes, Amy said, "What is this about?" He hugged her and said, "I don't know. I honestly don't. I have the ability to get on base, and they want to use it, but they won't harm you, I promise." She sniffled and said, "They're using me to get to you. You can't let that happen." He looked at her, seeing the strength that had first attracted him to her, and said, "Yes, I can." Chapter 72. Kirill watched Devon being led to the back and waited until the door had closed before saying,
"We need to discuss who's doing this mission."
Mikhail chuckled and said, "It isn't going to be me, of that you can be assured." Kirill's eyes narrowed. He said,
"Why not? Why should I risk my life if the Russian command is afraid?" "You work for President Putin, correct?"
Mikhail backpedaled swiftly, saying, "Don't get me wrong. It's not because I'm unwilling. I have to enable other operations that will leverage yours. In fact, I'm headed to Vienna today to do just that. Get the device out of our car and put it in his. And for God's sake, make sure those idiots don't tamper with the timing mechanism." Kirill gave the order, still looking at Mikhail with distrust. When the man had left the room, he said,
"It will only take one man to accomplish this mission. But he needs to speak English. And we need to leave at least one English speaker here with the woman."
"And your point?"
"We only have 2 English speakers, me and Oleg. I am fluent, but Oleg barely understands. He can order a meal, but he can't speak the language."
Mikhail nodded, thinking, "No way am I being drawn into this." He said, "You go with the device. Leave Oleg here with the woman. All he'll have to do is answer her calls for water. Leave her in the bathroom for the duration." Kirill didn't look convinced. Mikhail said, "Hey, they're both going to die. If she gives Oleg any problems, he can kill her any time after you leave. And once you're inside the perimeter, you can kill the American. Remember, all we need is for the bomb to go off. It doesn't even need to harm anyone. There's no reason to turn this into something greater." Kirill said,
"And yet you flee, as if it is."
"You've seen what's happened. It's working perfectly. You're giving Putin exactly what he wants, the chance to devour NATO without being accused as the aggressor."
"Where is Simon, President Putin's supposed ally?"
"He's close and watching, as is President Putin. Are you now second-guessing your commitment to Mother Russia?"
Kirill snapped. "No, of course not. But I'm second-guessing your commitment."
Mikhail's trials of the last 24 hours flashed in his mind. The absurdity of what he was doing, and the sacrifices he'd made to ensure the mission continued to a successful conclusion. Shoshana's visage bubbled up, and he felt a wave of unaccustomed fear slam into him. He snapped out quickly, snatching Kirill's tattooed neck. To the right, Oleg jumped back, pulling out a pistol and aiming it at Mikhail's head. Bending Kirill over backward, Mikhail said, "You pull that trigger, you better not miss, because I'll kill everyone in here." Kirill gargled, and Oleg hesitated. Mikhail dug his fingers in and said, "Don't ever question my commitment. Make this happen. Do you understand?" Kirill nodded, and Mikhail dropped him on the floor. He looked at Oleg and said, "Save your energy for the enemy." He backed toward the door, keeping his eyes on Oleg, then left, slamming it behind him.
Getting into the front gate of a foreign airbase proved a hell of a lot easier than I would have thought. But then again, I had the might of the CIA behind me. I'd left the rest of my team on the cutout where we'd met Blood, and the 2 of us drove down the road leading to the base. Along the way, I'd had the enjoyment of listening to him bitch about being pulled off his primary assignment. He'd said, "You know that the Russians have built a land bridge into the Kaliningrad Oblast? They've actually taken over NATO terrain. And you've got me here on some wild goose chase." "Yeah, I know, but it's not a wild goose chase." He snorted, then remained silent for a moment. When he spoke again, it was with a conviction that belied his usual happy-go-lucky demeanor. Polish nationals have started firing mortars into Russian positions. They think they're defending their land. But they don't know what they're dealing with. It's small potatoes now, but it's growing. Russia has held off for the moment, but that won't last. I know, trust me, I know. Everyone's looking for a spark, and I'm trying to prevent it. He swung into the road leading to the front gate and said, "Pike, you know, I'd follow you into hell and back. But you've just pulled me from the one thing that may prevent it. I can't provide the National Command Authority intelligence if I'm out here half-stepping for you. I was on the border, in the fight. I've developed contacts in the breakaway Polish gangs trying to start the war." I said, "There's a gang in play here that trumps anyone shooting a mortar." And I told him what I knew. By the time we reached the gate, he'd become a believer. He'd shown his badges, and after a brief phone conversation and a handwritten base access pass, we'd gone through the gate, then had driven down the flight line, reaching the second circle of protection guarded by Americans. He'd shown his badge again and said, "We need to speak to Captain Devon Tatum about force protection measures." The guard radioed someone, then let us through, giving us directions to a temporary shelter. We parked outside of a sprung, one that looked the same as the ones used in Iraq or Afghanistan, and Brett had said, "What's your play here, if you think he's bad?" I said, "Honestly, I don't know. Get him separated from his men, and then apply some pressure." He opened the door with a grin and said, "Glad to see your planning ability hasn't diminished." We went inside, seeing a master sergeant named Fitzgerald behind a computer. He glanced up at our entrance, and I said, "Hey, we're with OGA, and we need to talk base security for a potential deployment of UAVs. Is Captain Tatum here?" He squeezed his eyes shut like he didn't want the question, wondering what problems we were bringing, then said, "You just missed him. His wife called and he went home for some plumbing issues." "Wife? Why is his wife here?" Appearing wary, he said, "He's asking the same question, trust me. He just called and said he wouldn't be back on base tonight. Makes my life miserable because I've got to take the update brief tonight." Trying for rapport, I said, "He's thrown you to the wolves because of some personal problem?" He appraised both of us and said, "Yeah. You guys ex-military?" I smiled and said, "Yep, and I've been involved in enough death by PowerPoint meetings to steer me clear of ever going back." He laughed, relaxing, and said, "What can I help you with?" We gave him our cover story, and he said, "Well, he'll be back tomorrow. Best I can do. If he was living with us, I'd say just drive on over. But he's 40 minutes away in Łódź." He pronounced the town correctly, Łódź, indicating he'd been here a while. Brett asked, "What time does he show up in the morning?" I felt my phone vibrate and saw it was Kurt. To Brett I said, "Figure out a link-up. I have to take this." I left him in the office and went outside.
Chapter 73.
Devon heard the shouted Russian and the scuffling of a fight through the door, which meant they weren't focused on him or his wife. He knelt down to the plywood slapped over the hole in the bathroom wall and began to pull it, the wood popping in protest. He stopped, looking for something to use for leverage. He said, "Hand me your toothbrush." Amy did, and he jammed the end underneath the wood, then pried out. The nails separated an infinitesimal amount. Holding the gap, he hissed, "Get me my toothbrush." She did, and he jammed that one in as well, then began prying back and forth. He heard footsteps coming down the hall and stopped, turning around and hiding what he was doing with his body. One of the Russians opened the door and said, "I am Kirill. It's time. Come with me." Devon said, "What about my wife?" "She stays. She'll be here when you get back." He handed Devon the keys to the sedan and pointed toward the den. Devon turned around, kissed his wife, saying, "Be strong. This will be over soon." She wiped a tear away and nodded. Devon followed the Russian into the den. Before opening the door, Kirill showed him a pistol in his waistband, saying, "Do not, under any circumstances, attempt to escape or alert anyone, or your wife will be the one to suffer." Devon nodded, and they went to his car. He saw a briefcase in the back seat and asked, "What is that?" "It's the camera I'm going to use. The gate might search it. For your wife's sake, I'd make sure that doesn't happen." Devon started the sedan and began retracing his route back to the airbase in Wask, purposely using roads that would take longer than necessary to get out of the city. Eventually, he was forced to enter the expressway and found himself doing 100 kilometers an hour just to keep from getting run over. At this speed, he would reach the base soon if he didn't come up with some plan to slow down. And then the radiator warning light came on. Devon prayed that Kirill wouldn't notice, this time ignoring the warning, instead turning the air conditioning on max. 12 minutes later, the first waft of steam floated out from under the hood. Kirill saw it and said, "What's happening?" "I told you I had a radiator problem. The car's overheating." Kirill withdrew his pistol and said, "You fucking liar! What did you do?" Devon took his right hand off the wheel, holding it up in surrender. "Nothing, I swear. I told you it had a problem. I didn't hide it from you. You guys demanded I take this car." Kirill turned off the air conditioner, rotated the knob to heat, and said, "Get off the road before it seizes up." A half-mile down the expressway, Devon saw the Shell station he'd stopped at on the way into town. He coasted off the exit ramp and rolled into the parking lot, the motor coughing and sputtering. He killed the engine and said, "This is going to take about an hour to cool down before we can put in some water." Kirill said, "Get out of the car. We're going inside to buy coolant. If you try anything, I'll kill you and anyone else inside. And then I'll spend some quality time with your wife."
I watched Brett talking to Master Sergeant Fitzgerald through the glass in the door and said, "What's up, sir? You got Captain Tatum yet?" "We're on the base talking to his NCO, but he left early. He's got some family issues. Brett's finding out what time he's coming in tomorrow and setting up a private meeting. We don't have time to wait. We need to get him right now." "What happened?" "We completed the analysis of the information from the Jewish ghetto target, and we've identified 2 of the 5 dead Russians. It's not good news. Before my team had left the apartment, we conducted a thorough site exploitation, retrieving both biometric data from the dead men, a host of documents, and anything else we thought would be useful, down to the labels in the men's clothes, and had shipped all that, along with the phones, to the task force." I said, "What did they find?" "One of the men was arrested in a joint FBI sting operation in Moldova. The FBI has his arrest jacket. The other is his boss, a man known as the Colonel in the underworld. Both were former members of the Russian security apparatus, with the Colonel being the actual target of the sting. He got away, but he was trying to sell radioactive waste to terrorists. We think Mikhail is trying to make a dirty bomb." Holy shit, I thought. I said, "If the guy was arrested in Moldova, how is he running around Poland?" "He spent less than 6 months in a Moldovan prison before being released. The Moldovans bungled the sting, getting the sample he brought, but not the mother lode, and they missed the Colonel as well. But these guys were about to torture the hell out of Mikhail. That doesn't make any sense. We don't know what went on in that apartment. We can only go with what we do know, which is that an attack is planned, and the planners met with a Russian group known for trying to sell radioactive waste to terrorists." Needless to say, I was fairly sure that had the presidential administration's ass in a pucker. I said, "I'm on it. I'll interdict him in Łódź. But I'll have to figure out his address. Where do we stand with Simone?" "Knuckles has the phone pinpointed to the Ritz-Carlton in Vienna. We're currently trying to neck down his room, but it's a lot of information to go through, and we have no idea what name he's using. We're focusing on Russian passports right now." I saw Brett heading my way and said, "I have to go, sir. I'll be in touch." I opened the door and Brett said, 0730. We'll be the first on his agenda. He saw my face and said, "What happened?" I said, "Hang on a sec." I turned to Master Sergeant Fitzgerald and said, "There's something else you can help us with. If we put drones here, besides the force protection issue, we're going to need a place for the maintenance team to stay. Do you have the real estate agency that Captain Tatum used?" "You don't want to go to Wooge. Too long of a commute. Hey, no offense, but my days of sleeping in the dirt are over. We've already looked at Wask, and my guys are going to want a town big enough to have at least 2 bars. He laughed and stood up, saying, "I don't have it, but it might be in his desk." He rooted through the top drawer, then pulled out a card, saying, "Here it is. I remember he kept it because the lady he worked with could speak fluent English. He sometimes calls her for things that have nothing to do with real estate. I think it's how he found the plumber he's using now." I took a picture of the card with my phone and thanked him, saying we'd see him tomorrow morning. Once outside, Brett glanced at me, and I gave him the news. He said, "Wow, how do you always end up in the middle of a shit sandwich?" We got in the car, and I said, "Skill." I sent the picture of the card to Kurt, then tried to call, getting his voicemail. We exited the base, going back to the turnout where the team waited. On the drive, Brett said, "You remember Iraq in 2002? "Yeah." "Remember when the world leaders were all looking for an out, and everyone was talking about inspections, UN resolutions, and the way to head off a war?" "Yeah, I do." We reached a point, long before we crossed the berm, where the war was on its own trajectory, and nothing anybody was going to do would alter that. We'd built up so much combat power that it became a self-fulfilling prophecy. Somewhere we crossed a line where all the talk was wasted breath, and the only thing remaining was the timing. He exhaled, the air leaking out in a resigned way. He said, "I think we're close to that here. This thing is going to take on a life of its own within 48 hours, and after that, nothing you or I do will change it." I hoped he was wrong. We exited the gate, finding the team patiently waiting on us. I briefed them on the status of Tatum, then where we stood with Simone. Jennifer said, "Sounds like Knuckles is having better luck than us." "Not really. All they have is a gigantic hotel. Simone's using an alias, and they don't know what it is, only that it's probably Russian." Shoshana said, "Tell them to look for Israelis. If he's using a false passport and Mikhail is involved, it'll be Israeli." Of course, I thought. I felt like planting a giant facepalm. My phone rang, and I saw it was Kurt returning my call. To her I said, "You're a damn genius." Shoshana grinned and said, "I know." I answered the phone, saying, "Did you get the card I sent?" "Yes, what is it?" "Devin Tatum's real estate agent. They've got a website, and I'll bet hacking it is child's play. We're headed to Wooge right now. Get the task force on it. You have about an hour to get me an address." I heard him say something to someone in the background. Then he returned saying, "They're on it. Give me an update as soon as you can." I said, "Will do." He started to hang up, and I said, "Sir." "Yeah, what? I gotta go." "We think you're looking at the wrong passports for Simone. Screen anyone from Israel. There will probably be only 2 or 3, and one of them is the target. Why do you think that? Let's just say I have some people on my team who are pretty well versed in the target set." "Shoshana?" "Yeah, and she's right, I guarantee it."
Chapter 74.
On the portico of the West Wing, Kurt Hale hung up the phone and began giving rapid orders to George Wolfe. He passed the photo of the business card, gave him the Israeli information, then said, "Get back to the task force and start working this. Pike needs an address in an hour or less. And give whatever you find on Simone directly to Knuckles." George said, "My pleasure. You ought to come with me. Get out of that hellhole. I wish, if I leave here now, Lord knows what decisions will be made in that room." George turned to leave, saying, "Good luck with that." Someday we'll have our normal life back, just chasing terrorists, Kurt said. Someday, if we're not all jumping into lead-lined bunkers shortly. He walked back to the Situation Room, the place reeking of sweat, with the long conference table covered in a blizzard of reports and briefings, and staffers of all types clogging up any available space. He searched the perimeter, finally seeing Alexander Palmer at the head of the table, talking to someone he didn't recognize. He slipped through the bodies, their armpits stained and ties askew, then sidled up to Palmer. Palmer saw him and said, "Excuse me, Bill," then stepped away from the man he'd been talking to without waiting for an acknowledgement. "Tell me some good news." "We got a handle on Captain Tatum, but we don't have control of him yet. We've also got Simone's phone necked down to the Ritz in Vienna, but we don't know a room." "Well, shit, I can't take that to the president. Come back when you've actually worked a solution." "What's the latest?" "NATO's fully alerted. Poland hasn't invoked Article 5 yet, but that's because President Hannister has asked them not to. Doing so is basically a declaration of war, and when that happens, Putin's going to smash everything around him in a preemptive bid to keep NATO out. So far, they've listened to us, but they've got some nationalists who are making it very hard." "What about our forces?" "Hunkered down in a defensive perimeter. Putin saturated the Luhansk province with his forces. In fact, they're still flying in." "I thought we were finished at the crash site." Palmer scoffed and said, "Yeah, we were." He flicked his head to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, standing across the room and animatedly waving his hands about something. He said, "That jackass failed to take into account that jumping into combat is a one-way ticket. Once on the ground, the only way out is by foot or by link-up with someone who can drive. The Marines and Army forces we sent in don't have enough vehicles to extract the 2 battalions of the 82nd on the ground, which means the armor that could have gotten out on its own is staying behind for a defense. We need to tell the Russians what we have. Let him know about Simone and that we don't think Russia was behind the downing of Air Force One. Someone needs to tone down the tension here." "President Hannister's talking to them, but they're belligerent," Palmer said. "And I mean really belligerent. Putin is not backing down at all. He's blaming NATO and the West for the entire escalation, screaming about the Polish nationals that are doing hit-and-run attacks on his forces, conveniently forgetting that he fucking built a land bridge to the Kaliningrad Oblast through Polish territory. He's not going to listen to anything we say without proof. And after what you reported about the Russians trying to take out Mikhail, we'd better find that proof before he does. If he killed Simone to protect himself, we're probably going to war." Kurt said, "I'm working it, sir." Palmer said, "I know. I just wish it were quicker." Kurt let him return to his work, then took a seat and listened to the various conversations occurring. After 40 minutes, he was considering returning to the task force headquarters, feeling he wasn't doing anything constructive here when his phone vibrated with a call from George. He answered. "You got good news?" "Pike's information panned out. Simone's got an Israeli passport. It took us about 15 seconds of sifting to find his room. Knuckles is asking where the hell the FBI tactical team is. He's ready to hit right now. He needs to link up with them." Kurt smiled for the first time. He said, "I can make that happen." Amy Tatum had been sitting still for so long her legs had fallen asleep. Every so often a man named Olyek looked in to make sure she was behaving, causing her to tremble, but she gathered a little more courage each time after he left without harming her. It appeared they weren't going to rape or kill her outright. She began timing the visits, finding they were between 8 and 12 minutes apart. After the last one, she hesitantly decided to do more than simply sit. She slid off the toilet and tentatively worked the 2 toothbrushes still under the plywood. She pried them back, gaining a space between the wood and the wall, but she couldn't slide the toothbrushes higher to increase it. Every time she created a gap, she lost it. She needed something larger to prop open the wood before trying to move closer to the nail. She heard footsteps on the tile outside and scrambled onto the toilet. This time, when he opened the door, she asked for a glass of water. He muttered something incomprehensible, but brought back what she wanted: a glass. She waited until the footsteps retreated, straining her ears to be sure he'd gone, then dumped the water into the sink. She levered open the plywood, gaining the same space she had before, but this time she jammed in the glass, keeping it open. She slid the toothbrushes higher and levered again, gaining more space. She slid the glass upward and repeated the procedure until the nail popped out of the gypsum board wall. She rotated the piece of plywood counterclockwise on the remaining nail until the hole in the wall was exposed. She bent down, now knowing she was committed but not wanting to be so. If someone came in to check on her and saw the hole, she'd probably be killed. But if she tried to run and was caught, she most definitely would be killed, and she was sure they would catch her. She could see the daylight coming from the hole in the brick of the outer wall a mere 4 feet away, tantalizing her. She went back and forth in her mind, considering the risk and feeling the seconds tick away. The man would return in 5 minutes, and the longer she sat there, the less time she had to run for freedom. The fear overwhelmed her courage. She started to rotate the plywood back over the hole, then held it for a moment. She thought about what her husband would do, and she took that path. She flung the plywood back and squeezed into the small opening, worming her way through the pipes, feeling the grit of 40 years digging into her skin. She reached the opening in the brick and cracked her head on a cinder block, seeing stars. She fought through the pain and wriggled the final meter, spilling out onto the sidewalk next to her apartment complex. She leapt up and began running, looking for anyone to help her. She went north toward the mall and hit Staromiejski Park. She saw a woman walking a dog and sprinted toward her across the boundary street. The woman took one look at her dirty appearance and began walking rapidly away. Amy caught up to her and said, "Help me, please, I've been kidnapped." The woman shouted in Polish, scooped up her dog, and scurried away. Amy looked behind her, checking to see if she was being chased. She was not. She thought through the problem. She needed people. If they didn't speak her language, they would at least understand that she was being threatened if one of the men came after her. She saw the giant Manufaktura Mall in the distance and remembered the food court. Most of the people working the counters spoke English, and the place was always crowded. It was her ticket out of this nightmare. If she could get there. Chapter 75. Knuckles walked into the lobby of the Ritz-Carlton, his eyes scanning for his contact. He'd been told to look for a man reading a newspaper with a cup of coffee in front of him. But when Knuckles saw the contact, he didn't need any bona fides. Like every other operator in the United States arsenal, the guy couldn't stop the hard edge from leaking out. Knuckles tugged the knapsack on Retro's back and said, "That's him." They walked up and said, "Marty Crestfield?" The man stood and said, "Yeah, but it's Martin." He pointed to a man on his right and said, "This is Crutch." He shook their hands and said, "You can call me Knuckles. This is Retro. Where's the team?" "Not so fast. I was told to meet you, but I'll be damned if I know why." "Who are you?" Exasperated, Knuckles said, "Look, we don't have time for a dick-measuring contest. I work for another government agency, and we have the intel in the location of Simon Mikunev's room. I was told you'd have a team, that you'd already coordinated with the Austrians for an arrest." He said, "CIA, eh? Just up front, you need to know that this is a law enforcement mission, not some James Bond intelligence collection op. You give me the information, and we'll take it from there." "So you don't have a fucking team here?" "No, I don't. Did you expect me to bring in a bunch of guys all kitted up sitting around the lobby waiting on you? Give me the information. And like I said, we'll take it from there. We'll need to do some development first. Tap the room phone, get some intel from the staff here, and place surveillance, that sort of thing. There's not a rush on this. We expected a month or more of investigation. And Knuckles realized that he thought he was doing nothing more than arresting someone on their most wanted list. He didn't understand the connection between the man they were hunting and the war about to break out. Knuckles said, "You two are special agents in the FBI, correct? You can arrest somebody, right?" Taken aback, Martin withdrew his badge and surreptitiously showed it, believing he was providing proof of his position and not understanding the reasons for the question. He said, "Yeah, we're FBI." "And you've already coordinated with the Austrians for the eventual arrest? They're expecting it?" Now confused, he said, "Well, yes, but they'll be the ones doing the heavy lifting. We'll accompany them, but it's their arrest on our warrant." Knuckles said, "Not anymore. You guys are about to be heroes, because we're going to that room right now." He filled them in, and Martin's expression went slack at what he was being told. When Knuckles was done, Martin said, "I can't unilaterally barge into a foreign hotel room. I need to get permission. Is permission from the President of the United States high enough for you? Because that's who sent me." Wait, there are too many unknowns. What if your intelligence is wrong? We apologize to whoever's there and leave, but it's not wrong. What if he has a protective detail? I've been tracking this guy across Europe. Last time I had him, he had 2 meatheads protecting him. We're 4 against 2, and it's his room, trust me. At the back and forth, a thought occurred to Retro. He asked, "You guys are armed, right?" Martin said, "Of course, but I still need to clear this with higher." Knuckles knew if he allowed the operation to be briefed to Martin's chain of command, the assault would be delayed by at least 24 hours, possibly more, because they would defer to a joint Austrian FBI operation. And that alone had a chance of getting bungled, just like it had in Moldova. "Did you hear what I just said? This guy's the key to stopping a war. We don't have time for some giant mafia surveillance operation or cross-regional coordination. Why don't you think about the problem instead of your career?" The words hung in the air, a deliberate insult that Knuckles hoped would penetrate. It did. Crutch said, "Hey, Martin, we already got permission with the Austrians when we landed. I say we go." Knuckles threw down his final card. "I wanted to do it officially with an FBI warrant, but I'll do it myself if I have to right now. This guy is going to cause the deaths of a lot of people, and I can't look in the mirror afterwards simply because you haven't coordinated." And that was enough. Martin said, Okay. Where is he? What's your plan?" Relieved, Knuckles said, "He's on the 6th floor in a club suite. It has 1 connecting bedroom, which we think is where the security is staying. I want to do this clandestinely without firing a shot. We go in through the connecting bedroom, taking out whoever is there, then hit the suite. We overwhelm them with speed and violence of action. Simple." "How are we going to get in?" "Well, honestly, I was told all that crap was in your ballpark, and you would have already coordinated with the hotel. I take it none of that has happened?" "No, but it can. It'll take some time because we'll need to get our Austrian counterpart over here, and he'll probably need to get authorization from the Austrian government, get them to serve the hotel their version of a warrant." Retro shook his head, saying, "I told you so." He walked away, heading to reception. Knuckles said, "Don't worry about it. We rented some rooms on the 6th floor. When he gets the key, he'll recode it for the suite." In a few minutes, Retro returned, and they took the elevator to the 6th floor. Knuckles glanced at the room direction placard and said, "He's to the left. Where are we, Retro?" "Right." They followed him, Crutch saying, "How are you going to reprogram the key?" "I have a portable encoder. All the keys work off a central system, but they aren't centrally connected. Each lock is just run off a battery, but it keeps the last key used in memory. The next key wipes the authorization of the last one, if it presents the correct code." "Yeah, so?" "I rented 2 rooms adjacent to each other. What I'm going to do is read the keys of both rooms. There will be an access code assigned to each. I'll get them, then match up the access code to the room number. Once I have that, I'll simply do the math to his room, because they're run sequentially. If the first code is something like 123 and the next is 124 or 122, I'll know which way to count. I'll enter the access code, reprogramming my key for his room. He reached the first room, swiped, and entered. He sat on the bed, opening up his knapsack and pulling out what looked like the kind of portable credit card reader seen all over Europe. He started working, saying, "The key, no pun intended, is the encrypted security code that tells the lock the card is legit. I can't duplicate that, but fortunately it's the same code on every key card in the hotel, which is why I needed to rent a room." Crunch said, "Maybe we should just knock." Martin glared at him, and he said, "Just kidding. How are we entering? What's the order?" Knuckles let Retro work, thinking about it. On one hand, they were the FBI. On the other, he was much more comfortable with Retro's skills. He said, "Retro and I will lead into the connecting room. If it's empty, we'll continue to the main suite. If there's someone there, we'll clear it, and you enter the main suite. Get guns on anyone in there. We'll flow in behind you and clear whatever's left." Crutch nodded, but deferred to Martin, his boss. Martin says, "You guys ever do anything like this before?" Knuckles said, "Yeah. Trust me, we've got the skill." "Why didn't you take him down before if you were tracking him?" "We didn't know what he was doing then. By the time we figured it out, he'd slipped our net." Retro interrupted, "I'm done. I've reprogrammed one key for the connecting bedroom, one key for the suite, and a spare key for the first room I rented with the code for the second. Let's go test." They entered the hallway, and Retro went to the room next door. He inserted the card, saying, "Drum roll, please." Nobody obliged, but the reader light turned green. He opened the door a crack and said, "Looks like it's showtime." Knuckles could see the pace was a little bit fast for Martin. He said, "You guys good? We get in and you start throwing those badges around. Nobody gets shot who doesn't deserve it." Overwhelmed with how quickly the operation was progressing, but gaining confidence in the skills of the man asking the question, Martin nodded, saying, "Let's do it." Knuckles smiled and said, "Okay then, let's go." They walked past the elevators, took a left, and continued down the hall toward a large double door at the end. Knuckles said, "That's the main suite." They speed-walked toward it, Retro stopping at the last room on the right, mouthing, "Connecting bedroom." Knuckles checked the hallway behind them, finding it empty. He withdrew his Glock 27, and the other men followed suit. He moved to the right side of the door, next to the handle. He waited until the other men stacked behind him, then nodded at Retro. Retro stuck the card in, and the light went green. He flung the door open, only to feel it slam into the U-bolt latch after an inch of travel. Retro's eyes popped open in surprise, and someone inside shouted in Russian. Retro slammed his shoulder into the door, ripping the U-bolt out of the wall and flinging the door open. It hammered into a man walking forward from the other side, knocking him into a wall. Retro dove on him. Knuckles leapt over the fight, shouting, "Bathroom!" Martin broke that way, and Knuckles entered the main suite with Crutch directly behind him. He went left, and Crutch went right. He swept the main living room, crossing his fields of fire with Crutch, but it was empty. With a bathroom on the left and a bedroom on the right, Knuckles pointed at the bedroom, and Crutch started running to the door. Knuckles caught movement out of the corner of his eye and turned, seeing a bear of a man coming out of the bathroom, barreling at him and screaming. The man leapt through the air like he was tackling a fullback running to the end zone. But Knuckles was no longer where the bear had intended. Knuckles rotated out and down, tucking at the waist. The man landed on his back, and Knuckles gained control of one of his arms, then used the man's own momentum against him. He sprang up, flipping the bear off his back and sending him crashing through a glass table in the center of the room, controlling the fall by leveraging his arm. Knuckles held onto the man's wrist with one hand, aiming his pistol with the other. The bear groaned, attempting to get up. and Knuckles shook his head. Crutch shouted, "Jackpot!" Martin entered the room and Knuckles said, "Other target? Down. Cover this shithead." Martin leveled his pistol and Knuckles went into the ornate bedroom of the suite. He saw Simon Migunev sitting on an ottoman and wearing a robe. Showed not a whit of concern. Before Knuckles could speak, Simon said, "American FBI, I presume?" Crutch said, "Yes," then began to read him his Miranda rights. Simon waved his hand and said, "Don't waste your breath. My lawyers will keep me from being extradited." Crutch finished anyway, then looked to Knuckles for guidance. Knuckles said, "Mr. Migunev, let's not talk of lawyers just yet. I have a deal for you, and when I'm done, I'm pretty sure you're going to want to play ball with the United States." "And why on earth would I do that?" "Because if you don't, your lawyers will be pleading with President Putin, and I'm pretty sure you know how that's going to end up." Knuckles waited, and knew he'd won when the blood drained from Simon's face. Chapter 76. President Hannister said, "How long before we know?" Kurt said, "He just took him down 10 minutes ago. Let Knuckles work on him a little bit." "And you believe this will work?" "Yeah, I think so. He's feigning complete ignorance of any planned attack in Poland. But he's admitted knowledge of both Belarus and the downing of Air Force One. He's blaming Putin, but that should be enough. No way will he want to go back to Russia. Because of that, I'm pretty sure it'll work on Simon's end. But getting Putin on board will be up to you, sir." Alexander Palmer, Kerry Bostwick, and Mark Oglethorpe entered the Oval Office in a rush, followed by George Wolfe. George said, "Found them." Palmer said, "What's this about Simon?" Kurt said, "We got him." Kerry said, "And you think you can turn him? Why would he do that?" "Because he'd much rather face American justice than Russian. Hell with our justice system. He's liable to get off, claiming Russian persecution." Palmer said, "So what's the deal you're giving him?" "Pretty simple. A, if he keeps his mouth shut, refusing to play ball, we hand-deliver him to Putin. Or option B, he admits that he, and he alone, without Putin's involvement, attacked the Russian air base in Belarus and instigated the shoot-down of Air Force One." "How does that help us?" "Well, if he agrees to play ball, we then turn the story around on Putin, telling him we know that Simon was working for him and that he set up the Belarus hit. And we can prove it with information Simon's providing. We also know that he had nothing to do with Air Force One," Kerry interrupted. "Do we know these two things?" "Not yet, but I strongly believe that's the case. Anyway, we tell Putin this through back channels, then tell him we're willing to forget about Belarus if he's willing to pull the hell back. Basically, tell him we'll make a splash about arresting Simon, and Simon will take the fall. We can both blame it on terrorism, just like he did initially. It gives him an out and gives us a way to defuse the situation. If he refuses, we threaten to expose the Belarus operation on the world stage." Palmer said, "That's a pretty risky gambit." "Yeah, and it just might work." Mark Oglethorpe said, "We're forgetting about Captain Tatum. You guys are talking about a two-man decision, but if that attack occurs in Poland, it won't matter one damn bit what we or Putin want. We'll be going to war."
Chapter 77. I made Veep slow down so I could study the apartment buildings on my right. The GPS was saying Tatum's address was 200 meters away, but that didn't mean much. The only thing I trusted from it right now was that it had me on the correct street. We'd already reached the outskirts of Łódź before the task force had called with an address and description. They'd managed to crack the web server of the real estate agent, but had then had to scrounge up someone who spoke Polish to translate it. Luckily, There weren't a lot of Americans renting from this agent. In point of fact, only one, so it hadn't taken long to find the correct address. We pulled over, plugged the address into the GPS, and reorganized. I'd decided that the males would bird dog the apartment, and then the females would approach. They would knock on the door without any fear of retaliation, and then get a read of the atmospherics. From there, it was up to them, either enter or back off and wait on us. Veep said, "We just passed the GPS coordinates. It's supposed to be behind us now." I said, "Yeah, but the description in the file states it's a corner apartment with views 2 ways. That GPS grid doesn't fit." We reached a cross street, and I saw a pile of bricks on the ground from a hole in the wall of the last apartment. I said, "That's it." "How do you know?" "He came home because of a plumbing problem. The real estate file says it's a corner apartment, and we're on the right street. Pull over." He did so, and I radioed the rear car. "Coco, we have it. It's the last apartment on this block. Go ahead and park. We'll keep eyes on." She acknowledged, and Aaron said, "Pike, movement from the apartment." I turned around and saw 2 men leap out, comically look left and right, then bolt across the street into a park. The shirt tail of one flapped up as he went across, and I saw the butt of a pistol. What the hell, I thought. I said, "Change of plans. Coco, carry, dismount, and follow those guys. Find out what they're doing. Roger all. Careful, they're armed." To the car I said, "Kid up. We're going in hard." 10 seconds later, we were jogging up to the front door. Veep tried the knob, then nodded at me. I nodded back, and he swung the door inward, allowing me access. I raised my weapon and saw a man talking on a cell phone, his back to me. The rest of the team came barreling in, clearing the apartment. He turned at the noise, dropped the phone, and reached for his belt. I closed the distance and hammered him across the bridge of his nose with the suppressor of my Glock. He fell to his knees. Veep came from the back, saying, "It's clear." Aaron picked up the phone, seeing it was still connected. He said, "Hello?" He waited, listening, and I saw him smile. He began speaking in Yiddish. He turned to me and hung up. He hung up. Can't imagine why. Confused, I said, "Who was it?" "Mikhail." I recognized the voice. "What did you tell him?" He asked who I was. In Yiddish I said, "I'm the bill collector. I'm coming for the payment." "No shit. I didn't think you had that sort of humor in you." "That wasn't humor. I am coming for him." And for the first time, I saw a little of the dark angel that hovered so close to the surface with Shoshana, floating deep within him. I replied, "You should have said, 'I want my $2. "Huh?" "It's a joke from a movie. Never mind. Veep, start SSE. Turn this place upside down and see what you can find." I turned to the Russian at my feet and said, "You speak English?" He just stared at me with his pale eyes, uncomprehending, and I knew I was out of luck. Aaron said, "He speaks English." He would have at least understood the question, and shook his head. He's faking. Aaron squatted down, saying, "If he doesn't have that capability, he'll be able to speak my language, I promise. Everyone understands pain." He was 5 inches away from the Russian, and the dark angel blossomed in him, just like it did with Shoshana, scaring even me. It finally dawned what the connection was between the two of them. She wasn't the odd one out. She was him, only he kept it hidden deep. It caused a serious reappraisal of everything I knew about the two. He bored into the Russian, and the man cracked. Just like that. "I speak English!" Without breaking his stare, Aaron said, "We have some questions for you, and an answer of 'I don't know' will not suffice. Do you understand?"
Chapter 78. Jennifer and Shoshana managed to keep the men in sight without spiking, even as they ran through the park. They were clearly searching for someone, and because of that spent just as much time running parallel as moving forward.
Eventually, they reached the top end and began arguing between themselves. One of them pointed to the west, and Jennifer saw a large brick building with the word Manufactura on top. On the walkway leading to it were multiple sculptures painted in bright colors and throngs of people coming and going. A shopping area? The men took off toward it, no longer outright sprinting, but jogging with their heads on a swivel. Jennifer and Shoshana fought to keep up without showing a signature that they were, in fact, trying to keep up. The men were caught at the pedestrian crossing for a 4-lane road, both sides building up with people waiting to cross. Jennifer and Shoshana joined the crowd, watching the light. When it changed, the men jogged across, then slowed to a walk, glancing all around, trying to find someone in the crowds. Jennifer and Shoshana followed, still with no idea whom they were looking for. They walked past the sculptures, then entered the building at the end of the brick promenade, and Jennifer found it was a shopping area. A gigantic 3-story mall not unlike the kind found in America, with even a few American brand stores sprinkled throughout. The men discussed, and one took the escalator to the second floor while the other pressed ahead. Without needing to use words, Shoshana split off, taking the escalator. Jennifer followed the man who'd stayed on the ground floor. They began to wind through the mall, him still craning his neck at each store entrance, and her earpiece came alive. "Coco, Gary, this is Pike. You copy?" She acknowledged and heard, "We caught a guy here, and he's talking. They're after Amy Tatum, Devon's wife. She was being held hostage and managed to escape. They're using her as leverage to force him to give them access to the base." Her phone vibrated, and he said, "Just sent a picture. I don't know how old it is, but Devon's in uniform and he's wearing captain's rank, so it can't be that off." She looked, seeing a bright, cheerful woman, a little on the heavy side, but with a beaming smile. She said, "Got it. She's the key to stopping Devon. Find her before they do." Shoshana came on. "What's Devon doing?" "He thinks he's facilitating them taking pictures, but he's really transporting a dirty bomb." Jennifer said, "Tell the base to stop him." "I'm afraid to do that. I'm afraid with his wife's life in the balance he may do something stupid to gain access. We have no idea how this thing is triggered, or whether his passenger is on a suicide run. Remember Secretary of State Billings? His captor had the detonator on his body. Billings would be alive today if we'd realized it, and I'm not making the same mistake twice. I've got blood prepared to interdict at the base, but this is much more than simply preventing an attack against our aircraft. If they trigger anywhere on the base, even if it's at the front gate, it could be catastrophic. We need her to contact him, give him a way out." Shoshana came on. Break, I found her. I say again, I found her. She's in the food court. The other guy is tracking her." "He's found her too?" "Yes, he just closed in. He's sitting right next to her. He's holding her arm, and I'm pretty sure he's got a weapon on her." "Shit. The guy here says they're going to kill her the first chance they get." Jennifer saw her man answer his cell phone. She said, "My target's on the phone. He's turning around." Shoshana said, "Ike, he just stood her up. What do you want?" Jennifer heard, "What do I want? I want the fucking Pumpkin King." Amy reached the top of the escalator and went around to the side where she could get a view of the entrance. Drawing in deep breaths, she began to calm down when the 2 men chasing her didn't appear. In the park, her small bit of safety vanished the minute she finished with the dog walker. She'd made the decision to sprint to the mall, and then had seen the 2 men who'd held her breaking into the park, scaring the life out of her. She should have had at least another 5 minutes on the loose before they discovered she was missing. They must have heard something. She crouched behind a bush, the option of sprinting now lost to her, because it would highlight where she was. Luckily, it was easy to keep track of the 2 chasing her, precisely because they were running back and forth like a couple of dogs chasing a ball. She kept the bushes between her and them and managed to slink 4 feet at a time to the far side of the park. She circled a building now blocked from view of the park and began speed-walking toward the mall. She reached the 4-lane road at a bus stop and waited for the light to allow her to cross. It did, and she was halfway across before she glanced at the large crowd on the main crosswalk 100 feet to her left. She saw her hunters and almost froze. She kept walking, getting to the far side, once again putting a building between her and the men. She'd taken off running at that point, trying to gain entrance to the mall while they searched the crowds on the primary walkway. She reached the building and sidled toward the entrance, scanning the crowds. She didn't see the hunters. She ripped open the doors and immediately took the escalator to the second level, then wound around to watch. She waited for another couple of seconds, becoming calmer. Then the two entered the lower level. She immediately crouched down, afraid they had some magical method of seeing her. The men split, one moving to the escalator that would lead him directly to her. She faded back in a panic, entering the food court. A large area ringed with various vendors selling the usual American fast food along with some Polish fare. It was crowded and loud. She ran to the far corner and sat at a table behind a pillar, cautiously peeking out around it. She decided to wait until a man came through playing the same hide-and-seek game she had in the park. She peeked out again and felt a bolt of adrenaline when she couldn't see where he'd gone. She craned to her left, looking around the pillar the other way, and locked eyes with him. She bolted upright, and he closed in on her, seizing her arm and forcing her into a chair. He shook his head left and right, showed a pistol in his waistband, then said something in Russian. He dialed his phone, spoke into it, then tilted his head towards the door. She sat still. He pinched her arm and, holding the skin in his hands, stood. She did as well. He marched her to the escalator, and the glide down felt like a mini-movie detailing the end of her life. When they reached the bottom, the other man was waiting. He positioned himself on her left side, and they exited. But they didn't go down the main promenade. They steered her to the left, toward the parking garage in the distance, the sidewalk deserted. They began walking, and she realized they weren't taking her back to the house. They were going to kill her right here in broad daylight. Her husband was more than likely already dead. She began to cry, stumbling forward, and the man to her left said, "Shh," shaking his head. She tried to stop, but couldn't. The man on the left jerked her arm and sat her on a bench, off the gritty sidewalk and behind a maintenance shed. He sat next to her, and she thought, "This is it." He put a finger to her lips, and she realized that they were simply waiting on some pedestrians to pass. 2 females were coming down the walkway, talking animatedly. They drew closer, and she recognized that they were speaking English. One was definitely American, with a blonde ponytail. The other had an accent she couldn't place, with black hair cut in a page boy. For a fleeting moment she thought about shouting at them to get their attention, but she knew she couldn't. All it would do was get them killed, and she couldn't be responsible for that. They came abreast, and in the span of a second she realized she had feared for the life of the wrong people. Without warning, the 2 women turned toward the bench. The man standing in front of her, pretending to be engaged in conversation, made a half-turn before his head exploded, spraying the man seated to her left in gore. The man sitting next to her made it halfway off the bench before he suffered the same fate. He collapsed back, making more noise in the fall than the weapon that had caused his death. Her mouth opening and closing in shock, she looked at her new enemies. The women were both holding pistols from an action movie, with large bulbous barrels that showed a trace of smoke. The page boy haircut said, "Make this quick," then retreated to the walkway, looking back the way they'd come. The blonde said, "Amy, my name is Jennifer Cahill. Are you all right?" She nodded dumbly, her mouth still open in shock. The blonde said, "Good, because we really need you to call your husband." She fainted. Chapter 79. United States Air Force Captain Devin Tatum recognized the landmarks and knew he had about 5 minutes before he reached the exit to Wask. 5 minutes to figure a way out of the death spiral he was caught in. He'd found a radiator leak kit in the Shell station and had managed to stretch the stop to an hour and a half, because the kit required not only a completely cool engine, but also 30 minutes to solidify. During that wait, he'd thought about what these men had planned and knew it wasn't simply picture-taking. It made no sense. If you wanted to know the location of the hangars, why not use Google Earth? If you wanted a bird's-eye perspective of what was on the ground, why use him for access when they could have simply tortured the information out of him? As the commander of base security, he had a hell of a lot more information than a simple circuit with a camera could reveal. And yet the men hadn't asked a single question. In fact, they seemed unprepared to do so. They wanted base access for something else, and he had to find a way to stop it. He considered just driving the car at high speed into the 14-foot noise reduction barriers that blanketed the expressway, as he knew he was a dead man anyway, but found he couldn't sacrifice his wife. And then the true fear came home. If they were going to kill him, she might already be dead. The thought brought a bolt of rage. He tried to contain it, but the man called Kirill noticed and said, "Don't get any thoughts. This is easy. 1 lap, and you're on your way." Devin knew that was a fucking lie. If he let this killer on the post, more men than just him would die. He prayed to God for an answer, and was given one. He heard the distinctive ringtone of his phone, the song "Wild Thing" by the Trogs filling the car. Kirill pulled the phone from his front pocket, looked at the screen, then held it out for Devin to see. He didn't recognize the number, but said, "It's my command. If I don't answer, they'll just keep calling. Better if I did so, since we're about to enter the gate." Kirill handed him the phone, saying, "I'm listening. You say anything suspicious, and your wife is dead." Devin took it, hitting the green button at the bottom, and said, "Hello?" and heard his world flipped upside down. "Captain Tatum, my name is Pike Logan, and I work for the United States government. I need you to pretend that this is an official call, and I need you to just listen. I know who is sitting next to you. Do not say anything to alert him, okay?" Devin said nothing. The man on the phone said, "You can answer the damn question with a yes or no." He said, "Yes." "Good. First, your wife is alive and fine. She's with my team. The men who held her are dead. Do not, under any circumstances, ask to speak to her." He felt a bolt of adrenaline at the news and fought hard not to show anything. Robotically, he said, "Okay." "Good. You're doing good. The man in the seat has a dirty bomb in your car. He's planning to set it off inside the American perimeter at the Wask Air Base. Confirm you understand." "Yes, I got it." "Say something about the flux capacitor, like you're talking about work." "What?" "Say something related to work. Make it sound like you're talking about your job." Devin glanced at Kirill and said, "Yes, I have the oil for the flux capacitor. I can bring it tomorrow." "Jesus, man, I didn't mean actually say flux capacitor. Listen, I don't want you to try to do anything. We don't know if this guy's a suicide bomber or what. He might have a detonator on his body. Under no circumstances are you to try to stop him. Do you understand?" Confused, Devin answered, "Yes, I understand," but thought, "If not me, who?" "Good. Listen, you go to the airbase just like he expects. When you get to the American perimeter, you'll be met by a guy you don't recognize. I need you to show him your ID card upside down. Do you understand?"
Yes, I can do that. How far out are you? You can answer that, but do it in a normal way. Sure, that'll only take about 5 minutes. It's easy. Okay, got it. Remember, don't show any surprise at a man on the gate you don't know. His name is Brett Thorpe. Roll up and say a greeting. He'll do the rest. Okay. Talk to you soon. Good answer, because you will. Hang in there. It's almost over. He ended the call and said, "Some bullshit from work, but I can deal with it tomorrow." He handed the phone back and said, "I will be able to do that, right?" His suspicions belied because of the question, Kirill said, "Yeah, sure. 1 lap, and you're back to your normal life." They exited the expressway, Devon fighting to control the adrenaline racing through his body. They reached the street that dead-ended into the base and went down the pitted asphalt to the main gate. He rolled up to the outer perimeter, seeing the same Polish man he'd seen when he left earlier, fearing that he'd be stopped and questioned about his passenger. Wondering if he was about to feel a fireball, the man didn't even ask him to roll down the window, waving him through. He exhaled, and Kirill said, "Good, very good. Keep it like that, and you'll be home with your wife soon." They rolled down the flight line, and Kirill made no attempt to retrieve his camera from the back. Devon realized everything the man on the phone had said was true. He saw the temporary American inner perimeter ahead and felt the spike of adrenaline again. This is it. He slowed, seeing a short African-American man he didn't recognize, wearing a uniform that didn't fit. He prayed that Kirill wouldn't notice. He rolled down his window, struggling to remember the last name of the man, but couldn't. He spit out, "Hey, Sergeant Brett, just running in for something I forgot." Devon held out his CAC card, upside down. The man called Brett leaned in as if to study the card and said, "Hey, how's the wife?" Stunned, Devon stuttered, She's good," he said. "I know." He jammed a pistol past him, slamming it right up against Kirill's head, then pulled the trigger. Chapter 80. "So they really have him?" Putin asked. The head of the FSB, Ilya Kozlov, glanced around the table, not meeting the eyes of the men sitting, and said, "Yes, sir, they most definitely have him." It was Kozlov's first time visiting the Black Sea estate, and he was clearly awed not only by the grandeur of the structure, but by the power of the men around the table. "Can we get to him?" "Not any time soon. He is under incredible security. An outer ring of Austrian Special Police and an inner ring of United States FBI. Maybe when they move him, but short of blowing up the building, there's no way to currently effect any lethal operations against Simon." Putin took that in and said, "And our team in Warsaw? What of them?" Kozlov shuffled from foot to foot and said, "Dead, sir. They were found in a tenement house by Polish police, gunshot wounds." "The Americans again?" "We don't know. Odds are it was Simon, sending a team to rescue the man we were going to interrogate." "What about the cesium the colonel was trying to sell?" "It has disappeared along with the man named Mikhail." Putin nodded slowly, then said, "You may leave." Putin waited until he'd closed the door to the ornate dining room before returning to the men around the table. Powerful oligarchs, not politicians. They were the true heart of the Russian machine, and had been privy to the attempts to annex Belarus. Alex Romanov, a thin, white-haired man sitting to Putin's right, toyed with his cane and said, "Perhaps we should take the offer." "Then we lose Belarus."
we lose everything we were attempting to gain.
We go to war, and we will lose much more than that.
Putin knew the men around the room were growing skittish at the rattling of sabers. They had stood with him on the machinations with Belarus, but had become alarmed at how it had spiraled out of control. They had interests that went far beyond politics, and feared the financial repercussions of a war. They could not tell him what to do, of course, but he held no illusions as to their power, and neither did his personal staff. Before flying here from Moscow, his most trusted aide had said one thing: "Beware the Ides of March." Putin may be the emperor, but like Caesar, it didn't make him invincible. Putin said, "What if Simon begins talking? How can we guarantee he won't raise the truth at a later date?" A younger man with a scar on his cheek, seated farther down, said, "Each day that passes makes him less believable. The President of the United States said he would announce Simon's sole culpability. If Simon says something at a later date, it will look like a desperate man attempting anything to save himself. It will mean the United States is in on the conspiracy." He smiled, showing yellow teeth.
"And who would believe that?"
Romanov said,
"Don't forget, he's charged in the death of President Warren. It's not inconceivable that we will get the opportunity to take care of him. Remember what happened to Lee Harvey Oswald. The Americans have no love for assassins."
That thought made Putin smile. In truth, part of his reticence was purely to punish Simon. No man on earth had ever dared to cause him so much trouble. Maybe patience would allow that punishment to occur. He went around the room, seeing the concurrence on each man's face. He said, "So be it." Private First Class Joe Meglin was one of the last aboard the MC-130, having been tasked with the final scrub of the perimeter. He drove around it in an RSOV, looking on with a small bit of nostalgia, because at one point he was sure they were going to war, and that he would die inside the hole he'd dug. They'd had the radio reports coming in every 10 minutes, and had known that if the Russians wanted to take their airfield, they would do so. Unlike some of the press reporting coming out of America, he understood that they were but a tripwire for commitment of United States forces, and resented the people who screamed at the president to show strength. Show strength, my ass. You pick up a gun and get your ass over here. It was the difference between involvement and commitment, like ham and eggs. The chicken was involved, but the pig was committed. One thing was for sure, he'd never make fun of the FBI again. Who would have thought this whole crisis would be precipitated by some crazy Russian with a grudge against President Putin? It was surreal. But he'd listened to President Hannister announce the arrest and the tireless work from the FBI that had made it happen. He would now come home a hero for his actions. But those guys were the ones who deserved the praise. If they hadn't broken open the case and tracked that nutjob down, there was a good chance he'd be coming home in a box. He remembered the relief they'd all felt when President Putin agreed with President Hannister's statement, following up with a press conference of his own. Of course, he demanded the extradition of the instigator to his judicial system, but as he was implicated in the death of a United States president, nobody saw that happening any time soon. When the Russian armor began to roll back to the border, they'd spent the last 3 days bringing in vehicles to extract the 82nd paratroopers from the Air Force One crash site. And now it was time for him to go home. He swung back to the tarmac, telling his squad leader he'd seen nothing of note. The squad leader replied, "Let's go. First in, last out." They loaded the vehicle, cinching it down in the aircraft. Then he'd buckled into the webbing of the MC-130, his squad leader next to him. He said, "If this wasn't combat, what was it?" His squad leader considered for a moment, then said, "Just the New World Order." The bird lifted off, and Joe said, "So no combat infantryman's badge?" His squad leader laughed and said, "Don't worry. I'm sure we'll be catching our original deployment to Afghanistan."
Chapter 81. I rolled over and cocked my eye at the clock, seeing it wasn't yet 10 a.m., which meant I wasn't getting up. A pillow hit the back of my head, and Jennifer said, "I see you're awake. Come on. This is getting old. You've caught up on your sleep." I rolled over and said, "Not when you keep me up at night." She put a hand on her hip and said, "Okay, if that's what's causing the issue, I can fix it, starting tonight." I laughed and sat up, saying, "Don't you ever want to sleep in? Just stay in bed until you have to tell the maids to go away?" "Not when I'm in Vienna. We only have 2 more days here before our flight home, and I don't want to spend them in a hotel room." Which was a poke in the eye, and she knew it. The Rockstar bird had come for the team in Warsaw, delivering us to Vienna, and we'd been suitably rewarded with rooms at the Ritz-Carlton, then conveniently separated from task force control. I understood why, given our connection over here with the Israelis and the always-present concerns over cover, but it was still a little shitty. We'd had to buy our own tickets back, and I'll be damned if Jennifer hadn't been upgraded to business class. Which didn't make me want to get out of bed any sooner. She said, "You've got no excuse. We weren't roped into Simone's interrogation. You should feel lucky." She did have a point. Knuckles and Retro were tied into Simone and the FBI, and because Retro had flown across the pond on the Rockstar bird with Veep, so was the vice president's son. All of them now connected by a lease agreement for an aircraft, affecting a cover that had to remain secret. They'd go home together. I'd fly coach. Jennifer tried one more time. "Hey, Shoshana and Aaron are leaving tomorrow. We should at least go out with them once." Growing wary, I said, "What's that mean?" "You know, go out together, like a double date." I knew it, I thought. I rolled out of bed saying, "I'm not sure that's a good idea. Shoshana's a little loopy." She said, "No, she's not. You should get to know her. She's really trying, and Aaron is a little weird himself." I remembered the house and Aaron's transformation. I said, "Yeah, they only seem to click when they're killing people." She threw a towel at me and said, "I'm trying to break them of that predilection. Get cleaned up." And then my phone rang. I saw that it was Knuckles and said, "What's up? You looking for a coach seat?" He was all business. "Pike, I got some information on Mikhail. He's here in Vienna." Jennifer saw my face harden and started to ask a question. I held up a finger and said, "How do you know?" "Simone's trying to rope him into the conspiracy, but the FBI doesn't give a shit because he's an Israeli citizen and not on any lists they have. They took notes telling me they'd give it to Israel. But they don't seem to really care. What with Simone tied up in a neat bow and all." "You got those notes?" "Better. I went back into Simone by myself. Mikhail's here in Vienna, and he's trying to sell that damn Torah. He's got a buyer, and I have all the information on him. The FBI doesn't know any of it." I said, "No shit. I was just telling Jennifer we should double date with those assassins." I heard him laugh, then, "Yeah, I figured that's what you'd say." I hung up, and Jennifer said, "What was that about?" "Exactly what you wanted. We get to go on a date with the Israelis." I dialed the phone. Aaron answered, and I heard, "Tell me you aren't getting hammered by Jennifer for a double date." As a matter of fact, I am. But I've been resisting until now. He laughed and said, "They're colluding. But I'm not sure Shoshana's ready. It would be embarrassing." "Well, that depends. I'm calling for the bill collector, and I think she's ready for that."
Chapter 82.
Carrying a leather messenger bag over his shoulder, Mikhail window-shopped up the street, burning off his time while running a surveillance detection route. He passed by the Hofburg Palace, the grand structure overlooking the Michaelerplatz Circle, and took the roundabout to the west, heading toward the glitzy shopping section of downtown Vienna. He paused at the Demel pastry and chocolate shop, going inside and browsing, while occasionally looking out the window to see if anyone was on him. He wound through the store, using the choke points and narrow pathways to ensure he was clean. He determined he was. He exited back on the street, checked his time, and saw he was close. He walked up Kohlmarkt, passing Tiffany's Jewelers, then took a left on a smaller pedestrian path called Naglergasse. He walked past the turn he wanted to enter, glancing down it. He saw nothing of concern. He did an about-face, entering a narrow alley with a few eclectic shops. At the end was the Boxhorn Irish Pub, his meeting spot for the transfer of the Torah. He'd had a rough few days, but now he'd got the cash he needed to escape the nightmare that had sucked him down like a spider flicked into a toilet. Simon's name had been splashed all over the news, but so far, Mikhail hadn't seen anything about himself. The attack in Poland had not occurred, which meant it wasn't going to, although there had been absolutely nothing on television talking about breaking up any terrorist actions. The last he'd heard was a phone call from Aljek saying the woman had escaped, and then the voice of the bill collector. But now it would all be behind him. He'd take the 50,000 euros he was getting from this sale and travel to South Africa, where a man of his skills was still valued. He pushed into the small pub, letting his eyes adjust to the dim lighting. He saw the narrow bar snaking away from him to his front, two drinkers leaning over it. The entire place cluttered with memorabilia from one event or another, a scattering of lamps providing the only light. It was almost like a cave and a little bit claustrophobic, which is exactly what he wanted. He'd be able to control anything that happened in here. Not that he'd need to, dealing with a 70-year-old man. He glanced to his right toward a small room, seeing nobody. He surveyed the main bar for a threat, saw none, and nodded at the bartender. He went right, looking for his contact. The room was really nothing more than a hallway with tables running down it. At the far end, he saw a man with a full beard, a fedora hiding his face. Next to him was a briefcase. He walked up, getting the man's attention. He said, "You can find the most interesting things shopping these small alleys." "So I've heard, but they don't sell what I'm looking for." Satisfied with the answer, proving the man was his contact, Mikhail sat down, saying, "I don't want to spend any more time here than I need to. Inside this bag is the Torah. Look at it, satisfy yourself, but don't take forever." The man raised his head, and Mikhail recognized the eyes, recognized him. He snapped his hand to his waist and in Yiddish said, "What? Are you going to kill me right here in the bar?" Calmly, Aaron said, "No, don't be silly. I'm not going to kill you. That wouldn't be right. I'm not the bill collector." Mikhail caught movement behind him and turned. Aaron said, "But I brought her here with me." He had a brief flash of recognition just before the blade penetrated his ribs. Shoshana above him, the dark angel expanding out of her, enveloping them both. He gasped in shock, grabbing her arm. The knife bit deeper, and he felt the rage coming through the steel. She twisted, expanding the wound channel, excising every horrible thing he had forced her to do.
He tried to stand, but she bore down, spearing him in place. He fought against her, weakly batting at her arms. She said not a word, working the knife. Aaron refused to move, never even raised a hand, content to simply watch. And Mikhail succumbed to the inevitability of Shoshana's rage, the demon inside her consuming him. He dropped his hands and sagged back. His last vision on mortal earth, the dark angel, extracting the payment of his soul.
Sitting at a small outdoor cafe, our work done, Jennifer was growing concerned. She said, "What's taking so long?" "I don't know. Let 'em work. We did our track. The rest is up to them." She glanced at me and said, "You don't feel responsible at all?" "For what?" "I'm just thinking about—" "Never mind." "No, what were you going to say?" She leaned forward and took my hand, saying, "We just set up a man to be killed. Doesn't that affect you at all? I mean, even if it's right. Don't you think about it?" I squeezed her hands and said, "What I thought about was you telling me a horrific story in the back of a van. That's all I thought about." She took that in, then said, "Yeah, but it's not the same thing. We just killed a guy in cold blood." "No, we didn't. We killed a parasite. Just because you happen to be born with a human body doesn't make you human." She said nothing. I said, "If you'd have killed him on the train, would you have second-guessed yourself?" "No, of course not." "Then why are you doing it now? That fuck was trying to cause the death of half of Europe in a world war, and he sure as shit screwed up Shoshana." She cocked her head at that and said, "That's what this is about, isn't it?" I took a sip of my beer, saying nothing. She said, "It is, isn't it? You do care about her, and she told you something. She opened up to you, and you wanted to make it right." I said, "Look, all I did was facilitate their operation as payback for helping us. That's it. We owed them for their help, and I honored that." She squinted her eyes and said, "That's bullshit." I was saved by seeing Aaron walking down the street, Shoshana next to him holding a messenger bag. The same bag I'd seen Mikhail carrying 20 minutes ago. I waved, and Shoshana waved back, a childlike grin on her face. They sat down, Aaron pulling off the fake beard and Shoshana opening the case. I said, "Looks like it went okay." Shoshana held out the Torah and said, "Yeah. We bring this back, and we'll get more work than we can handle." Jennifer said, "What did you do to get it?" Shoshana seemed to shrink a bit in the chair. She said, "I did what was required." I started to interrupt, scared that Jennifer would take away what Shoshana had just achieved. I needn't have worried. Jennifer leaned forward and said, "Shoshana, I don't ask because I fear for him. I fear for you." Shoshana absorbed the words, believing she had earned Jennifer's disapproval, and I could see it hurt. Like Aaron, Jennifer had somehow become the Dark Angel's mentor. She remained silent for a moment, then defiantly spit out, "I killed him, and it was good. Is that what you want to hear?" Jennifer saw the change in demeanor, the statement bringing closure for someone she held dear. She said, "Yes, Pumpkin King, that's exactly what I wanted to hear." Shoshana was shocked at the response, not expecting it from Jennifer, and her strict moral compass. And because it had come from her, it meant all the more. Her face lit up in a smile, and I said, "Well, this is pretty much what I thought a double date in Vienna would be like with you two. Me and Jennifer tracking a guy, you and Aaron killing him. Much better than dinner and a movie." I saw my sarcasm take a small slice of her newfound sense of purpose for her life, and I immediately backpedaled. I leaned forward and said, "Shoshana, I'm going to let you in on a little secret. After all of your research into my relationship with Jennifer, looking for the perfect answer, You missed the most obvious thing. We're all Pumpkin Kings. We're all trying to find our way." She said nothing, but her eyes told me all I needed to know. She was good. I changed the subject, saying, "Will they pay the contract?" Relieved at the turn of conversation, Aaron said, "Maybe, but we made more from just retrieving it." "What's that mean?" "Let's just say that the man who was going to purchase it is from an old Jewish family, and he was more than willing to lose the money to keep his name out of the press." I said, "Devious. What are you going to do with your newfound largesse? Outside of paying us, I mean." Shoshana said, "Pay you? Why on earth would we do that, after all the crap you've dragged us through?" I said, "You got the Torah correct, and through my work. Sounds like the contract was fulfilled." She wound up and I cut her off. "I'm teasing, Carrie. Jennifer says you want to go on a real double date. You know, one where you don't slaughter someone." She glanced at Aaron, afraid I was mocking her. Tentatively, she said, "Yes." "How would you like to do that with the President of the United States?" Jennifer scrunched her eyes and said, "What are you talking about?" "We saved the world, and Kurt told me that the President would have a beer with us at a place of my choosing."
Chapter 83.
Talking into a speakerphone centered on the conference table, Kurt Hale said, "Have you lost your damn mind?" George Wolfe hid a smile, waiting on what that lunatic Pike Logan would say next. The voice came out tinny, but the request was valid. "Sir, you said if I saved the world, I could have a beer with the President at a location of my choosing." "Yeah, we were just bullshitting. And anyway, I thought you meant coming over to the White House or something, not in Charleston. It's my choosing, and he's running through the damn state campaigning. He's coming to Charleston anyway. Pike, he's busy trying to win election to the highest office in the land. How's that going anyway? I haven't seen the news." Kurt recognized the deception immediately. Pike knew very well how the campaign was going. President Hannister was leading in every single poll, crushing all opponents. The Washington Post had written an expose on the crisis, and Hannister's actions were being held up as a cross between JFK at the Bay of Pigs, showing strength in the face of overwhelming domestic military opposition, and JFK during the Cuban Missile Crisis, showing strength against an existential threat, and making nuanced decisions in the face of potential nuclear conflagration. And the JFK theme was resonating on both sides of the aisle. Kurt refused to bite, saying, "He's doing pretty well." "Really? I wonder why that is." George laughed. Pike said, "And what about us, the task force?" Kurt knew what he was asking. "Okay, Pike. So you've heard. Heard what?" Kurt looked at George with an expression that said, "Do I really have to put up with this arrogance?" George grinned and said, "Yes, you do." From the phone, Pike said, "What was that, George? Did you say something?" Kurt said, "Pike, the President greatly appreciates what you've accomplished. In fact, he called the Oversight Council together and chastised them for their reticence in using the task force. It was a complete turnaround. We're back in business, at least until the election, like I'm sure you know." He heard, "Yeah, I know. I happen to have his son on my team, and he gave me a quote from the old man. Out of all the elements of power that I wield, only one had the ability to preserve the security of this nation. Is that true? Did he say that?" Kurt wondered how Hannister's son knew what had been said in a classified meeting of the Oversight Council, but said, "Yeah, he said that." "Okay. I'm just wondering how all of those accolades don't translate into a beer in Charleston when he comes through." Kurt exhaled and said, You're really testing me.
I think we've earned it.
Kurt looked at George, who said, "Can't hurt to ask."
Pike said, "Yes, sir. What's the harm in asking? From what I hear, you're his right-hand man now."
Kurt bristled, saying,
"I don't want to hear that shit. You understand?" Pike said, "Ooh, touchy. Sorry."
George hit the mute button and said, "You know, they really do deserve this. It's the least he could do, and he'd probably jump at the chance. The task force is like his Praetorian Guard now." Kurt unmuted the phone and said,
"I'll see what I can do, Pike." "Sounds good, sir. It'll be at the Windjammer on the Isle of Palms. You just tell me when. Let the president know there'll be a couple of Israelis in attendance."
Kurt started to respond and realized that Pike had hung up before he could. He looked at George and said,
"That guy is the bane of my existence."
George laughed and said, "That guy is the reason you exist."
The end. This is Rich Orlow. We hope you have enjoyed this production of Ghosts of War by Brad Taylor. Recorded Books offers a wide selection of bestsellers, classics, histories, and more. So look for us at your public library or on